Ra-Hain waited with bated breath for the results of the bar exam. The long-awaited moment had arrived. Her name was on the list of those who had passed. The dream of becoming a defender of justice has become a reality. The girl was filled with happiness. Tears of joy flowed down her cheeks, and a jubilant hymn reigned in her soul. The goal she had worked so hard to achieve had finally come true. The joy was so strong that Ra-Hain's heart could not stand it, and she died of a heart attack. The lonely figure of the former student fell to the floor next to the work desk. Happiness, which became fatal for her, turned into grief. It was not a joke but a tragedy. Not trusting her eyes, she thought that this could not happen. Tears flowed from her eyes and her heart was breaking from pain. Her whole life, all her dreams were shattered in an instant. But everything was just starting to look up for her. And it seemed very unfair and very untimely. This simply shouldn't have happened. But it happened. However, the poor child was given another chance. The girl's eyes sparkled with joy when she heard this. But everything had its price. To do this, it was necessary to conclude a deal. The lady, now having hope, begged for mercy. She was ready to do anything to save her life. After some time, Ra-Hain, waking up, slowly opened her eyes and then looked around. Around her was an unfamiliar, luxurious room, an exquisite dress. A robe of silk embroidered with silver threads enveloped her body. An invisible voice said that this was the Pyant Empire, and from now on the girl should live as Daphne Karis. My heart was pounding in my chest like crazy. The girl slowly stood up and walked to the mirror. She wanted to know who she would see in the reflection. It was a mystery to her who this person would be. But now the reflection in the mirror showed a beautiful madam. Now the lady was ready for any challenge. With the one reflected in the mirror, they were like two peas in a pod. But in the stranger's gaze there was strength, confidence, and something mysterious that now had to be unraveled. That's why she got this chance. Ra-Hain's gaze, full of determination, met the gaze of her reflection. At that moment, the two souls separated by the mirror merged into one. Daphne Karis is back. Fate has destined for her a new path. You can get a second chance at life by stealing the Emperor's heart. This is the only way to return everything that was lost. However, it became an incredible mission. Marrying the Emperor and capturing his heart was not easy. Surprise gripped the girl. After all, it sounded like madness. The only chance and its price. Yes, this is the only condition, voiced by an insinuating voice that was heard as if from a fog. Ra-Hain did not know why she was entrusted with this, but in order to live again, she had to complete this task, no matter how difficult it might seem. The unknown voice insisted on this and did not give any concessions. An insinuating voice said that if everything worked out for her, she would return, and she can live her life the way she wants. Ra-Hain's soul was tormented by doubts, but she had no other choice. There was no longer any need to ask questions to satisfy curiosity. The voice repeated that the only task was to win the favor of the Emperor. The choice was up to the lady. She knew that not only her own fate depended on her decision. Closing her eyes, the girl took a deep breath. She only had two options. The first is to agree and return to your body, and the second is to refuse and die. At that moment, the beauty already clearly knew what she wanted. The choice was not difficult. Life or death, that's what was at stake. And the lady, without a drop of doubt, chose life. She realized that her goals and the voice were the same, and she simply needed to complete her task. Therefore, the girl nodded without further ado, and was ready to get down to business. But the execution of this task was still limited in time. The deadline for this was until the Emperor's birthday, and this was about a year. Much or little will be known later. Therefore, the lady needed to meet the deadline. Otherwise, she might lose even what she has now. This scared Madame a little, because initially she was not particularly confident in her abilities. Memories like vivid pictures flashed before her eyes. New life after running away from home. A name on the admissions list that became a symbol of her hopes. The girl could not refuse this, despite all the difficulties and obstacles. Therefore, Ra-Hain should now be known as Daphne Karis, and steal the Emperor's heart to get your life back. But she was tormented by doubts whether she could withstand the tests that awaited her along the way. And so, the first day in a new role has arrived. The nanny came to see the heroine who had woken up. She was a young girl with big green eyes that you couldn't help but believe. There was no end to her surprise now. After all, Miss Karis was unconscious for 10 days. Everyone was very worried about her, but especially this maid. After all, she loved her mistress. Therefore, I could not help but share my joy with the lady's brother. The girl ran into his room and said that Miss had already woken up. This man said that he did not think that his sister's illness would drag on for so long. These days, while she was unconscious, passed very slowly for him. The guy wanted to talk to his sister, so he ordered the maid to bring his sister to him immediately. There was not a drop of doubt in his confident voice about the correctness of the decision. Although the nanny objected, after all, her mistress has not yet recovered. Perhaps it was best for her to still be on bed rest. These words angered the man. He began to shout at the maid and ordered her to carry out his instructions. This scared the poor girl and she had to follow the instructions. She told the gentleman that she would now call his sister, and no matter how much she would like to do it, the order must be carried out. Returning to the mistress again, the maid conveyed her brother's words to her. Miss began to turn over in her mind the options of what he might want to tell her, but she did not yet know the exact answer. So I decided to go to him. The man greeted his sister very coldly. He said that he had heard about her illness, and he added that everyone in this world must know pain. He also said in a rough voice that he received a letter yesterday, and it belonged to the imperial nobleman himself. The man said that in the letter, the girl was asked to become the next empress. For him, this was a very unexpected request. His Majesty's men were already on their way to escort the girl to the palace. Therefore, the brother said that Daphne had no time to be sick. Not believing in his sister's strength, the man said that she would be the emperor's fifth bride. And if the lady survives, then we can say that she was lucky. These words frightened Miss. She couldn't understand why her brother said she would have to survive. The opposite outcome scared her. But she heard a secret voice ask her to stop asking stupid questions. After all, it's true that in order to survive, you had to concentrate on the task. There is nothing more important than matters of life and death. Therefore, the girl will not even allow her voice to interfere with her happiness. The frowning man told his sister that he did not see her attentiveness in the conversation. It seemed to him that Miss was not listening to him, although this was not the case. It seemed a miracle that of all people his sister was chosen to be the new empress. What else can you call it other than incredible luck? Previously, the man did not believe that his sister could bring any benefit. He believed that the girl would die in his house. The lady felt his contempt. But now she realized that her brother was really looking forward to her departure, and he wanted her to leave forever. Suddenly, the insinuating voice appeared again. He invited the girl to find out what her brother Dicello really thought about her. And you could find out about it right now. To complete the task, one more skill was needed. After all, it was impossible to steal a person's heart if one did not see it and did not reach it. Therefore, the voice decided to give Miss the ability to read people's hearts. The first person this ability will be tested on is the lady's brother himself. Looking at it, only 19% was visible. The girl could not understand what the number 19 meant, but the voice explained that it seemed that this man did not know about affection for loved ones. After all, this is a scale of sympathy. It shows the degree of a person's disposition towards Daphne, and the lady will win when the emperor's scale reaches 100%. After that, the girl's lunch was just terrible. Because of these events, her mood was very low and she did not want to talk to anyone else. She understood that her brother was actually not a very good person, and it was, to say the least. After all, he is ready to sacrifice his sister for his own good. Rahane could not understand why Dicello denied that a woman could become the head of the family. After all, this was exactly how he explained why he took away her rightful position from Daphne. He also believed that the girl could not do anything besides embroidery and cooking. It was extremely unpleasant for her to hear such ridicule addressed to her. The lady found it unacceptable that the head of her family was sending her younger sister to the imperial palace. It seemed like he wasn't even ready to say goodbye to her. But the man was no longer interested in anyone's opinion. He was determined to carry out his plan and did not give Daphne the right to object. Even if it was the one and only sister, he was still willing to send her to the emperor. And he considered this normal in this case. There was no need for objections here. After all, the brother understood that the girl could not have inherited the title if she had not become a bride. Therefore, I thought that she was simply incredibly lucky to find herself in such circumstances. But still, he understood that Daphne Caris was unlikely to be able to become the head, even despite her status as the legal heir. After saying these words, the man looked very stern. This guy scared his sister. The lady had no choice but to refuse, and she practically forced these words out of herself. After lunch, the girl was very upset. She had the feeling that her brother was throwing her out of the house. She wanted to protect herself from him. The maid walked behind and tried to somehow support the mistress. The maid asked if Lady Daphne was okay. Madame herself, after these words, turned around and wondered how she could address her assistant. But she was very surprised by this question. The young lady looked at the hostess with a perplexed look. After this, Madame said in a quiet voice that she did not know how she could address the maid. But for the little helper, nothing changed in life, and it was unclear why she was being asked such a question. After all, her name, as before, was Olivia. The girl said that although the miss was going to the royal palace, she would not stop serving her because of this. The girl was very pleased to hear the name of her assistant. The lady went out onto the balcony and closed the doors behind her. She wanted to be alone after the words she had to listen to from her brother. After all, it's hard to hear words of humiliation addressed to you. Olivia offered to bring herbal tea and biscuits with jam. The weather was wonderful that day, so the assistant also suggested setting a table on the veranda. The lady really liked this proposal. She thanked the faithful maid and agreed to sit on the veranda. The girl brought tea. It was an unusually aromatic drink that lifted her spirits. After that conversation with her brother, the situation became a little clearer for the girl. Now she understood how to take the first steps in completing the task assigned to her. But for this, it was necessary to go to the Kyolan Palace, and perhaps we should have started today. Madame took the first sip of tea and fell into thought. She understood that she was now in the body of Daphne, the heir to the house of Charis. The elder brother wanted to send her away from home. That's why he agreed to the wedding with the emperor. There could be no other explanation for this. The girl tried to understand why the emperor had 4 brides before her. But this question remained unanswered. She will need to solve this riddle later and on her own. But this question was not the most important at this time. It was much more important to understand how to increase His Majesty's scale to 100%. After all, only then will Rahane be able to get her life back. Madame looked at her maid and saw a scale of 83%. Olivia at that moment suggested that the girl bring something else for tea. But having refused, the lady began to wonder in surprise why her assistant had a scale of as much as 83%. It turned out that this girl really liked Daphne. After bowing, the maid left. The girl immediately wondered what percentage the emperor had on this scale. And indeed, this was quite an important question. The beauty began to worry about how you can please a person if you don't know anything about him. Therefore, it was worth coming up with some kind of plan. But there was no time to do this since the imperial envoys had already come for her. Now we had to hurry. The girl thought that her brother was probably pestering them to act quickly. After all, it's unlikely that they came of their own free will so quickly. This made Daphne angry at her relative. Perhaps he was planning to do something, but what exactly remained unclear. The lady decided not to dwell on it. After all, she was sure that she would find a solution after meeting with the emperor. The girl hoped that this voice would not deceive her and would keep her promise. The opposite outcome of events was simply unacceptable. The lady began to be tormented by doubts whether she could cope with this task. Because now she needs to be a completely different person. Now she was Daphne Charis. But Rahane tried to think positively. The task received was clearly no more difficult than the entrance exams. Madame decided to accept reality, and from now on live as a new person. These difficulties were nothing compared to those she had in her previous life. Therefore, the girl decided to return to her world and live a happy life. And this life was supposed to begin in the capital of the Pyant Empire in the palace of the Kyolan family. This was now Lady Rahane's new home, and in a week the imperial wedding will take place. And the groom's friend just came to him to find out more about it. The emperor's name was Hayes Chasker. He was a tall, handsome, black-haired guy, but his eyes reflected a cold gaze. Some even thought that girls were not interested in him at all. The blonde asked his friend if he knew who would be his bride. After all, there were rumors that this was the eldest daughter of the Charis family, but the emperor had not heard anything about this yet. Among all the aristocratic families, there were only 2 that were as famous as the imperial family. The brunette was surprised why he said about 2 families. His friend identified another family that had an incredibly handsome and popular son. It was his humble servant, Ethan Green. He is the eldest son of the Green family. The blonde considered himself as famous as the emperor, and was not ready to yield to him in popularity. And the second family is the one in which the guy's future bride, Daphne Charis, grew up. These words caused confusion and concern in the brunette. He didn't know how to react to them. After all, this girl has never been out in public before. Therefore, the monarch was surprised that she was chosen to replace the next empress. The blond man asked his friend if he knew Decello Caris, his fiancé's brother. However, this question also surprised the young ruler. Daphne was the only legal heir. But when the time came to take over, her half-brother took over the responsibilities, considering his sister too young at that time. Ethan asked his friend why he was not at all interested in who his bride would be, but this girl was already heading to their palace. But although the guy had never seen her before, he didn't care who it was. Such indifference to brides was very natural for him. After all, he even said that he was not going to attend the wedding ceremony. But why then get married at all? No one understood. Lady Daphne was in her mansion preparing to leave. The maid combed her beautiful silky hair and suggested that she leave it loose, and when they develop while walking, it should look charming. The lady looked in the mirror and tried not to forget the name of this sweet girl. Madame tried to remember the name Olivia. Daphne looked at her again and saw 90%. She was pleased that her assistant treated her so well and kindly. Therefore, I decided to find out what the emperor looks like. As a future bride, the girl was interested to know something about this guy. The young maid said that she had never met the emperor in person before, and all she knows about him is that he is very handsome, so much so that one can admire its beauty endlessly. The assistant continued to describe the dazzling beauty of the guy, but in the end she said that despite his appearance, what was important to her was how well he would treat her mistress. During the conversation, the young lady could not hold back her tears. She was so overwhelmed with emotions and worries for her mistress at such a crucial moment. The girl understood that Olivia was sincerely worried about her. It seemed like this was the first time in her life that anyone had been so sincerely worried, or for someone to be happy for her. Looking at her reflection in the mirror again, the lady realized that this had never really happened in her life. And it was sad. The family itself never showed affection for Ra-Han. These thoughts upset the girl a little. But then her stepbrother came into her room. He told Daphne that the carriage had already arrived and it was time for her to get out. The guy said that he would gladly go with his sister, because this is a very important and responsible day. But he has too much to do today. Looking at him, the girl saw 18%. Unexpectedly for everyone, the lady said this number out loud. The brother did not understand what she was talking about, so he asked her to explain. But a little later he called his sister a laughingstock, showing his true attitude towards her. And taking a few steps towards the lady, he began to express his dissatisfaction with her words. It was surprising for the guy that a girl could challenge him, and only because she was now the emperor's bride. For him it was funny and nothing more. After all, if she remains in this house further, he will not allow her to become the head. And calling his sister a weak girl, he added that she was not capable of anything at all. Therefore, no one like her could manage family affairs. The lady now understood what exactly her brother was afraid of. At this thought, a slightly noticeable smile appeared on her face, but Decello told his sister to sit and keep her head down. He was interested to see how long Daphne would cling to her worthless life. After these words, he headed towards the exit. The girl continued to stand and look after him. It was unpleasant for her to hear such humiliating words addressed to her, but she couldn't leave everything as it was and allow herself to continue to be humiliated. The lady decided to defend herself and ran up to her brother. Having caught up with him, Daphne grabbed her brother by the outer clothing, and she was already determined to tell him everything that was boiling in her mind. The girl asked if her brother was afraid, but there really are reasons for this. At this moment, Ra-Han's voice was extremely confident like never before. She added that she understood her brother's concerns. After all, she can really take away from him what rightfully belongs only to her. And he got scared, realizing that in the future his sister might behead him. But he denied everything. The guy said that the girl has no right to talk to him like that, and no one has such a right. After these words, he rushed to run away from her room, but the sister was not ready to let him do this and rushed after him. Having caught up with her brother, she blocked his path and did not allow him to leave the room. A moment later, the girl pushed him and he fell. In a frightened voice, the man whispered that such behavior was unacceptable. And again he began to insult his sister, calling her shameless. The lady tried to appeal to her brother's conscience. She hoped that he still had the concept of shame for such behavior. But later I realized that I was mistaken. After all, he began to say that the girl's former life was rather pitiful, especially compared to how he lived. Madame said that his brother could continue to pursue what does not belong to him and fail over and over again. But if he wants to save his life, then he should be quieter. Otherwise, one day she might visit him and have a lot of fun. Luckily for the man, Olivia came into the room at that moment. The girl told the assistant to hurry up and asked her to bring her dress. After all, I wanted to see my handsome groom emperor as soon as possible, and she told her brother to immediately leave the room. The lady understood that she needed to prepare well for this trip and wear the most beautiful outfit that could impress her future husband. After a long journey, Daphne finally arrived in the capital point at the Kyolan Palace. This castle should become her new home. She was greeted by friendly and polite servants of the imperial palace. The girl was surprised that the scale of their disposition was no lower than 60%. The lady realized that something was wrong here. Trying to solve this riddle, she looked around with a cautious gaze. Every step was guarded, and every person seemed incomprehensible. The question of why everyone had such high scores increasingly took over Daphne's thoughts. There was not a single person who treated her badly at the first meeting, and so, plucking up courage, the lady decided to ask a question to the imperial assistant passing by. Having asked for forgiveness, she asked permission to voice it. A sweet and friendly maid greeted Madame with a joyful smile and said that you could ask anything. The girl wanted to know what empresses usually do. After all, she had no idea about this before, and she considered this question important. Hearing him, the maid's face changed. Her words were slurred and betrayed confusion. But fortunately, that maid heard someone calling her. The head maid informed her that her help was needed in the kitchen, and she asked me to hurry up. The assistant happily obeyed and ended the conversation with Daphne. The girl, not understanding what had happened, watched the maid with suspicion. But she still couldn't wait to hear the answer to her question. At that moment, the head maid turned to her and asked the lady if she needed anything. But it seemed that this was just an excuse to end the previous conversation, and Madame understood this. Therefore, I answered the woman that she did not need anything. After all, since she is already almost an empress, she cannot lack something. The girl realized that not everything was as simple as it seemed to her at first. A wedding with the emperor is not as good as they tried to convince her. It also seemed strange that everyone at the meeting was very nice and friendly. However, no one wanted to answer her questions about the wedding, as if they knew something that she didn't know. Everyone in the palace seemed to be avoiding the topic. The girl would have been glad to ask that unfamiliar voice about this, but it disappeared as soon as she entered the palace. Subsequently, the girl became acquainted with life in the castle, and she was preparing for the ceremony. At first, these activities gave her pleasure. Therefore, time flew by for her. Trying on different jewelry and outfits, admiring yourself in front of the mirror, and doing excellent hairstyles seemed like every girl's dream. But, the day before the wedding, the truth was revealed. Entering the palace, the lady saw petals that were scattered along the floors of the corridor of the entire palace. This raised questions because the ceremony was supposed to take place only tomorrow. It became unclear to Madame why the scattered petals were ready in advance. Taylor Lun knocked on Lady Daphne's room. The future empress greeted him with joy and invited him to enter. This man brought a dress for tomorrow's ceremony. It was made of snow-white silk and seemed to have no equal in beauty. The girl had never had such a magnificent outfit before. Since jewelry is not worn under this dress, they decided to decorate it with a blue sapphire. A large stone was sewn into the very center of the robe. Lun suggested that the girl try it on to see how it would fit on her. But suddenly the lady hesitated, and she said that there is a belief regarding wedding dresses. They said that if you put on a dress before the wedding, the children will be haunted by failure. This turn of events was unexpected. But then Madame expressed the assumption that something was happening here that she did not know about. After that, the guy couldn't say a word clearly. Being alarmed, he wanted to leave the room of the emperor's bride. And when the girl called out to him, he didn't even turn around, trying not to continue the conversation he had started. A little later, the senior assistant of the imperial palace entered the room. She was surprised that the lady was still awake. The woman asked Madame to go to bed early. After all, tomorrow you will need to have time to prepare for the wedding ceremony. Therefore, sleep should not be neglected. A very difficult day lay ahead indeed. But now Daphne clearly understood that they were definitely hiding something from her. Although I still didn't know how to solve this mystery. After telling the assistant that she was right, she thanked everyone for their hard work and asked them to leave her room. It was necessary to compare all the details and understand where the danger might lie. Everyone obediently left the room of the future empress, wishing her a good evening and a pleasant sleep. The girl realized that, as expected, this task would be very difficult. It is even much more difficult than it seemed at first. Realizing this, the lady prepared for bed, and she lay down in a soft, warm bed, trying to sleep. However, sleep did not come. Trying to maintain a positive attitude, the girl told herself that not everything was so bad. And around now she could have had an interview if she had not been in this palace. One thing was clear. This lifestyle had a bad influence on Rahayan. In addition, the lady did not know what to expect tomorrow, because she understood that the groom was very cold towards her. To calm down, the girl decided to walk around the palace. She hoped the fresh air would help clear her thoughts. After all, in such a state it will be quite difficult to fall asleep. The lady stood up and walked to the door, and she tried to open it quietly so that no one would hear it. And as soon as she opened it, she heard the servants talking about how long she could last here. After all, the last 4 have already been killed. Everyone in the palace seemed to have gone crazy. Why arrange a wedding when no one could understand what was happening? The maids did not know that anyone could hear them. Therefore, they calmly continued to discuss the current event. The assistants believed that this wedding was just for show, and it will end for sure like the previous ones. The lady stood outside the door and couldn't believe her ears. She did not know the events that happened before, so she calmly agreed to become the emperor's wife. And even if she did know, she still has little choice. Then the servants began to say that the girl would probably end up being sacrificed. This is exactly what happened with past women who married the emperor. After these words, Daphne could not stand it, and she pushed the door with all her might, shouting at the maids to explain their words. It was hard to believe that this was true. The maids were frightened when they saw the future empress. The assistants felt ashamed of their words. They realized that they had been heard. They froze in surprise, finding themselves in such an awkward position. The girls were worried that they might be punished. Daphne asked if she understood correctly that brides are sacrificed. After all, she didn't know about this before. Now she had to come up with any way to steal the emperor's heart in order to survive. The maids did not know how to explain this situation to the lady. And how can I tell her that she will most likely not hold this position for long? One of the girls plucked up the courage to start a conversation. It turned out that if the empress failed to win the love of the emperor, then misfortune would befall the country. This belief circulated among the inhabitants of the empire, and this attitude towards women was considered normal. A wife who failed to win the love of her ruling husband was thrown into the swamp. This is exactly how the victim was served. It was quite humiliating for every self-respecting beauty. This night gave Daphne such an unpleasant surprise. What was previously a promise of a fairy tale life has turned into something very terrible. The girl went to the window and began to look at the stars. It was hard to believe what the servant said, but most likely this was indeed true. Although cruel, it is true. One of the maids said in a trembling voice that if in a month the bride chosen by the great temple did not gain the trust of the emperor, then she would suffer a terrible end, and she will be sacrificed. The girl's head was spinning from this news. But this is the reality. However, I really wanted to hope that everything would work out for her in the end. Once it turned out that it was difficult to hold out here for a month, then it was worth talking about a year. The lady remembered her brother's words, and now understood their meaning. It turns out that it was not a mockery at all. I remembered the words that she would be the 5th bride, and that she can only survive if she is lucky. Previously, this seemed incomprehensible and frightening, but now this phrase frightened the girl much more than before. After all, then the brother said that the previous 4 died. Daphne realized that she could die even before completing the task assigned to her, and now she had 2 options: give up or continue to fight. And this did not mean at all that we needed to stop right now, because you can still fight for your life. And the future empress decided to choose life again and fight for herself. She decided that she would not give up for anything, because she probably knew more than the past imperial wives. The girl was determined to survive no matter what. She was simply not given any other option, and there was no point in shedding tears now, while nothing was lost yet. It's better to show everyone what she really is, and Daphne's life won't end that easily. A long struggle lay ahead, in which it was worth using any feminine cunning. Morning has come. The wedding ceremony is supposed to take place today. The servants were discussing what was happening to the girl. Some said that she ran away, and others said that she was preparing for a wedding. No one knew what would happen next and what to expect from this lady. Everyone in the palace already knew that the girl understood what awaited her next. It was surprising for the maids that after this truth, she did not change her mind and run away from the palace. But most importantly, it was not clear why Daphne didn't even cry when she learned about it. It's time for the wedding ceremony. The bride was beautifully dressed and tried to control herself. But this wedding will probably not be very joyful, considering what happened yesterday. The ceremony hall was already prepared for the arrival of guests, and decorated with the most beautiful flowers in light shades. They would certainly delight visitors with their appearance, but not today. The guests also knew how the wedding would most likely end, but they quickly filled the festive hall and began to expect this ceremony. The marriage registrar asked the bride to come into the hall and approach him. This elderly man did not seem to have an ounce of sympathy for the girl. The lady slowly approached the indicated place. For the first time in her life, she wore a wedding dress and veil. But earlier this day seemed different. Her half-brother stood nearby. DeCello seemed completely indifferent to what would happen to his sister next. His gaze did not reveal a single positive emotion, but only coldness and indifference. All the guests in the hall were saddened. Some even cried, unable to control themselves. There was a heavy atmosphere around. The maids present at the ceremony were surprised and could not believe how the girl was not afraid to come to the wedding. Those who knew the bride's family discussed the mocking smile on Duke DeCello's face. Just think, he sent his sister to her death to get rid of the obstacle. It was even hard to describe in words. So this man revealed his true face and people realized who he really was. He's definitely not a good person. The Duke wanted to look at his sister, trying to do it without her noticing. But he was unable to do it secretly. The brother believed that his sister had completely lost her mind, and now he had to be on his guard. After all, the girl is determined to fight and now will not allow herself to be offended. Such determination frightened him. The lady wanted to know what her brother would do if she survived. And squeezing his hand, she wanted to get an answer or at least make the Lord nervous. After all, Madame was already on the verge of death, which means she has nothing to fear anymore, and now others need to fear her. The enemies had clearly messed with the wrong person. Daphne decided that she would never let anyone hurt her again. And even my brother should have understood this. The Duke's appearance became even more dissatisfied. It seemed that anger had completely engulfed him, leaving not a single thought free. The man stood and waited for this ceremony to finally end so he could leave the palace. The order was given to begin the wedding. The manager, waving his hand, voiced instructions for the registrar to act. It came as a surprise to the prince that all the guests had gathered so quickly. But perhaps this is due to the fact that many of them waited quite a long time for the wedding. The groom, too, at that moment was ready for it to begin. However, he decided to disturb the guests and the future bride with his narcissistic behavior by not appearing in the ceremony hall. The emperor approached the door, but did not want the guests to come out. The guy wanted to show those present who decides everything here. He told his assistant to say that he was late. This started all sorts of conversations in the hall. People began to discuss this prank in bewilderment and spread new rumors about the imperial couple. The manager tried to find a man named Moss. After all, it was he who was supposed to accompany the ruler at this ceremony. But the butler left just a minute ago. Those present began to wait for him, and a little later the man returned to the hall. Everyone realized that something had gone wrong. Daphne understood this too. The butler returned alone. The manager decided to find out why the man came without the emperor, and why the ruler would not please the guests with his presence at the ceremony. Daphne tried with all her might to restrain herself not to cry. She had felt the coldness of her future husband before, but in this situation, he clearly crossed all boundaries. Most nevertheless decided to answer where His Majesty was now. The emperor ordered him to notify the guests that he would not be able to attend this event. These words made the manager very angry. His face instantly changed his look, and it no longer expressed anything other than anger. Daphne heard discussions and conversations behind her and felt like a laughing stock. It seemed that the wedding could not continue without the groom. The girl understood that completing the task would not be easy. She took a deep breath, trying not to show her excitement, and tried to calm herself down. And then she asked everyone present not to worry. The lady tried to calm the guests with her confident tone of voice. After all, people in the hall even began to be indignant. The girl said that it was not a big deal that His Majesty would not be present at the wedding. This behavior seemed suspicious to the maids the future empress heard yesterday. The assistants could not understand the reasons for this behavior, but Daphne firmly decided that she would complete the ceremony herself. Since her future husband doesn't want to be here, then he doesn't have to. After all, he is the emperor, so everything is allowed to him. The girl asked the receptionist to continue. As she said this, the lady smiled and, as it seemed from the outside, did it sincerely. The registrar thoughtfully looked at the magazine and asked where they stopped in holding this ceremony. Madame stood alone and listened to this man. He said that on this wonderful day, everyone gathered here to greet the newlyweds. But the guests did not listen to him. All they did was discuss whether His Majesty would come or not, and how he could miss the ceremony. One after another, whispered phrases were heard. The recorder asked Her Majesty, that is, Miss Daphne Caris, if she swears to help His Majesty in the name of the Empire. Conversations and discussions of the current situation interrupted the registrar every now and then. The guests could not understand what kind of wedding this was. They didn't have an ounce of respect for the bride. Those present understood that only Duke Caris was happy with everything here. The registrar proceeded to ask the bride if she would love the groom until death do them part. The girl agreed, after which the man, endowed with the power to enter into marriages, declared them husband and wife. This should have been the end of the ceremony. But Daphne recalled that an important part of the wedding event had been missed. The receptionist forgot something else. The exchange of rings is the most important and solemn part of the wedding. The girl asked to give the emperor his ring. She took hers in her hand and said that she believed she should put it on herself. Next, the lady calmly put the jewelry on her finger. And later, she suggested moving on to the final words that should be heard at every wedding. The receptionist sighed as he observed the behavior of the future empress. He wished the girl that the light of the empire would guide her. Since the newlyweds exchanged rings, the ceremony can end there. The man was extremely dissatisfied, because of this wedding, he would have to reconsider all wedding traditions. The next day, Mose, the groom's assistant, was irritated and stormed into the emperor's office. He wanted to tell the ruler everything he thought about his behavior, but he was interrupted. The groom said that there was no need to shout in front of him, because he had good hearing and could hear everything. It seemed that the guy was completely indifferent to the fact that his wedding took place yesterday without his presence. The man began to tell what a wave of rumors arose after yesterday, and he was surprised that the guy had not yet met the new empress. After all, in his entire long life, he had never seen a bride who had no idea what her groom looked like. This was the first time. The brunette was surprised, because he believed that the nobles should know their emperor. And with ridicule, he suggested sending his portrait to his wife. Still, the ruler understood that such behavior would have bad consequences. After all, the aristocrats will not be able to just forget about this trick. But the guy didn't care. He is used to being always criticized by the nobility, so this behavior will be normal for him. Therefore, he offered to send the empress a bottle of champagne, since this situation worried his assistant so much. Daphne spent many hours in the library at this time. She tried to find at least one book about the emperor, since she could not talk to him personally. But long hours of searching yielded nothing. The girl believed that all rulers have an autobiography, and hundreds of books that talked about the virtues and heritage of rulers. But not a single book has been written about her husband. The lady began to worry how she could win his heart if she didn't even know who he was. Then a book caught her eye that was different from the others, and it was called Piant Empire, Imperial Code. Madame was very interested in this publication, and she decided to see what kind of book it was. Daphne thought it might be some kind of local constitution that was definitely worth studying. The research for this book lasted until late at night. The girl was left alone in the library and the servants could not find her. Suddenly she heard someone's steps. They broke the silence in the room and greatly frightened the lady. So Daphne decided to hide somewhere where she would feel safer. For example, behind bookshelves. The emperor also entered the library at this late hour. He quietly said that at this rate he would soon be caught. The guy stopped to catch his breath a little. The ruler understood that recently he had acted too harshly. Therefore, it was worth settling the misunderstandings that arose as a result. He wanted to say something again, but suddenly he felt someone cover his mouth with his hand. And after that, the girl asked him to be silent, and don't move so they don't get noticed. It seemed to her that someone was following them. Therefore, it was worth being more careful. Daphne didn't know who the man in the library was, so she asked him if he was okay without any worries. And looking at this guy, I saw that he had 0% favor towards her. It was the first time in a long time that she had seen such a low figure. Of course, the lady was very surprised by this. It even seemed to her that this was impossible, because everyone in this palace treated her very well and friendly. The girl said they were here. She saw someone's shadow on the wall and was afraid to see who came to them after all. The guy asked her to come to him, but only quietly. Until the situation calms down, caution is in order. The emperor said that this was a mercenary, but he asked not to worry because he definitely wouldn't find them in this place. Daphne said there was no need to worry about her, and that the guy better worry about himself, although it would be better not to worry at all. After all, if they are found, she will be able to stand up for two. The guy laughed at these words, and he told the girl that she was funny, and also called her by name, Daphne Caris. The lady was surprised to hear that the stranger knew her name, and also the fact that he addressed her with the phrase, Your Majesty. At the same time, a maid entered the library and addressed the girl with the same phrase. The maid held a candle in her hand so that she could clearly see who was in the room. Hearing a familiar voice, the lady came out from a secluded place and told the assistant that she was here. Following the young maid, the senior assistant of the imperial palace entered the library. The woman was surprised that the empress was in the library, and so late at that. After all, there are many traps in the palace, and walking alone can be dangerous. Daphne said she saw a man who was injured and asked to call a doctor. After that, she showed exactly where she saw him. But no one goes to the indicated place. Therefore, the girl's words seemed very strange to everyone. Nobody believed her. Still, Madame insisted that the servants go there after leaving the library. Although even the light from the burning candle in the hands of the assistant did not help to see anyone. The maid remained silent, and the girl asked if the man was okay. However, there was no answer to the question asked. The maid repeated that there was no one in that place, and no one went there. The lady was not afraid to seem strange, but she helped the emperor avoid the unnecessary eyes of his assistants while he was leaving the library. Madame said that there are a lot of things in this world that don't make sense. Perhaps what she saw was like that too. And then she suggested that it could be a ghost. Next, the lady went to rest in her room after a hard day. Rumors that the empress was seeing spirits quickly spread throughout the palace. Only the lazy did not discuss this anymore. One of the maids even began to cry at the sight of Daphne. This maid believed that this was the girl's stress, and the main assistant of the imperial palace henceforth stood guard at Madame's bedroom, all so that she doesn't slip away. The next day, Moss knocked on Daphne's room. He was the head butler. The girl asked what brought the man to her. He replied that His Majesty wanted to invite the Empress, his wife, to a dinner party. At first, Madame thought he was joking, and I thought it was some kind of palace intrigue. But the butler assured that this was not so. After all, he brought an invitation to dinner and asked Daphne to follow him. He actually brought her to the imperial dining room. The table was generously covered with various dishes. The lady had not seen such abundance since the day she arrived at this palace. But still, Daphne was surprised why the emperor did not come to the ceremony, but invited her to dinner. She couldn't find the answer to this question, although it was the one that was bothering her most now. And then His Majesty the Emperor entered the dining room. His scale again showed 0%. The lady was extremely surprised to see this man again. In surprise, her eyes opened wide, as if they had seen something supernatural. But it was just the same guy from the library. The emperor looked carefully at his wife, and he said that they had finally met. And after that, he called the girl by name again. At that moment, his gauge finally began to rise, even by 1%, but that was already an achievement. Then the lady realized who the emperor was. She looked at him with an astonished look, and I tried to remember his name. Something similar to Hans and Hayes was spinning in my head, but I never remembered the exact answer. And what the 1% saw raised new questions. For example, how can the emperor treat her this way if she recently saved his life? The servant addressed Madame with the phrase, Your Majesty, and said that he had specially prepared wine from Belzar for this dinner. This dark red bottle was already in his hands. The assistant continued talking about the wine and said that it was quite sweet and relieved fatigue. Therefore, it is often called God's fruit. Pouring some wine into the girl's glass, he wished her a good time. Next, the servant winked at the emperor, but so that his wife would not see it. The lady thanked Moss for his help. A sincere smile shone on the girl's face. Daphne looked at the dishes again and was full of hope that they were really tasty and healthy. Then she looked at the emperor. The girl thought that in Korea with such an appearance he could become an idol. But here he is, just an emperor. This state of affairs seemed unfair to her. Although justice is hard to find in this world, so you shouldn't count on it in advance. For his subordinates, the ruler was probably an idol. The brunette asked his wife to stop looking at him and focus on food, but the lady said that she did not agree with what she had just heard. After all, she assessed her behavior differently. The girl did not think that she was looking closely at her husband, but only glanced at him, since it was quite dark when they first met. The guy regarded this behavior as a sign of arrogance in his wife. The lady was afraid to say something wrong, so that the scale of the emperor's favor would not fall. She put one of the steaks on her plate and began to cut it. She liked the smell of this dish, and the girl's appetite exploded. But after that, Madame looked at the ruler again, and I tried to figure out how to continue the conversation with him in a positive way. The lady noticed that the servants left without waiting for the end of dinner, but, in her opinion, he should have stayed close. But for some reason, she and the emperor were now left alone. Having cut the first piece of steak served for lunch, the girl brought it to her mouth and took a bite. It turned out to be extremely tasty. She seemed to have never eaten such delicious food before. Daphne's face expressed obvious pleasure, which the emperor could not help but notice. This piece literally melted in your mouth. The girl wondered if this is served here every day. After all, this steak is the best thing she has ever eaten in her life. The brunette carefully watched his wife and the pleasure with which she dined. He was pleased to know that the lady really liked the food, and he was glad that the servants did a good job for him. He didn't even expect to see such satisfaction. But for some reason he continued to look at her with a cold gaze. After lunch, the emperor asked his assistant if he had managed to find out anything about this girl. The elderly man handed the ruler a paper with Daphne's characteristics. It was written there that Lady Caris, a 20-year-old girl, was the only legitimate child of the Caris house. This woman is taciturn and selfless. The guy read this description, but it didn't suit him, so I asked who wrote it. After all, these words said practically nothing concrete about her as a person. Mos replied that the author of this letter was the head of the family, Dicello Caris. He is the Empress's half-brother. But this was the man who, despite the ducal title, bowed like a dog. Therefore, this characteristic seemed even more suspicious to the guy. This letter was too mediocre a description for someone of such high status. The girl may have been the legal heir, but she did not become the head of the family. The emperor wanted to know why this was so. He couldn't believe that Daphne could sacrifice herself for the sake of her family. During dinner, he said that he was glad that his wife liked the food prepared by the servants. The guy also asked if Madame had told anyone about yesterday's adventure. The brunette was very worried about that situation and wanted it to remain a secret. The lady confirmed that no one knows about this yet, and even if they did find out, it's still unlikely that anyone would believe it. The brunette was glad that his wife was not talkative, and he asked me to keep this situation secret from now on. But Daphne didn't understand why she was asking for this. After all, she had no other choice but to remain silent. The emperor said that a man of his position should be so strong that no one would dare to oppose him, and if someone finds out about this, it will not benefit either of them. After all, the opposition is just waiting for them to show their weak point. Madame thoughtfully said that whoever wants to wear a crown must put up with its weight. This was a famous proverb in the world where Ra-Hain lived before the transfer. But her husband did not understand the meaning of this phrase, and the word crown itself seemed new to him. Realizing the awkwardness of the current situation, Daphne asked her to forget about her words. After all, I realized that in this country most likely there is no such expression. The emperor said that if the lady managed to keep the situation a secret, then in return he could give her whatever she wanted. The girl asked if her husband could really give her everything. At this moment, her expression was very thoughtful, as if she was listing out a list of her desires in her mind. The brunette, of course, could not help but notice this, and he asked if the lady really had so many wishes. At this moment, his favorability scale rose to 3%. He asked the girl to be reasonable. After all, he will not agree to ridiculous requests. The lady was surprised by how the guy's affection scale rose during this conversation, and this could not but rejoice. Rising from her chair, Daphne, as if accidentally, touched a glass plate standing on the edge of the table. It fell and broke into pieces. Small fragments of the vessel were scattered on the floor. The girl tried to collect them carefully, and she said that the plate that fell was probably very expensive. That's why she felt sorry that it crashed. Suddenly, blood started running down her hand. The lady cut her finger and screamed in pain. The guy ran up to her to calm his wife down. He also asked not to do this, not to collect the fragments further, and when he saw blood on his wife's hand, he asked where else she was injured. The brunette took the girl's wounded hand into his palm, but she said that everything was fine and asked to let her go. At that moment, she had a very unusual feeling that was difficult to describe. The emperor said that if he lets go, the lady will probably continue to collect the fragments of the fallen plate again, but she promised not to do that again, if only he would let her go after all. And when she looked into his eyes, it was as if she had been doused with cold water. It was an incomprehensible and frightening feeling that caused trembling throughout the body. The guy sat down next to the Empress. This made her heart beat even faster. It felt like she was about to be hit. Therefore, the lady decided to run away, leaving the guy alone in the dining room. The brunette could not do anything and just looked after her. After some time, the main assistant of the palace came into the girl's room. She said that rumors began to circulate that she allegedly ran away from dinner with His Majesty. But Madame didn't want to explain anything now. She just wanted to be alone and completely calm down, forgetting about that situation. The maid asked Her Majesty to say that this was not true, because she believed that the lady could not escape, especially since the dinner, where the Emperor himself invited her. Madame tried to somehow justify herself to Laura, but the girl couldn't say anything intelligible. The maid realized that this was true after all. After that I heard a silent scream. This lady ran so hard that she even fell. Daphne said she also hurt her knee while running away from that dinner, but she said it as if she were mocking. The maid began to quickly walk somewhere and ask the girl to sit in the room until she returned. And she begged me not to do anything again. The Empress asked to grab some ointment for her since the assistant was leaving anyway. When the maid left, the girl again saw the one who gave her the task of being Daphne. Since he was already here, she asked him to explain to her what was happening, and why she began to tremble with fear during lunch with the Emperor. Madame persistently demanded an explanation. The lady wanted to know why she was so scared, and she believed that this voice probably knew about it. And she was given the answer that the voice might know this, or maybe not. Everything is possible. Daphne didn't like that her question was answered with a question. Now she had no time for jokes. The voice replied that he had imagined that such a thing might happen. After all, this body was not a blank slate. But the girl didn't see the point in this. She now faces difficulties after being displaced, and she wasn't talking about lifestyle or culture. I did not notice any problems with speech, reading, or writing. After all, if you think like that, as soon as the lady opened her eyes after moving, she could already talk to Olivia and read books in the library. She didn't notice any problems with this. She had perfect command of the language of this country, as if it were already part of it. The voice said that this is because the body itself remembers it, and the person in this body knew the local language well. And to be more precise, all the skills were based on what this body had already experienced in the past. But the voice didn't think that emotions could become so attached to the body. This was also a surprise for him, and the lady could not understand how all this could become attached to her. He recalled that the girl herself said that she was trembling with fear of haze. Yes, at first everything was fine, but then something went wrong. After all, when the Emperor took her in his hand, trying to wipe away the blood, Daphne seemed to have lost control of her body. That's why I asked the guy to let her go immediately. At that moment, the girl realized that something was clearly wrong. After all, her heart was beating the same way as before her death. This couldn't help but frighten me. She was also overcome by fear, and she did not understand that these were not her feelings. It turned out that Daphne's body could unconsciously remember fear, the one that the previous owner of this body felt for the Emperor. It turned out that the body remembered the emotions of the real Lady Karis and transmitted them to Rahane. The question arose, what to do then? And how can you get closer to Hayes if you can't even really talk to him? The voice suggested that this situation be considered an ordinary obstacle. After all, in every task something can go wrong. This can be seen as a game. Every game must have difficulties. Besides, it would be too boring if a lady could win the heart of the Emperor without much effort. But Daphne did not like this explanation. She believed that if they wanted to give her tests, they should give her ones that she could cope with. After all, at this rate, you won't be able to say a word to Hayes. The voice asked the girl if she had ever had to fight her fears, and she had occasion to communicate with people whom she was afraid of. But the lady could not understand what this had to do with it. After all, the task received can hardly be completed in a year. But the Empress will have to work if she wants to live. If she fails to complete this task, she will die. And the former student remembered this well. But if he manages to steal His Majesty's heart, he will be able to return to his normal life. The voice asked again if the lady wanted to continue the game. After all, she has a chance to get up from the table as if all this never happened and live as usual. Overcoming fear is nothing if it means you get a second chance at life. After this, the voice reminded that the girl simply had to win back her priceless life. Not the life of Daphne Karis, but the life of Ra-hyun. The lady said that she would try very hard to fulfill this, and that he will put all his strength into it. In the evening, Madame walked around the castle and thought about what she could do to distract herself. Nothing helps you relax like a good book. So she went to the library. The publication's Secret Marin caught my eye. At first, the lady thought it was some kind of adult novel, and she decided to read this book because the title seemed impressive to her. The book said that once upon a time there lived a snowman named Marin. She loved listening to the stories of the birds. But one day I heard that the Prince of Spring was having trouble growing flowers. There were rumors that the prince could not make the flowers grow. It seemed that people would no longer be able to admire them in the spring. Time passed and spring came. However, Marin refused to move to a colder area and waited for the arrival of the Prince of Spring. When he arrived, he was surprised why the snowman was still here. And she replied that she was waiting for his arrival. This guy believed that it would be better for the snowman to leave so as not to melt. After all, it is dangerous for her to be in this area in the spring. But she replied that everything was fine. After all, the meaning of her life was finally found, which could not but please. The prince was surprised and asked what the point was. Marin held out the seed lying in her hand and gave it to the guy. When the snowman melted, a seed remained in its place, which the bird dropped in winter. It turned out that she sacrificed her life to give the prince a seed. But why Marin did this, Daphne could not understand. Perhaps she wanted to stay with him despite the fact that it meant her death. The girl could not believe that the snowman loved the prince more than her life. Sincerity is equivalent to a snowman in spring. This means that the lady will not be able to conquer the emperor if she is not sincere with him, and whether she would be able to leave later, when Hayes's heart belonged to her, also remained a question. But the girl decided not to ask such questions now. They will only spoil your mood. The lady began to wonder if there was Ramin in this world. Previously, she loved him very much, and here she only ate cookies, which she was already tired of. At this moment, the maids outside the library doors were talking loudly. The senior palace assistant told the maid to check the library. After all, she cannot call herself a maid if she cannot find Her Majesty. The young assistant apologized and said that it was very scary in that place. But the woman was more frightened by the fact that no one in the palace knew where the empress was now. Hearing this cry, Daphne left the library so that the servants would stop worrying about her so much. The senior assistant told the empress that a lady should not wander alone into such dangerous places in the palace. But she replied that she just wanted to read. Because she was depressed, she wanted to unwind and move on to something else. For example, reading an interesting book. The frightened assistant said that she understood the girl's feelings. It must be very difficult for her to be here. And she offered her help if something happened. The lady said she wanted ramen, and she asked if the maids could cook something like that. After all, the girl had a strong desire to eat well at night. The senior assistant of the imperial palace did not know what it was, but the young maid had already heard about this. She said that there are noodles with spicy seasonings. They often cooked it when they couldn't sleep. The woman asked if the assistant was talking about those hot spices in the kitchen. But the lady interrupted their conversation and said that it was difficult for her to sleep on an empty stomach. Therefore, she asked the maids to calm down and quickly prepare ramen for her, because she was very hungry now. The emperor, who was standing nearby, overheard his wife's conversation with her maids. It was also unclear to him what ramen was. He realized that this girl was clearly different from the others and not like anyone else. Entering the library, the guy saw the book, Marin's Secret. The lady didn't put it back after she read it. The brunette took it in his hands and wanted to see what this publication was about. He was surprised that his wife was reading a children's book. He didn't know about her passion. What he learned about this girl seemed very strange and incomprehensible to him. His interest in her person gradually increased, and now the favorability scale has risen to 4%. The next day, a maid came into Daphne's room and said that the girl would soon have guests. Duke Karis will come to her. The lady did not like this news very much. She tried to find out who invited him to her, and what will be the purpose of his coming. Laura said that no one invited him. He just wanted to see his sister. Madame decided to find out when her brother would come. His arrival was expected before lunchtime. Since this time was very close, the maid offered to prepare a table in the garden where the relatives could talk. The girl praised the assistant for such a decision, because she really didn't want to let DeCello into her room, and she even said that her brother's presence would be too suffocating for her. Madame also asked not to serve snacks until she herself asks for it. After all, a guest is not worth it. The lady became curious about what her brother wanted to talk to her about. And why did he decide to visit her in person? The girl was ready to stand up for herself and, if necessary, put her brother in his place. After some time, Decello came to the imperial palace. He was met by one of the maids. She showed him where to go and where his sister was waiting for him. It was unusual for this man that his sister was now an empress. He was even surprised that Daphne could last so long in this palace. After all, the guy believed that she would be kicked out of here the very next day. He was ready to leave her alone if she sat quietly, but the brother considered the lady's behavior stupid and disgusting. A maid approached the empress and told Her Majesty that Duke Karis had arrived. When they met, the man told his sister that they had not seen each other for a long time, so he decided to visit her. He also said that he was glad to see his relative in good health. Pushing back the chair that stood near the table, the man sat closer to his sister. He went on to say that as an older brother he should have visited her earlier, but he didn't succeed. The girl replied that if that's all he wanted to say, then the guest had better leave. However, Decello said that he came not only to say hello. There is an order that this dialogue must follow, and it pained him to see that he sent his one and only sister to the palace without teaching her how to do this. But the sister's behavior showed that she wanted the conversation to move closer to the point. The man said that next week there would be a reception for the heads of families, and this year it's his turn to receive guests. At that moment, Daphne did not understand what this conversation was going on, so she asked her brother to quickly move on to his main idea. He replied that he wanted Her Majesty to lend him this garden for such an important event. The guy somehow vaguely began to explain his request, saying that the lady usually walks here alone, and since this garden is empty, it is better to use it wisely. After these words, a maid approached the conversation and brought Napoleon with strawberries. This dessert looked very appetizing, and probably tasted no less wonderful. Decello cut off a piece of dessert and tasted it. He said that as expected, the food in the imperial palace is on a completely different level. Therefore, I believe that the guests would enjoy such treats. His face showed obvious pleasure from this dessert. Next, he handed his sister a note. The impudent man called it a list of what he would need, and the lady could only follow these instructions. Madame took this note and began to read it. Her face became extremely dissatisfied, because the names of expensive champagnes and desserts were written there, as well as a list of luxurious gifts for guests. The guy believed that he should get at least something from this marriage until Daphne was kicked out. But the girl had a different opinion on this matter. She didn't want to let her brother take advantage of her, and putting her hand on the table, she dropped her fork as if by accident. It fell to the floor with a crash. The lady told the relative that her cutlery had fallen, and with a grin she asked him to pick them up. He asked his sister what she had just said. After all, he really didn't want to carry out this assignment. However, the Empress once again asked the guy to pick it up. Her sly smile at that moment indicated that the girl was clearly up to something. The guy looked towards the servants as if he was asking them to do this errand for him, and the assistant was already ready to approach the table. But the lady stopped the maid, and she said that her brother would take care of it himself. Therefore, the maid should return back to her place. The disgruntled guy asked his sister what she was doing, but Daphne replied that the guy did not obey her, and all because, as she expected, he was not educated enough. However, everything turned out to be much worse. He said that although his sister is the Empress, she will not last even a month here. Therefore, she should not insult others. After all, he was extremely caring towards his sister, and he even decided to come and visit her, although she would soon be written off. But if it weren't for him, the girl would have died long ago, and its existence would have no meaning. Therefore, Madame should not have behaved like that with him. The guy considered this behavior a game before death. He couldn't understand when his sister managed to become so arrogant. In front of the servants, he shouted that the girl had gone crazy. These words greatly frightened the assistants. The man then tried to continue scolding his sister, telling her what she should do and what she shouldn't do. But after a moment, he stopped abruptly. And all because I saw the emperor in front of me. The ruler's face expressed obvious dissatisfaction with what he saw. The guest jumped up from his seat, trying to express respect to the monarch. It was unclear to him what His Highness was doing here. The guy thought that he had come to drive away his sister. Therefore, in order to smooth out the situation, I greeted the ruler, and he said that it was an honor for him to see the son of their empire. The brunette asked if the guest was the Empress's elder brother. After all, Hayes had never seen him in person before. and he replied that everything was correct. He is the head of the Karas family and his name is Decello. It was surprising for the guy that his sister continued to sit in the presence of the emperor. It seemed to him that this was showing disrespect for the monarch. The ruler noticed this and asked why he allowed himself such disrespectful behavior towards his wife. Decello tried to somehow justify himself and said in a frightened voice that he was, after all, Daphne's older brother. Therefore, I simply could not help but notice that Her Majesty did not greet the emperor. But he didn't believe that the guest actually cared. Moreover, the empress should not have been scolded for such things. The guy had no choice but to admit his mistake and apologize to the ruler. But the brunette said that it was not him who should apologize. An apology should be brought to Her Majesty the Empress, and it is better not to force the monarch to repeat his request twice. The emperor's appearance at this moment was very stern. Hayes told the guest that he was sure he knew what punishment followed for insulting a member of the imperial family. But the girl stood up for her brother, telling her husband that everything was fine. After these words, she rose from her seat. Approaching her brother, the lady said that if he wanted more cake, he could just tell her about it. And she asked the maid to pack these Napoleons for Decello. After all, they clearly came to his taste. She also asked for some other desserts if there were any. After all, he loves sweets very much. Apparently, his receptors corresponded to his thinking. They were the same as those of a child. At parting, Daphne whispered in his ear that she would try to entertain him better next time. And how, he can hardly imagine now, and she asked to hold that reception at her estate. The lady couldn't believe that he had asked for an audience just for this. This behavior clearly crossed boundaries. After the end of the conversation, the girl asked the servants to accompany Decello to the exit and waved her hand to him. The guy was very angry with his sister and didn't even look back at her when he left. And she stood near the emperor and continued to wave her hand at him. After all, if Daphne felt fear towards Hayes, then she definitely felt rage towards her brother. After this, the lady felt the gentle touch of her husband's hand on her shoulder. He addressed her by the title Empress, and he asked to lend him a minute of her time, unless, of course, the girl herself was not against it. Daphne gave her consent to the emperor. After all, she herself was interested in what their conversation would be about. Clenching her hand into a fist, the lady thought that she had heard it all, but that was not the case. She looked carefully at her husband and was surprised by what she saw. The ruler also looked intently at Madame. The girl saw that his favorability scale had increased, and now it was not 3 but 4%. Hayes invited his wife to take a walk through the labyrinth. The lady replied that she didn't even know about the labyrinth in their castle. This was a surprise for her. Therefore, she replied that she would be glad to go there now, accompanied by the emperor. And she smiled when she said this. The guy nodded his head in agreement, and the couple went for a walk to this mysterious place. But the girl understood that her husband hardly called her just to walk through the labyrinth. The ruler continued, calling this the best place for their future conversation. The intrigue has arrived. The lady began to worry whether everything would be okay. After all, she had never been so worried before. Before this, she was distracted by the rage she felt towards her brother, and now the fear could unexpectedly return, especially if you are left alone with Hayes, like during lunch. Therefore, Daphne tried to quickly find out what the conversation would be about. She said that since her husband brought her into this labyrinth, it means he wants to say something important. These words made the emperor stop. He decided to convey the request of his assistant Most to the lady. He begged the ruler to spend more time with the girl. As he said this, the emperor's gaze was almost as cold as before. Therefore, Madame, hearing these words, shuddered. For some reason, she became afraid to carry out her task further. The guy continued by saying that the maze is quite confusing, and the location of the walls changes every season. Madame thought that her husband might have guessed about her fear, and this was probably the reason for his current explanations. She also realized that they would not be able to quickly get out of the maze. The designer promised to do his best this time. Therefore, it will be extremely difficult to find a way out. The lady understood that the emperor was not joking now. The guy said that he noticed his wife's lack of joy when her brother arrived, and I wanted to know the reason for this. Daphne explained that this was due to normal family quarrels. She didn't want to explain all the details of the current situation. The interlocutors continued to walk through the labyrinth. With each step, they moved further and further away from the exit. A little later, the girl stopped and sighed heavily. The emperor noticed this. Therefore, turning to his wife, he suggested that they take a little rest. The guy assumed that Daphne was already tired from the trip. But the lady said she was fine. However, there was really something that worried her. Madame wanted to get out of this maze as quickly as possible. As she spoke, it was her voice that betrayed obvious fear. The Emperor wanted to talk about something, but for some unknown reason hesitated to talk. It was hard to understand what was going on in his head. The guy continued the conversation and said that he thought a lot about what his wife said during lunch. He pondered the phrase that he who wishes to wear a crown must put up with its weight. It was truly a beautiful statement. Everyone has a crown that they want to own, but not everyone can withstand its severity. Therefore, you have to change something in your life and preferences. The lady asked how much weight the Emperor's crown weighed. She understood that he too was worried about something in connection with his position. The girl asked whether her husband's crown was heavy. It seemed to her that the translation of the topic indicated an attempt to hide something. Therefore, I wanted to find a loophole to escape both the conversation and this labyrinth. But a solution has not yet been found. This situation seemed complicated, and Daphne did not understand whether she had chosen the right path. She was embarrassed by this deal to win the heart of the Emperor, which was supposed to give her life back. She had only vague experiences and flashes of hope that everything would work out. However, there was a chance that Madame could not help but take advantage of. Therefore, it was worth going to the end. Hayes said that he understands how difficult it is for the Empress right now. After all, being the wife of a monarch is not an easy task. And the girl agreed with this. To the lady's surprise, the guy's favorability meter began to rise again. Now it reached 5%. She really wanted to ask what had changed now and what could increase this scale, but she was afraid to ask such questions. Unexpectedly, Madame said that she knew how to get out of this labyrinth. The guy realized that his wife's fear was clearly very great, but it remained unclear what exactly she was afraid of. Taking a few steps forward, Daphne turned to her husband and called him to follow her. After all, now I wanted to face my fear face to face. The lady believed that everyone who has something to protect is very suspicious. Although that was just her opinion. They say there is nothing to fear if you have nothing to lose. But Daphne didn't think so. If a person has nothing to lose, then he will strive to gain something. After all, human greed is limitless. However, this quality can help you achieve your goals and can become a real passion. The Emperor wondered why the lady had just extolled human vice. But she asked him again if he had ever been greedy. The guy replied that such a case actually happened. It was a long time ago. The girl did not believe that there had never been more such incidents in her husband's life. The brunette said that Madame was right. However, greed is a luxury for an emperor. At this moment, the favorability scale began to rise. The lady first saw 6%, but then the figure rose even more, and the scale no longer showed 6 but 7. Daphne was pleased with this. In surprise, the girl took a step back. Having stumbled, the Empress twisted her leg and fell. The brunette came closer to her and asked if his wife was okay. He gave her his hand so that she could stand, leaning on him. The guy also asked with sympathy whether the lady was hurt. The Emperor sincerely wanted to help her get up, but Daphne was afraid to touch the Emperor's hand. She was afraid that she would not be able to control her fear again. Hayes leaned even closer to her, offering to help her get up. Madame was increasingly constrained by fear. The girl looked at the Emperor and the expression on his face. At that moment, she again felt those strange emotions that she could not control during lunch, and she began to whisper that she needed to pull herself together and hold on. After all, the Hayes scale was now gradually rising. Therefore, it was necessary to get together. But nothing worked for her. The ruler again offered his help to his wife to rise. He waited for the girl's answer, but Daphne realized that since she couldn't overcome this fear, she needed to turn it into a game. And again I began to think about how I could pull myself together. The lady wanted to come up with something to explain her behavior. However, I didn't have time. The guy asked her to close her eyes. At that moment, he held a plucked flower in his hands and brought it to his wife's face. The Emperor asked the girl to concentrate on the smell of this plant. This sweet honey aroma usually helped to relax. She looked at this flower but could not understand why her husband was asking for this. After all, I tried not to show my excitement. Not seeing any reaction from the lady, he again asked her to forget about everything and close her eyes. He nevertheless helped her get up and promised that they would soon get out of this labyrinth. You just had to be patient a little. The girl began to apologize, but Hayes asked her not to do this now. After all, he believed that he needed to ask for forgiveness for bringing her to this place. The guy expressed his understanding that his wife might find a catch in his words. But still, he asked the girl to believe in his sincerity. During this conversation, he wanted to apologize for the fact that she had to finish the wedding ceremony herself. Daphne immediately understood what her husband was talking about, but she even opened her eyes in surprise. It was about a wedding ceremony, the first in her life, and the one to which the groom never showed up. The lady understood that this could indicate not only that the value of the favorability scale had increased, and also the fact that the emperor himself suddenly decided to receive her forgiveness. But why he needed this, the girl could not understand, so I decided to ask him directly. After all, she had no idea of blaming the emperor for anything. However, I was still curious why this happened. Daphne asked why Hayes was apologizing for what he did. After all, his position in society gives him the right not to do this. He is the emperor. This means that everyone must unquestioningly accept any of his decisions. The lady thought that his assistant Mose asked the guy about this, but the brunette said that this is not so. After all, he realized that in this way he showed cruelty towards Daphne. This marriage took place against his wishes, but it wasn't Madame's fault. The beauty could not understand the motives for these words. No one has the right to doubt the position of the emperor. Pressure from the temple and the governing body threatened his position, but the guy believed that he had to endure everything. However, this pressure did not justify his rude behavior. He understood that Daphne was being used just as he was being used. So Hayes decided to apologize to his wife. The girl's trembling began to subside, and my vision and hearing also began to clear up. She said the guy had nothing to apologize for. Mose came out to meet the couple. The brunette said that he would take the girl back. At the meeting, the butler turned to the emperor and decided to ask him a question. He wanted to know what happened to Her Majesty. And why is her dress dirty? Mose asked the ruler if anyone had attacked them, but he replied that it was his fault, because he himself stepped on his wife's dress. The butler asked the empress if she was okay. He also found out whether he should call a doctor. After the walk, Daphne rested in her room. She needed to think about something. That day the lady realized that Hayes knew everything. He knew about her feelings and still admitted the mistake. He also knew about her fear and about sacrifices. The girl placed the flowers she received during her walk in a vase of water in her room. However, what was surprising was that there was not a single emotion on the emperor's face until the moment when the guy asked the butler to take her to her chambers. The girl did not see a hint that there was even a drop of sincerity in her husband's words. He was so serious that it seemed as if he was not the one asking for forgiveness a couple of minutes ago. But still, the scale of favor gradually grew. And now it was 7%. Daphne tried to understand what was causing her growth. Could it have been sympathy, or could it have been pity for her? The empress replayed in her memory how her husband apologized for the fact that she had to finish the wedding ceremony alone. A little later, someone knocked on her room and asked if the girl was okay. She asked the guest to come to her. It was Laura. The assistant wanted to know if the lady had been hurt during her walk, but she replied that she was completely fine now. However, after the walk, Daphne wanted to take a little rest, and she told the head maid about it. The maid said that she took the dress to the dressmaker to have it hemmed. Madame was grateful for the concern. Suddenly, the assistant sat closer to the empress and took her hands. In a quiet voice, she asked to let her know if the girl needed anything. She also reminded me that she is always there. After all, her job is to be a support for Madame. Therefore, the girl should have remembered that she could always turn to the maid for help. Laura's behavior surprised Daphne a little. She thanked her assistant for her words of support, and she said that she would do so from now on. The maid told how relieved she was to learn that her mistress was not injured. But just in case, I brought her some tea and left some ointment. She also asked me to lie down. The maid was ready to serve the ladies dinner in bed, and in parting I wished sweet dreams to Her Majesty. As she left, the assistant began to think about what to cook for the hostess for dinner. It could be, for example, soup. After all, she was worried that the lady's fever might get worse. But Daphne assured the maid that everything was not so bad and said goodbye to Laura with a smile. The doors closed and the girl was left alone in the room. It seemed that now she could rest and collect her thoughts, but it was not there. At this time, the unknown voice appeared again. Lately, he often began to drop in on the girl. However, when it was really needed, it was usually not there. To these words, the answer came that the voice had its own affairs. But now he came to congratulate the girl, although she didn't understand why exactly. After all, nothing significant has happened yet. The secret voice did not agree with this. He believed that the girl was able to ensure that she stayed in the palace for a little while longer. For the lady, This phrase sounded as if she would soon be kicked out of the castle, but it turned out that it was unusual for Hayes, asking someone for forgiveness to lead that person into the labyrinth. Therefore, the girl will probably be able to stay in the palace, even if only for a while, and at the same time she will not be expelled or killed. Hearing this, Daphne jumped out of her seat. The voice asked if the interlocutor knew how many wives the emperor had before her. She replied that she was definitely not the first. Yes, she was the 5th wife of His Majesty the Emperor. 5th wife Daphne Caris, and the previous ones did not last even a month, and all because they could not win the heart of their husband. The temple and the governing council wanted to find an empress who could capture the emperor's heart. That's why they appointed brides, and later expelled them on their own. After all, their goal was to use the girl in order to weaken the authority of the ruler. And Hayes showed absolute indifference regarding who would become his wife. He didn't even bat an eyelid when the girls were expelled from the palace. To that extent, he does not allow them to control the throne. However, even here there had to be law and order. But the emperor and priests are above all laws. They can change empresses with the snap of a finger. Daphne wondered why brides were sacrificed later. After all, it seemed inhumane to her. It turns out that this is because the exiled empresses did not have the right to remain in the capital. They knew the palace too well, and stayed near the emperor for a long time. To the north of the empire, near a place called a tavern, there is a swamp, and they said that there was an evil cannibal spirit wandering around there. These girls were sent there under the pretext of sacrifice for the good of the empire. The lady asked why the voice did not tell her about this earlier, but he clarified whether anything could have changed then or not. Would this proposal remain valid or would it be rejected? The girl said that in that case she would have thought about it. After all, she could have been sacrificed, and she didn't even understand why. However, the voice reminded that the girl herself asked to save her life, and this was the only possibility. And the fact that she was able to touch the emperor's heart was already a great relief from her difficult situation. True, the girl herself believed that this was not enough. After all, now the emperor's favorability scale showed only 7%. The voice asked the lady what it was like to die, whether it's pleasant or not, and was she able to accept her fate. Rahane said it was unpleasant, and that she doesn't want to die and is never going to do it. Then the stranger reminded that if the girl does not want to leave ahead of time, then she should play this game with what she has at the moment. And in this case, stealing the emperor's heart and getting your life back is the only way. The voice made it clear to the girl that she must win this game. She has no other choice. The lady understood that he was right, and that she was no longer in a position to worry about others. The girl was very happy that the scale of favor with the emperor was still growing. Right now, Daphne had to focus on just one thing. Sunday was the most important for her now. Loud footsteps were heard in the corridor of the imperial palace. It was the ruler walking along with his butler. The assistant tried to find out from the guy what happened, and also what caused such concern for the monarch. Moss understood that he was unlikely to worry about the injury that Her Majesty received. The man offered Hayes lunch and offered to prepare food for him. He refused. In addition, the emperor asked the assistant not to make a sound until he himself called him. After these words, Hayes went into his room and closed the door behind him. The butler remained outside the room. The man understood that the guy was clearly very worried about something, because he rarely refuses food. Perhaps he really is better off alone now. The emperor stood in his room and tried to understand what was happening. Many thoughts arose in my head. The guy tried to find the answer to the question of whether Lady Daphne was afraid of him or not. After all, she has very contradictory behavior. Hayes recalled how his wife behaved during the walk in the maze, and the way he put his hand on her shoulder. Then the girl had a very strange expression on her face. The guy tried to understand the reason for this. He had never heard one bride say she was fine. After all, they all knew that they had been sold. But Daphne was different, and she was very different from them. The emperor clenched his hand into a fist, trying to concentrate to find the answer. The brunette understood that the girl did not fall into despair. On the contrary, she was very determined. Hayes recalled his wife's words that those who wish to wear a crown must put up with its weight. And I saw the truth in this. The guy tried to understand what severity she was most likely talking about. After all, it turned out that the empress herself was trying to accept the weight of her crown. The ruler was interested to know whether she succeeded or not. It became clear to him that this girl would not give up without a fight. After all, she is not like anyone else and is very determined. The emperor was also interested in understanding what his wife Daphne Caris was capable of. And will she be able to cope with the intrigues of the council? although many said that it was difficult to resist them. During these reflections, his assistant Maz came into the ruler's room. The sound of a creaking door made the guy turn around. For God's sake, he wanted to know what happened to the guy and why he refused to eat. But the emperor asked the butler not to stand in his way. These words finally convinced the man that something was wrong with Hayes, so he wanted to find out what happened. In all his 30 years of work in the imperial palace, His Majesty never showed his emotions. This has never happened since the last monarch died. The brunette walked around the room, lost in his thoughts, and Maz was very worried about him. But it seemed that the guy even liked being immersed in those thoughts. They were busy doing something pleasant, which even brought a slight smile to his face. It was also unclear why the girl, who was able to complete the wedding ceremony herself, came out of the labyrinth very pale and frightened. These thoughts led Maz to the conclusion that Hayes and Daphne were very suitable for each other. It seemed to him that for the first time a suitable wife had been found for the emperor. Therefore, the butler plucked up courage and asked His Majesty how the empress was feeling now. The guy said that the girl was fine and was resting now. The assistant was glad to hear this. Unexpectedly, the emperor even suggested that his butler also rest. The man understood that something had happened in the maze, but Hayes would definitely not tell him anything about it. He could only tell about this to his close friend Ethan, who had just decided to visit the palace. So the butler asked the blonde to talk to him about it. He agreed to help Mosu and said that he would try to discuss this topic with the emperor. However, it cannot guarantee anything. After all, the guy is really a rather secretive person. But there was one sure way to find out about this. This must be asked of the empress. This solution will be much easier to implement. The butler agreed with the guest. It seemed strange why this thought had not occurred to him himself. After all, that girl will not hide anything. It's much more pleasant to do business with her. The blonde understood that something really happened in the maze that both of them might not want to talk about. In addition, Laura, the head maid, stood guard over the empress's bedroom. Therefore, it is not so easy to get close to her. The butler asked the lord why he had not come to them in the morning for so long. The guy replied that he came here on behalf of his mother, Lady Liblinch. She asked her son to hand over the letter, which was already in the hands of the blonde, but directly into the hands of His Majesty. And since the guy was here now, he decided to greet the empress at the same time. This decision surprised Mose a little. After all, it seemed incomprehensible why the emperor's friend would get to know his wife. But he replied that he could not attend the wedding in person. Therefore, I must at least express my respects to the lady. The butler said that he had already forgotten that the guy was not at Her Majesty's wedding. It must be hard for her to realize that her first and last wedding turned out to be a real nightmare. The blonde said he thought about it too. That's why he wants to visit the girl. The guy began to think about what his friend could be up to, and about what could have happened then in the labyrinth. The emperor's behavior was incomprehensible to him. After all, he first abandoned the girl at the wedding and then invited her for a walk in the garden. The assistant came to the blonde and said that His Majesty was waiting for the guy, and he offered to escort him to the ruler's office. And Mose at this time proposed to notify Her Majesty about the future visit of the guest. But Ethan asked not to do this. The butler decided to find out the reason for the refusal. The guy said with a smile on his face that everyone loves surprises. That's why he asked not to tell the empress that she would have guests. This was supposed to be a surprise. After that, the guy went to the emperor's office. When he walked in, his friend greeted him and said that he was early today. The blonde bowed at the meeting and explained that he had come to visit His Majesty. As the eldest son of the Green family, the emperor immediately asked where the letter was that was supposed to be given to him. Ethan extended his hand, which contained a sealed message, and placed it on the ruler's desk. Both understood that this letter was from a spy from Iran. But this must remain a secret for at least some time. The lady, as always, went to the library. She was surprised why there were usually no visitors there. It seemed that people in this world did not particularly like to read. Then the girl remembered the words of the main assistant of the imperial palace about the library. This woman said that it was forbidden to go there. After all, a ghost lives in it. Everyone considered the library a very dangerous place, and they tried to stay away from her. Daphne didn't understand why people believed in ghosts. It seemed very naive to her. The girl believed that the reason for the belief could be completely different. Such a legend could have been created by those people who simply did not like visiting such establishments. The lady was increasingly surprised why there was not a single book about the history of the empire. She assumed that there might not be a biography of the emperor. but she expected that at least something had been written about him. And then something interesting caught her eye. Daphne couldn't help but notice one strange detail. Among the books, there was one without a title. It was different from others in appearance because it was smaller in size and had a bright red cover. In addition, the cover of the book was made of leather. Madame thought that this must be a very expensive book, since it had such a soft cover. Daphne opened it and began to read. The first phrase that caught my eye said that he doesn't love me. If Zaria were in my place, he would probably love her. It further said that this girl loved a man who didn't even know her name. And then the lady realized that it was someone's diary. She felt a little uncomfortable reading other people's revelations, but here no one would see her doing this anyway. This manuscript spoke of longing for an unknown man and envy of a woman named Zaria. The lady did not want to poke her nose into someone else's personal life, although this would probably be interesting to someone. The girl realized that she was unlikely to find anything about Hayes here. Therefore, it was necessary to look for information in other publications. The Empress decided that most likely she would need to act at random. Although this strategy will not bring results immediately, she never fell in love. But she realized that you can't learn to love from books. The girl began to think about what it meant to steal the Emperor's heart. And what's the point of looking for his feelings in books when she can't see them with her own eyes? But still, Madame remembered that the guy apologized to her. He apologized for the fact that she had to finish the wedding ceremony alone. He asked for forgiveness for leaving her there alone. It was really very difficult for the girl that day. Daphne understood that this act probably hurt the Emperor and did not give him peace. After all, Hayes was a little excited during the conversation. But the girl also thought that he was so fragile, as if he was in pain because of the current situation. The lady tried to understand why this was so, and she believed that it would be easier for the Emperor to simply ignore her. Well, then she remembered that the last time she saw her husband and checked his scale, it was already 10%. This was very good progress. But there was a long road ahead. Later, the head maid reported to the Empress that Lord Ethan of House Green had arrived. The lady was surprised by the appearance of an unfamiliar guest. After all, she had never heard anything about him before. The guy came to the girl and introduced himself by name. Madame tried to understand the purpose of this stranger's visit. He added that Daphne could just call him Eddie, but this did not mean anything to the Empress. She tried to remember her manners and not show her emotions. The lady extended her hand towards the stranger, and Ethan took her and, standing on one knee, kissed her. The girl was a little surprised by such kindness from an unfamiliar lord. Therefore, I asked him to get up immediately, and he said with a smile that he would do as the lady wishes. The chief assistant suggested that the Empress continue the conversation on the veranda, and she was ready to take care of tea and snacks. This actually seemed like a good idea considering the sunny weather. Daphne tried to understand why this man came to her if she had never met him before. He realized that the Empress was uncomfortable in his presence, but this only made the girl laugh. She replied that the reason for her awkwardness was her usual inability to conduct small talk. After all, a guy in her place would probably also be uncomfortable. The lady could not understand why the stranger was looking at her so intently. Therefore, I asked the question directly. Ethan thought for a while, but a little later he said that he was very interested in Daphne. Such frankness was unusual for the girl. No one had ever told her before that it was interesting to have a conversation with her. So Madame began to wonder what it all meant. After all, in such a situation it was not worth losing your head. The guy's answer was so naive that it discouraged him from arguing, and his smile did not inspire confidence in his person. The Empress understood that all the maids were probably struck by his beauty, and they weren't even shy about showing their admiration for this man. But the lady saw the guest as too frivolous, and having taken the first sip of tea, she continued talking. Daphne assumed that the guest came to her for a reason. There must have been some meaning to this. And then she directly asked what this stranger needed from her. Hearing this question, the blonde was taken aback, and at first I couldn't even utter a word. But a moment later, his laughter was heard. Thus, the guy decided to defuse the situation. However, the girl could not understand what she just said that was funny. And I thought that this guy might not be from the Green family. And if he is still an aristocrat, then his manners clearly did not correspond to this. He had the behavior of an ill-mannered person. Ethan said the Empress was right, and he really needs something from her. He apologized for his behavior, and he said that they usually don't ask him such questions. Usually, on the contrary, everyone asked him about Hayes. This surprised the girl. The guy continued to say that he knew about Her Majesty's rare appearances, But he did not expect that the lady had not heard anything about him before. Madame asked again what this stranger was talking about, but he leaned over and said that he had a gift for Her Majesty. The conversation became increasingly tense. Therefore, Daphne reminded that there is a certain procedure for gifts, but the blonde clarified that the procedures are needed for gifts that can be touched or seen, and his gift should not go through any procedures. He extended his hand to the Empress and said that he had a proposal for her, and he recommended his services as a personal strategist. Such a proposal seemed impudent to the Empress. Her gaze expressed obvious dissatisfaction. Ethan explained that he wanted to help the girl get closer to His Majesty, but the reason for this was not yet clear. The lady asked if she had heard correctly the essence of the stranger's help, and he confirmed this. Smiling and looking at Madame, the guy waited for a positive answer, and it was quite provocative because they had just met. Daphne thought it was a little strange to appoint a stranger to the position of personal strategist, especially if this person cannot concentrate in the presence of the Empress. After all, every now and then he winked at the maids standing nearby. In a surprised voice, the guy asked why the lady didn't trust him. After all, he is not used to hearing refusals. The Empress said that this stranger did not seem reliable to her. Therefore, he will be afraid to listen to his advice. And it wasn't just his behavior. It was hard for her to trust a person with such a low percentage on the favorability scale. After all, when Daphne looked at Ethan, she saw a figure of 15% on his scale. Therefore, a completely logical question arose. Why did this stranger supposedly want to help her? And would his advice really benefit the lady? He replied that he did not know the reason for his such action. However, he thought it was funny. The girl asked if she understood correctly that he wanted to use the Empress to have fun. This behavior was not only unacceptable, but also showed the arrogance of the interlocutor. But the guy insisted that the girl definitely needed his help. After all, Hayes will not begin to love her at the request of Mose or the main maid. That's enough jokes for today. Therefore, he decided to introduce himself to the lady again. He said his name was Ethan Green, and he is the eldest son of the Green family, Hayes's friend and personal strategist. The lady was surprised to learn that the guy was actually the Emperor's personal strategist. Although it was hard to believe, it was still true. He worked for the Emperor, but secretly. Madame was surprised how a person with such appearance and behavior could occupy the indicated position. Therefore, I thought that he was most likely a scammer. However, the guy said that this was not so. Shrugging his shoulders, he expressed that he understood what the lady might be thinking about him now. The girl was more cheerful than they said about her, and besides, she behaved very dignified. She was able to complete the wedding ceremony herself without her husband being present. Such an act seemed very brave to many. However, the blonde didn't expect the lady's reaction to be so funny. After all, she continued to refuse his help. Therefore, the guy asked if the Empress knew what rumors were circulating in the capital, and he began to list them. People said that the Emperor abandoned his wife at the wedding. Technically, this was true. These rumors spread one by one. This meant that high expectations were placed on the girl. Although His Majesty abandoned the lady at the ceremony, she was the first Empress he had dinner with. The beginning of their family life was banal, but Ethan's expectations for the Empress were as high as others. Therefore, he decided to offer his help so that the lady could live up to the people's expectations. And, of course, his expectations too. The guy said that if he agreed, he would have fun. His subjects' hopes would be justified, and Daphne would be able to move on with her life. She had no other choice but to accept this offer. But Madame really didn't want this. People were actually discussing whether the Empress had yet to be kicked out of the palace. After all, the Emperor didn't even show up to this wedding. People also said that Her Majesty was not only not expelled from the palace, but she even dined with Hayes himself. People were surprised by these rumors, but were not ashamed to spread them. And that was not all. They also discussed the fact that a few days ago, the imperial couple had walked together. It was amazing because someone thought that everything would end at the wedding. However, couldn't people know how their almighty emperor felt? Such conversations were just guesses. While people were discussing all the news of the empire, an unfamiliar lady appeared on the market. Pointing to a certain product, she asked the seller its price. The merchant was surprised and said that the woman had a diamond eye. After all, she was pointing to a bracelet that was selling like hot cakes. The girl took off her hood and her long white hair became visible. The lady said she really liked this thing, and she wanted to buy this goldfish pendant, even despite its price. This stranger amazed all the traders at the market with her beauty. The men looked after her, not believing their eyes. Someone considered her a hallucination, but they understood that such a beautiful girl was reality. The lady got into the carriage and it began to ride. The clatter of wheels could be heard throughout the street. The stranger's assistant asked if she was sure that rumors would really spread now, and the blonde replied that she was sure. After all, there was no better place to start gossip than a crowd of onlookers. Her blonde hair fell in waves over her shoulders, framing her delicate face. Blue eyes shone, beckoning with their depth and mystery. The assistant asked when the lady wanted the rumors to start, and she looked at the purchased bracelet with a goldfish. A moment later, he was thrown out of the carriage window in full view of everyone. This arrogant behavior even amazed this girl's servant. He looked at the blonde in surprise, but she said that this thing was not important to her. After all, the main thing now is that she will be the center of attention, and the whole capital will talk only about her, and about her unprecedented beauty, and not about this empress. The stranger was clearly jealous of this girl. The fallen bracelet now lay in a puddle. Now it was only a matter of time before gossip about her arrival would reach Hayes. After all, they will meet after 10 long years. The lady couldn't wait for this time. She was interested to know how the emperor would react to her return, and she told the coachman to drive faster. After all, since she was now the main news, she needed a suitable outfit. A banquet was soon to take place at the imperial palace. The butler informed Lady Daphne about this. The crown prince of Arana will arrive in the country. Therefore, the emperor's wife must also attend the banquet. Mose apologized for not notifying the girl in advance. After all, this visit came as a surprise even to them. The assistant said that he would bring the lady a new dress for the banquet, but she said that she already had a dress for official ceremonies. There was a whole bunch of outfits in the closet, since the tailor insisted that the empress must make a good impression on others. However, if not for this sacrifice, the situation would have been different, and there could be even more dresses. This was His Majesty's order. The emperor wanted the lady to look as beautiful as possible. Daphne was amazed that her husband would give such an order. Her eyes opened wide in surprise, and she could not utter a word. After all, he and Hayes had not seen each other for a long time. The last time they communicated was in the labyrinth. The lady understood that all was not lost for her now, but the butler did not understand these words. Madame asked not to pay attention to them and agreed to wear the dress that he brought. After this, the man bowed to the empress. He also invited her to continue her vacation. The assistant left, closing the door behind him. But after some time, Daphne had guests again. At first, she thought it was Mose who had come again. But standing at the door was the chief assistant of the imperial palace. The woman informed the empress that Her Majesty had invited her to dinner again. The girl was very happy about this news and happily met Laura. She took the assistant by the shoulders and asked her to calm down. After all, her alarmed appearance was a little frightening. The lady said that the emperor probably wants to talk about the upcoming banquet. But the maid had not heard of any banquet before. They probably tried not to advertise it. After all, the Crown Prince of Arana should be there. The maid was frightened by this news. It seemed that she was afraid of this prince. So Daphne asked her why that was. The woman tried to explain to Her Majesty that this man had a very bad reputation. Laura was embarrassed to talk about the fact that he was famous as a ladies' man. He usually didn't care whether it was the empress or the countess. And even if the girl was married, he did not hesitate to show signs of attention to her. However, since he is the crown prince of an empire whose power is compared to that of the Piant Empire, it is unlikely that anyone will dare to contradict him. Moreover, it has already caused a stir in several empires. Therefore, the maid asked the empress to be extremely careful with this guest, and if he made the girl feel uncomfortable, she asked him to tell her about it. Laura also promised to always be there, but Daphne was glad that this way she could watch Hayes. However, she will simply need to overcome her fear, which so often constrained her. The day of the banquet arrived. The emperor was very excited. He was worried about how his wife was doing now. After all, they haven't seen each other for a very long time. In addition, it was known that the girl had never been out in public before. This means this will be her first banquet. The emperor understood that he would probably need to look after his wife, and he didn't know whether she should have offered her hand to accompany her or not. After all, it is unknown how the lady will behave. He was also worried about whether Daphne would agree if he asked her to dance. During these reflections, Mose approached. Bowing, he said that the empress was already expecting the guy. He told me to tell him that he would be right there. After all, I didn't want to keep the girl waiting. This time Loon tried especially hard, and the butler could not help but notice this. The brunette asked what the man was talking about, and he replied that they were talking about costumes for the banquet. Mose also said that the tailor made matching outfits for the emperor, but the butler could not understand what they were for. This news surprised him a little. The guy replied that he decided to give his wife a gift, but only as an apology. After all, the empress's dress got dirty because of his fault when she fell in the labyrinth. Mose realized there was more to it than that. He saw that the emperor was beginning to show interest in his wife and tried to please her. The girl was already ready for the start of the banquet, and she stood waiting for the emperor to approach her. But when they met, she was extremely amazed that his favorability scale continued to grow. And now, despite the fact that they had not communicated for some time, she was already 13%. The brunette approached his wife and asked to be allowed to accompany her. She agreed and thanked her husband. He said that he had not seen Daphne for a long time, ever since that very walk. However, Madame had other thoughts. She couldn't understand why Hayes was smiling as he said this. The banquet began. All the guests gathered in the royal palace and were ready for the start of the holiday. The crown prince of Arena was to be the star of this banquet. Those present discussed who became the heir to the kingdom. It was Louis III. Some of the invitees wondered why this visit was necessary. Surely this man was up to something. But it was still strange that His Majesty not only allowed the prince to come, but also held a banquet in his honor. The butler informed the emperor that Louis III, Crown Prince of Iran, had arrived. From the first steps, he realized that they had given him a warm welcome. Entering the hall, the invited prince introduced himself to those around him with a wide smile. Mose apologized to him. After all, the emperor was delayed a little since he and the empress needed to prepare a little for the exit. The red-haired ruler expressed joy that the imperial couple would appear together. And soon they were supposed to be leaving. They just had to wait a little. The evening was just beginning, and the guests were already discussing that the emperor would be with his wife. The rumors did not lie. This empress really distinguished herself from others. Hayes had never accompanied girls to such events before, and it has been this way since the previous emperor and empress passed away. One of the girls in the hall said that she had heard rumors that the imperial couple even dined together. At first, she didn't believe it, but it looks like it was true after all. The brunette told his wife that she could leave the banquet at any time as soon as it became unpleasant for her to be there. The lady understood that this prince was not the most pleasant person. She remembered the head maid's instructions. The doors opened. The guests began to greet His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress. Some were surprised at how beautiful this couple looked together. Their beauty truly dazzled those around them. The guests greeted them with joy and bowed when they approached them. The lady had a smile on her face. Even if those bows were just a formality, she still found them pleasant. And now it was the turn to greet the crown prince. When they met, he immediately told Daphne that they did not know each other yet. The girl remembered well what the head maid Laura had said about him. Therefore, she looked at him with a cold gaze, expressing her dislike. The lady did not respond to this man's greeting, and the guest continued to stand and look at her. This caused bewilderment to the emperor. Therefore, he asked how long Louis was going to greet the empress. After all, he was already tired of waiting. At this point, Hayes put his hand on his wife's shoulder. The guest said that he could not forget about his beloved emperor, and he turned his gaze to the ruler. Daphne was disgusted that this man flirted with her so openly, even despite her position as empress. The guy said that words could not express how pleased he was to be at this banquet. After all, this holiday organized in his honor is truly magnificent. After these words, he took the empress's hand, and saying that he was especially pleased to meet Her Majesty, and then he tried to kiss her hand. Today was the guest's birthday. This made Louis's mood even more festive. Those present looked at this guy's trick and couldn't believe that he was behaving like that. The lady understood that it was time to act, because this behavior crossed all boundaries. With her facial expression, she showed that she was very unpleasant about this kiss. Therefore, she removed her hand and asked the prince to understand her. And then she explained why she did this. He probably heard that Madame had never been to such events before. Therefore, the kiss on her hand that she received puzzled her greatly. Moreover, she had not even kissed the emperor yet. After these words, the girl approached her husband and hugged his hand. Hayes stood up for his wife, saying that the guest had really gone too far. And then the imperial couple moved away from him further into the hall. The brunette expressed to Daphne the hope that she would like the banquet. The lady tried to apologize to the emperor for what just happened, but he asked not to do this, because he himself invited the girl to this event, and her behavior was commendable. Daphne acted with elegance, dignity, and in a manner befitting a true empress. After that, Hayes asked his wife about those words about the first kiss. After all, he really never kissed her, and she asked if she wanted to give him her first kiss. The lady thought for a while. The guy's disposition scale had already reached 15%. However, the lady did not have time to give her answer. After all, it was after this question that the crown prince unexpectedly approached them again. He called Her Majesty. Daphne was surprised why the guest approached them at that moment. He thought that he had scared the girl, but it turned out that he called them for quite a long time, but they did not hear. The red-haired king asked permission to talk with the empress. The lady was amazed to hear these words. She couldn't understand what this conversation could be about, so she began to fear it. The emperor expected that several spies would arrive after the prince. They were exactly what Ethan was talking about during their last conversation. At least such rumors circulated among aristocrats. This, of course, might seem too simple for advice. Still, the fifth bride lingered in the palace, and she could very well become a threat to them. And this was only to the advantage of the emperor. Ethan explained to Hayes that it was the great temple that chose Daphne Caris. But you can try to benefit from it. After all, this girl was really aware of her situation. Besides, she knew about sacrifices. The blonde asked his friend not to kick her out. After all, if you keep the lady with you, you could try to put pressure on the great council in the temple. The guy gave the emperor the task of finding those same spies during this banquet. Therefore, Hayes needs to remain attentive during this holiday. And he told Lewis that their conversation could wait. After all, the lady has not yet answered the question her husband asked her. The guest expressed his disappointment to the banquet hosts. After all, he didn't expect that he would be treated like this, despite the fact that he was an honored guest. And after that, he offered to tell the empress who Hayes should look for during this banquet. The emperor was surprised that the crown prince knew everything. Taking another step towards the girl, Louis asked permission to invite her to dance. The lady looked at him and politely refused. She began to develop some fear of this man. The impudence of the guest surprised the ruler. But still, he was pleased that his wife behaved so honorably. The height of the celebration began in the hall. Many guests were ready to have a lot of fun. The girl turned away from the red-haired prince. She understood that if not for the position of the guest of honor, he would have been kicked out of the hall long ago. Daphne explained her behavior by saying that she had already promised a dance to His Majesty. The lady remembered that her husband promised to let her leave this event at any time. She continued by saying that the guest had already taken her first kiss. Therefore, if he also takes away the first dance, it will be completely arrogant on his part. And she added that she considers herself a very sentimental person. That's why little things like that meant a lot to her. In fact, Daphne just wanted to observe her husband's reaction in such a situation. All evening she wanted to dance with only one person, with the one I was looking at so intently now. After a moment, the lady decided to invite His Majesty the Emperor to dance with her. After all, I wanted to make his sympathy skyrocket. The guests were very surprised by this act. After all, I had never seen a ruler dancing before. Hayes agreed to dance. And the girl was right. The guy's favorability scale actually increased by a few more points and now reached 17%. The emperor said that he felt as if he was sleeping. The lady supported the conversation by saying that in this case they were seeing a common dream. Even the butler himself did not expect the emperor to start dancing. The man was both surprised and pleased at the same time. The prince heard that the daughter of the Caris family is naive and stupid, but he realized that the rumors had deceived him. Or perhaps they were disbanded on purpose. This time it was Lady Daphne who won. The great temple was lagging behind. Therefore, the guest had the idea to take the side of the emperor. The lady apologized to her husband, saying that she was actually a very bad dancer. But he replied that the invitation was unexpected, and he even began to prepare for the worst. But in any case, the girl's dance was not as bad as she imagined it to be. After all, the brunette thought he was simply magnificent. He was also pleased with the very behavior of the empress. To make the lady feel more relaxed, Hayes suggested that she follow his movements. Then the dance will be even better. Slow and smooth movements of the hands could diversify it. But the girl should have been more relaxed at this moment. The dance itself is not difficult to perform, and Daphne began to succeed. She even began to enjoy it. After all, I learned quickly. The brunette, looking at his wife, wondered whether she had calculated this or not. But if this was really part of the plan, then why the lady looked so happy remained unclear. A little later, the music ended. The guy began to wonder if Daphne could really love him. After the dance, the hall was filled with applause from those present. The guests really enjoyed this dance performance. The girl asked if she had spoiled anything, and Hayes wondered if his wife might be the key to solving the problem. He assured the lady that she had done well, and the dance turned out great. Hugging his wife, he praised her for such a wonderful performance. The emperor understood that the girl forced him to believe her. She was delighted by the applause and admiration of the audience around her. But after that, Madame pushed the emperor away and said that she needed to clear her head. He wondered why she was running away again. But suddenly I heard the voice of a red-haired guest. He said he had never seen Hayes dance before. In addition, before, the emperor's face was more emotionless than it is now. Louis asked where Her Majesty was now. After all, he had one more unfinished business. He wanted to invite her to a second dance since the first one was stolen by the emperor. However, he explained that the lady was tired and therefore decided to rest. This was unexpected since the banquet had only recently begun. The brunette said that his wife was not well and asked to forgive her absence. But the guest understood that most likely the ruler was simply protecting Madame. Hayes didn't care what his interlocutor thought about this. After all, he was worried that Ethan would scold him. The emperor had to look for a spy at this banquet, and he himself danced like a child. However, this dance was still very entertaining, and he could not leave the emperor indifferent. Daphne, trying to control her emotions, went out onto the balcony. There she could breathe in fresh air and calm down. She whispered to herself that she only wanted to test the waters. But I understood that in the end, something went wrong again. The emperor's favorability scale has already reached 17%. This was a pretty good indicator. But there was a lot of work ahead. The lady did not expect the emperor to agree to the dance. At that moment, the girl realized all the beauty of her husband, and now it haunted her. Daphne's face turned red at the thought. Since the figure reached 17%, it means her tactics worked, but it was difficult to continue following her. Daphne sat down and began to look at the stars. The beautiful night sky left no one indifferent and helped to put thoughts in order. The moon, like a lamp in the night sky, stood out brighter than all the other stars. The lady was wondering why she didn't understand why the favorability scale was growing and why it wasn't. She suggested that the emperor might have enjoyed the dance. Lost in her thoughts, the girl did not even notice how she began to bite her nails. Previously, Madame believed that she simply did not know how to dance. Besides, if you think about it, the emperor laughed at her when she couldn't find a way out of the maze. Then his scale also grew. These thoughts led the girl to the conclusion that His Majesty liked to teach others, even though few people will like it. It turned out that if Hayes was a ruler, then he loved to rule people. But the girl really didn't like it when everything was constantly pointed out to her. However, it was worth putting up with it. After all, life is more valuable. And for the sake of the future, it was worth enduring any difficulties. Besides, one day all this will have to end. Hayes was also in thought. The dance with his wife touched a nerve. His blue eyes were very confused at this moment, and the ruler himself did not feel the best. And the red-haired guest continued to flirt with other girls. It seemed that he very quickly forgot about the emperor's wife. He told women wild words, for example, that he was ready to drown in their eyes. Hayes was worried how the crown prince knew that there was a search for spies. However, what worried the emperor most was that the crown prince dared to approach Daphne. At this time, the guy heard a voice behind him asking him if he was enjoying the banquet. It was the butler's voice. In a stern tone, the brunette said that he had no time to do this. However, the man objected, because the owner had just danced with Her Majesty. The smile seemed very strange to the emperor, but he continued, saying that the guy probably liked the dance. And it was noticeable that he also left the empress not indifferent. The ruler could not agree with this, and unable to control his feelings, he suggested that the butler check his vision. However, the assistant said that he was completely healthy. The guy added that they couldn't have fun at this banquet, because the lady didn't even know how to dance. But Moss knew that this was not the case. Experiencing unprecedented tension, the emperor turned his back to the man and began to leave. He was worried that he wouldn't be found out. At that moment, Hayes could not even admit to himself what was happening. Ethan saw this whole situation. After his friend left, the lord asked the butler what had happened to him. After all, Before this, the brunette was looking for his friend. And now, without waiting for him, he simply left. The man explained to the blonde that the emperor lost his head after dancing with the empress. Edom couldn't believe his ears. Hayes danced for the first time at a banquet. It wasn't like him at all. As it was, now the thoughts of the butler and the emperor's friend coincided. Both thought the same thing, and they understood that changes were brewing. Surely the emperor himself understood at that moment that he was falling in love with his wife. This is what caused him such a storm of emotions that he could not yet cope with. The ruler went out onto the balcony and looked at the starry sky and thought. He tried to understand why he began to constantly think about her and how it happened that this girl now took over all his thoughts. After all, for the ruler of feelings, this was an unaffordable luxury. And the guy realized this even after the death of his father. He remembered well how hard it was for him then. He should have defended the throne from those who would try to encroach on it. From childhood, this was the boy's primary task, and it was necessary to continue to remain strong while the great temple and the governing council tried to control it. There were many reasons for this, but Hayes understood that this empress was completely different. She was not like any of his ex-wives. After all, she was much better and stronger than them, and not at all the same as they wrote about her in the dossier. Besides, the lady's beauty could no longer leave the guy indifferent. As soon as it seemed to him that they were getting closer, the girl immediately began to push him away. She was carefree, but at the same time stern. The guy couldn't understand why he liked dancing with her so much, and why now he couldn't forget her eyes and that confident look. Just as he couldn't forget how the lady asked him to his first dance. At that moment she seemed so confident and decided to take an action that even the emperor himself could not afford. And after that, for some reason she began to feel embarrassed, to such an extent that she even pushed His Majesty away. The guy couldn't understand why she approached him, since she then ran away anyway. Resting his hands on the balcony, he began to ask himself all these questions, but there was no answer to any of them. He would like to ask her about this if she were here, but he didn't see her. All these thoughts seemed painful and continued to mercilessly disturb the brunette's soul. The emperor looked at the starry sky and the bright moon. If this moon were Daphne herself, the guy would be ready to ask her all these questions, but there was no need for this. After all, the lady was also on the balcony. She stood on the floor below and, hearing her name, looked up. Madame saw him and no longer needed words to understand something. The young beauty looked at her husband, trying to maintain a calm appearance, but the emperor did not succeed. His former calm that day was replaced by incomprehensible feelings. The guy had never felt them before, so now he couldn't even describe them. The girl asked if the guy called her, but it was at that moment that a friend approached the brunette. He wanted to talk to the emperor about the spies. The friend's voice frightened the ruler, and he, taking a step forward, stumbled. At this time, the monarch finally looked down and saw the empress. At first, the guy didn't believe his eyes and thought that it was his imagination. This was not surprising, because at this rate, his wife could really soon begin to appear to him. Hayes thought he called her, and the lady immediately appeared. This was a rather unusual situation, and Daphne herself did not understand how such a coincidence could happen. Shifting her gaze to the starry sky, Madame asked a question about what it was. It seemed to her that the emperor had called her. She tried to understand whether she had really seen him recently, or whether it was a hallucination. Ethan walked up to his friend and tried to call out to him again, but the brunette was shocked by what he saw. It seemed that this simply could not happen. He asked how the girl ended up there, but a moment later she was no longer there. She disappeared like a ghost. The blonde thought that the emperor was going crazy, and he understood that he could not be left alone in this position. These were no longer jokes. Looking again at the place where he had recently seen Daphne, Hayes realized that she was no longer there. So the guy told his friend that apparently he was working too hard. At this moment, the monarch felt ill, and Lord Ethan could not understand what had happened. The emperor could not breathe. Something was squeezing incredibly tightly in his chest. The favorability scale reached 20%, but he continued to stand on the balcony, squeezing his hand near his chest. The guy said that his heart was bothering him, but what really happened to Hayes then remained a mystery. After that banquet, the city began to discuss this event. Many people could not understand what was happening then, but it seems that everyone was curious about it. During such discussions, people wondered whether this was the same ruler they had known before. Those who were at the ball could have sworn that they saw him dancing with the empress. The mysterious stranger, whose name was Zufria, was also full of curiosity to learn about the events in the imperial palace. Therefore, the lady came to the market to hear the latest news and rumors. She was successful in eavesdropping on other people's conversations. However, this time they did not please her at all. After all, Madame wanted to be the center of attention, but it didn't work out for her. There were rumors that Her Majesty had seen ghosts. Someone even thought that the Empress was a witch, and it is quite possible that she knows how to control people's hearts. Therefore, she could bewitch Hayes. In the morning, the chief maid of the imperial palace ran to Daphne in a panic and asked to explain everything. She was interested in the events that happened at the Crown Prince's reception yesterday. But the lady had nothing to answer to this. After all, she believed that nothing terrible had happened yet. Therefore, I woke up calmly in the morning without any worries. Laura asked to explain what dancing with His Majesty meant. After all, he certainly wasn't a fiction. Madame said that the reason for this was the inappropriate behavior of the invited prince. Then the assistant was afraid that the man had done something. The lady assured the maid that, in principle, nothing bad happened yesterday. Louis just behaved a little indecently. However, the maid already knew about those events. Therefore, she could not understand why the lady downplayed his guilt. This behavior was far from being a little provocative. Madame did not want to continue this conversation, so she suggested we start breakfast. Laura just brought a very appetizing dish. Seeing him, the girl's appetite increased. Daphne's behavior at yesterday's banquet almost shocked her assistant. Moreover, it was also incomprehensible to this woman. However, Laura agreed that the Empress should have had breakfast. And after breakfast, I asked her to explain everything in detail. The assistant tried to satisfy her curiosity and also know how to protect the lady. During lunch, Madame thought about what she could ask the Emperor during their next meeting. And since she knew when this meeting would take place, she tried to prepare for it in advance. Perhaps it would be worth talking to him about government affairs. After all, before the girl did not have the opportunity to prove herself as an empress. Daphne's thoughtful look betrayed her concern about this. Or we could suggest talking about etiquette. For example, about the traditions of Erin or relations with neighboring states. After some time, Laura entered the room again. She couldn't wait until the Empress finished breakfast to ask her everything in detail. But such a sudden arrival of the assistant frightened Madame. She almost choked from surprise. So the assistant suggested calling the doctor. The woman was worried that everything would be fine with the Empress and tried to take good care of her. At this time, the butler was talking with the Emperor. The man was worried about the guy's condition after the last holiday. But Hayes replied that he was fine. Mouse was worried that at the end of the holiday, the ruler was having difficulty breathing. Remembering this, Hayes temporarily put aside the work he had been doing before and thought about it. He apparently felt ashamed of his words, and he said that at that time he was talking nonsense. He also asked the assistant to forget everything that was said then. However, this behavior seemed like a mockery to him. The butler clearly saw that there was something wrong with the Emperor. The guy insisted that he was simply overtired that evening. But Mo saw deception in these words. Leaning towards the Emperor, he said that he had never feigned illness since he inherited the throne. Therefore, that time was hardly just a trifle. After this, the ruler said that he was confident that he was right. He didn't want to talk about the topic anymore and tried to appear steadfast and strong. Hayes couldn't even admit to himself that the moment he saw Daphne, his heart ached and his breath took away. Then the guy realized that something strange was happening to him. He felt nauseous and found it difficult to even utter a word. This was the first time this had happened to him, and it scared him. The monarch was afraid to admit to someone that he might be weak, so I told the assistant that I had something else in mind that time. In a rude tone, he added that the assistant most likely really had hearing problems. He also asked to inform him if the man's health problem reoccurred. Hayes could not calmly look Maz in the eyes after such a conversation. The butler, realizing the pointlessness of continuing this conversation, decided to leave the Emperor's office. After all, he realized that the guy wouldn't tell him anything else. He just continued to get angry about the situation, but he really enjoyed spending time with Her Majesty. This was visible to the naked eye. Even if Maz didn't wear glasses, he would still notice it. But the guy will never be able to admit this to himself. The butler wanted to help him with this, but he himself did not know how this could be done without provoking the ruler's anger. Having met one of the maids, the man asked where she was in such a hurry. This girl, frightened, began to mutter something. However, it was difficult for her to immediately say something intelligible. Having calmed down, The lady began to explain in a sad voice that Lady Zuria Sepian appeared out of nowhere, and she requested an audience with the Emperor and Empress. The maid understood what kind of woman she was. This only made my mood worse. The butler also did not like the appearance of this guest. He asked the maid if he had heard correctly. After all, you can expect nothing but trouble from this woman. The news of this lady's arrival had already reached the Empress herself. The palace's chief assistant reported this to Daphne. This name immediately seemed familiar to the girl. However, the lady could not remember where she had heard it before. Madame began to remember past events, trying to find an answer to the question that had arisen. The maid was interested in what to convey to the guest, but the Empress wanted to know why this girl wanted to meet her. The woman replied that she was returning to the Point Empire, so she decided to greet Daphne. But this explanation did not suit Madame. She understood that something was wrong here. If the Empress has already heard this name, then this lady is really from their empire. However, why she returned was unclear. The head maid explained that this girl was born in the Point Empire, but got married in Erin. Daphne tried her best to remember where she had heard her name before. In addition, the assistant said that since the lady had returned to her homeland, the Empress could now become friends with her, especially after yesterday's banquet. Madame asked if this guest had already come to the garden. The maid agreed and offered to take the girl there. For some reason, it seemed to Daphne that that stranger would continue to insist on meeting, even after receiving a refusal. She had a bad feeling. Zuria Sepian was not only in the Empress's memories, the lady definitely saw this name somewhere, and the solution seemed very close. For some reason, it seemed to the girl that this person was definitely an important figure in this empire, and also now in her life after reincarnation. Madame went to the garden to meet her guest. The girl's curiosity at that moment knew no bounds, but approaching the entrance to the garden, she stopped. That's how they met this mysterious guest. A blonde with a long braid and a blue dress stood just at the entrance. The stranger said that she was honored to meet Her Majesty. After these words, Daphne finally remembered where she had already heard this name. To be more precise, I saw it. She remembered the time she spent in the library and the diary she once read. But then Madame did not finish reading it because she considered it indecent. The words, "I loved a man who didn't even know my name," came to mind. He didn't love me, but if Zuria were in my place, he would probably love her. The unfamiliar lady introduced herself and said her name. Her gaze seemed completely carefree. Besides, this girl was truly beautiful. This look could hardly leave anyone indifferent. Daphne also introduced herself and mentioned that she was the Empress. Indeed, this girl's name was in the diary. However, what this acquaintance could mean next for the lady remained unclear. Madame invited the guest to sit down and pointed to a suitable place for their future conversation. The blonde happily agreed to accept the Empress's offer. It was no surprise to Daphne that this girl's name was mentioned in the diary. When they met, she could not take her eyes off the stranger. She began to have strange feelings for this woman. She was the embodiment of beauty, more beautiful than any aristocrat the Empress had met before, and it was clear at first glance why the ruler could be in love with her. The girl's appearance seemed simply angelic. Daphne decided to start a conversation, saying that she had heard about the guest's desire to greet her. The stranger thanked the girl for agreeing to give her time, even though the audience was requested so suddenly. The guest began to say that she had decided to greet the Empress before meeting His Majesty, but there was clearly something wrong with these words. The lady continued to say that she was honored to meet the ruler's new wife. At this moment, the girl smiled slightly, but Daphne couldn't understand what was happening. There was clearly some kind of catch here. Madame looked at the stranger with a surprised look, trying to figure it all out. Smiling, the guest said that she was very glad to meet a new friend. The lady tried to make gestures that emphasized her sincerity. They really didn't seem to be fake. However, this person's sympathy scale showed 0%. Yes, she couldn't be trusted. And what's more, one could only expect trouble from her. The Empress had not seen anyone treat her like this for a long time. She was able to gradually win over even the Emperor himself. And this lady initially had a rate of 0%, despite her stories about her admiration for her new acquaintance. And what seemed strangest was that the stranger was smiling at her. However, this girl did not show her true intentions. This situation began to scare Daphne. The lady was worried that if she had not seen the sympathy scale, then this sweet face and friendly smile would deceive her. But Madame realized that there were actually problems ahead because of this man, although I tried not to give myself away in advance. Therefore, with the same smile, She said that she had heard a lot about the guest's recent return to the capital. The blonde said that she had indeed lived in Iran for the past 10 years. But that country was not her homeland, and in this palace over all those years, it seemed that nothing had changed. Daphne was surprised that this girl was familiar with the palace before. The guest explained that she used to come here every day. She liked to walk in this imperial garden. She seemed a little embarrassed when she said this. Madame was surprised that this girl was walking in the Empress's palace. After all, few people were endowed with this privilege. This conversation made the stranger blush slightly, especially when she said that Hayes often took her for walks in this garden. But a little later she corrected herself, saying that now she should call the guy by his title, Emperor. At this moment she didn't even hide her sly look. Because of this, the lady assumed that the blonde was previously friends with His Majesty. So I decided to ask her directly about it. And the guest replied that the Empress was right. They used to be friends together. She, Hayes, and Ethan. At this moment, the stranger seemed to specifically address the Emperor by name. This could only mean two things. The first is that the lady could be too naive a girl. However, this option seemed implausible in this conversation. And the second is that she was abnormal, and the kind of person who did not care about other people's feelings. And for some reason, Daphne was inclined to consider him to be correct. After all, despite the blonde's friendly tone, her disposition scale, even after so much time after the start of the conversation, still showed 0%. At the same time, the lady verbally expressed sympathy. The lady remembered her brother. Although DeCello despised her with all his heart, his sympathy scale was usually above 10%, and sometimes she even reached 18. Therefore, Madame understood for sure that her interlocutor was extremely dangerous. She continued to say that she and the Emperor had not seen each other for 10 years, and she expressed her joy regarding their future meeting. It turned out that the blonde asked Daphne to meet only because of palace etiquette, but the guest said that this was done out of pure curiosity. After all, she was interested in finding out what kind of person the Empress was. The lady asked what this stranger managed to find out at the first meeting. She replied that she would now be calm. The lady in the hat picked up a cup of tea and took the first sip of the aromatic drink. A little later, she added that she had previously been worried about who the Empress would turn out to be. But it seems that these worries were in vain. Daphne asked what bothered the stranger most. She was interested to hear how this girl would write stories about experiences and friendship. The blonde replied that she had heard the gossip, and she could not remain indifferent to what she heard. After all, at that time the future Empress held the ceremony alone. This was the first time in the history of the reign of the current emperor. However, Daphne explained that Hayes had already apologized for his actions, so for now they were fine. She also emphasized that rumors are indeed often wrong. The blonde replied that she was happy to learn about such a noble act of her interlocutor. During the entire conversation, the smile did not leave her face, and it was hard not to believe these eyes. The butler approached the interlocutors and informed Lady Zuri that His Majesty was already waiting for a guest. When they met, she smiled at Maz too. I also tried to mention again that 10 years have passed. Therefore, she was very worried before this meeting. But she also expressed hope that everything would be fine. The blonde apologized to the Empress, saying that she had to go to her next meeting. Daphne, trying not to show her displeasure with her guest's behavior, suggested that they see each other again soon. And Zuria repeated again and again that many years had passed since her departure from this country. She went into the imperial castle and asked how she could address Mosu, and should she call him Mr. The lady also wondered how His Majesty felt. After all, she was a little embarrassed about her unexpected arrival. The butler replied that Hayes was now the emperor, and from now on all eyes are turned only to him alone. Many would like to be in his place. The man led the lady to the ruler's office. After that, he knocked quietly. An invitation to enter was heard behind the door. Madame in blue shoes took her first steps towards her past. The door opened a little creakingly. An elegant girl in a hat slowly walked into the office with an embarrassed look and began to look around. The emperor said the phrase, "And here you are." He looked at the guest with a cold gaze as if he was not happy about the return of this madam. The guy said the girl's name, Zuria, and she stood and looked at him, as if she had been waiting for this meeting all her life. It was hard not to read joy in her wide-open blue eyes. The lady called the emperor's name, thereby showing that she was very glad to see them. This tall, black-haired man showed no emotion. The girl recalled that she and her friend had not seen each other for a long time, And again she mentioned that about 10 years had passed since she had appeared in this country. And then she asked whether she should continue to stand at the entrance, expecting that the emperor would invite her to pass. But he answered her as a stranger that he had to work now. Therefore, the guest can sit anywhere. Zuria chose a seat directly opposite the imperial table in order to better see her interlocutor. Sitting on it, the girl tried to find words for further conversation, and she said that Hayes is no longer the boy she used to know. But the emperor didn't seem to care what she said. The guest continued, noticing that the emperor no longer tried to smile at her discreetly or glance in her direction. But this is exactly how it was in the old days, when they were just children. Now he is the emperor. This means he must hide his feelings and emotions. And he did it well. After all, he mercilessly drove away 4 empresses a month after their wedding. However, Zuria clarified how she should now address the emperor. Should she have used the title Your Majesty? The guy replied that she should watch her manners in public. After these words, the lady added that being alone meant she could address him as before. This made Madame smile. The blonde asked if they were still friends. But a little later she answered her own question. She said that they could easily be friends because Hayes was still kind to her. His facial expression and tone of voice may have changed, but inside he was still the same Hayes. The guy sat at his desk and listened carefully to the guest. He actually looked a little stern. The lady said that she even liked this manly part of her friend. After all, when he was a child, it was difficult to discern in him the features of the unshakable and firm person that he now was. Daphne, remembering where she had heard this name before, hurried to the library. Her loud steps were heard throughout the entire corridor of the palace. At that moment, the girl's curiosity got the better of her. Seeing her, the head maid ran after Madame, trying to find out where she was in such a hurry. The assistant barely caught up with Her Majesty. The lady replied that she was going to the library. The maid asked why she had to go there right now. After all, there was a guest in the palace who deserved attention. Madame almost let it slip that she wanted to take the same diary that she had read before. But she reacted in time and called it a book that simply had something very interesting. Daphne did not know what was written in the diary and who its author was. But I definitely remembered that in this red soft book a woman named Zuria was mentioned. The lady tried to understand why the guest hated her. Perhaps it was because she held the position of empress. Or maybe the blonde was just crazy. Or perhaps she was in love with Hayes. Then this would explain why sympathy was at 0. Daphne went into the library and began looking for this diary. But it seems he was no longer there. The lady remembered exactly which shelf it was supposed to be on. And approaching that place, she began to diligently search for this book. It was definitely on that shelf, but the empress could not find it. Suddenly, a voice was heard asking what she was looking for. It was Ethan. He suddenly appeared at such a seemingly very inopportune moment. His appearance greatly frightened the empress. From fright, the lady even screamed with all her might. After all, no one except the maids and Daphne had appeared in the library before. At this cry from Madame, the chief assistant of the imperial palace burst into the library. She came in to find out what happened at Her Majesty's. At that moment, Daphne and Ethan were alone in the library, and there was no one else there with them. Suddenly, Laura came in. Calling the blonde a mercenary, she approached him with a sword. None of those present could have imagined such behavior from the maid. After all, before the assistant was content to be quiet, the blonde began to calm Laura down, explaining that he was Ethan Green. These words made the woman stop, but she was already literally 1 step away from the guy. The assistant asked what this man was doing here, and at that moment she hid the sword so that no one else would see it. But the lord still asked where the woman got the sword. After all, he heard that she had long since resigned. But Laura did not answer this question. But she just apologized and said that she should have controlled herself. Her words, mixed with coughing, did not sound entirely convincing. This whole situation really scared Daphne. She stood in the library and, trembling, rested her body against the bookcase. The question arose in her mind as to what kind of resignation Ethan could be talking about, but it remained unclear to her. Just like where the sword suddenly appeared from, the assistant told Her Majesty that she would return to cleaning, but she asked to let her know if the girl still needed her help. The lady agreed. After that, the woman left the library, closing the door behind her. After all, I realized that the Empress was really not in any danger at the moment, and the girl began to ask the blonde man what he was talking about. After all, she clearly didn't know something about her assistant Laura. The guy replied that he himself was not sure what really happened. However, according to rumors, all this is a thing of the past. But the lady asked me to tell her about this in more detail. Nevertheless, the Lord turned the conversation and asked what the girl was looking for in the library. She didn't really want to answer this question, so she remained silent. To end the awkward silence, Ethan said that he really didn't want to scare the Empress, and he assured that it happened completely by accident. In addition, the guy himself was scared because of everything that happened. Hearing the presence of someone in the library, he thought that there were ghosts here. But the lady didn't believe him. She believed that he was making everything up. The blonde replied that there were indeed rumors that ghosts supposedly lived in this library, and he began to tell these beliefs and stories in detail. But later he asked again what kind of book the Empress was looking for here. He tried to find out the answer to his question by any means, and the girl realized that she couldn't get away. Raising her hand to her chin, she began to think that she could answer now, so that they would leave her alone. After all, she understood perfectly well that the guy most likely really wasn't a fraudster. However, it was still impossible to let down our guard, even seeing his joyful smile. All because you can't trust a person who appears out of nowhere. In addition, he begins to tell some lies about how he wants to help her. Still, the lady replied that she was looking for a red book without a title or author. This book looked quite unusual compared to other books in the library, and showed its approximate size and thickness. Ethan asked what the book was about if it didn't have a title. Daphne explained that she hadn't read it yet. That's why I was looking for it to finish reading. The fact that this book had no title, author, or contents was unknown sounded quite tempting. The guy looked at the Empress in disbelief, but the lady began to tell me that this is not as tempting as it might seem, and she asked again if anyone had come here. The blonde replied that he didn't see anyone here. Madame headed for the exit, saying that she would look for the book she was interested in another time. Perhaps then she will be found, but I didn't know that the publication was almost found. Ethan asked the girl why she was going to leave. This sly man was well aware that he had blocked the book with his back, so Madame did not see it. Being almost near the exit from the library, she turned and said that if the guy finds her, but mid-sentence she decided not to finish the sentence. The blonde decided to remain silent about the fact that he had already found the book. He wanted this to be a small revenge on the girl for the fact that the Emperor did not identify the spy at the banquet. The guest's conversation with the Emperor ended. She left the palace and got into her carriage. After that, the carriage drove off with a creak. Zuria was sitting in the carriage with her assistant Kelly. The blonde's appearance was clearly not happy after that conversation. She looked sadly out the window and wondered why Hayes did not feel joy when he saw her. This lady was very confident in her abilities, but still something went wrong. Before my eyes stood a portrait of that man. The girl could not think about anything else but Hayes. His confident and cold gaze did not give the heroine peace. Zuria believed that this simply could not happen, and I tried to understand what went wrong. The first tears appeared in the eyes. Out of anguish, the girl clenched her hand into a fist and said that he shouldn't have looked at her like that. After all, I thought that he would be happy from their meeting. Finally, 10 years later, they were able to reunite. This was her first love. This is how Madame explained the reason for the sadness to her assistant. Zuria then asked if she had spoken to the maids of the Imperial Palace. This is exactly the task she entrusted to this woman before coming to the Emperor. She began to tell that all the servants of the palace said the same thing. They explained that the Empress was not as simple as she seemed at first glance, and she remained in the palace even when she learned about her fate. There, the maid said that the Empress had run away from dinner with His Majesty. This news surprised the blonde very much. After all, this happened for the first time in the entire history of Hayes's reign. That day, His Majesty dismissed all the servants from lunch, and no one still knows the reason for Daphne's behavior. However, everyone was sure that this was definitely an escape. Next, the blonde asked what the maid of the house, Karis, had said. After all, talking to her was also part of this woman's duties. She said that that girl was quiet and obedient and was an ordinary aristocrat. What Zuria heard clearly did not make her happy. She believed that the assistants were either stupid or simply bought into Madame's game. This intelligent girl in a hat was upset, it seemed, by every news she heard that day. Zuria did not consider this Empress obedient, but she saw that she was clearly not stupid. And as she said this, the lady smiled nervously. She remembered Daphne's look. Although she smiled during the conversation, inside she was clearly not happy about this meeting. and she looked at the guest as if she was carefully studying her. The blonde couldn't help but notice this. The assistant continued talking, saying that before going to the palace to see the emperor, she lay unconscious for a couple of days. And this news has already interested the guest of the capital. Now she began to listen more carefully to the woman sitting next to her, and she asked why she was unwell, but the assistant did not tell her this. Although she offered jewelry and money, the maid did not tell her about it and refused her offers. All she said was that the lady had changed a lot after that incident. The blonde suggested that Daphne had returned from the other world. She was friendly, but at the same time seemingly aggressive. Zuria recalled how the Empress asked what she was worried about, but anyone would melt from her smile, but not her. It turned out that Madame was either very shrewd or had a good sense of people, or maybe a little bit of everything. But in any case, she was just a woman who was thrown out of her own home, and soon she was to be sacrificed. The blonde suggested that, like the previous ones, this Empress also did not have long left, but the assistant did not agree with her. After all, she had heard rumors that yesterday Hayes danced with the Empress during the ball. Zuria remembered how the lady said that Her Majesty had already apologized and now everything was fine with them, and also words about how wrong rumors can be. After all, people often mix the truth with pure fiction. The blonde gave the task to find some orphan and forge documents for her so that she could get into the palace. The assistant said that she would fulfill this request of the madam. It was necessary to find a maid with a dubious past, close to the Empress, and ask her to resign immediately in exchange for a large sum of money. The woman asked what to do with this orphan, and after that Zuria ordered her to be killed. As she spoke these words, the girl burst into a smile, as if she was talking about something joyful. Later, Prince Arana began to recover from his hangover. He was invited to a joint meal with the emperor and his wife. This seemed rather strange to the guest. After all, this was the first time he had been treated so well in the Pyant Empire. For some reason, the guy was in a good mood talking about this. However, the emperor announced that it was time for him to return. They were probably already waiting for him at home. Hayes tried to restrain himself so as not to send off the crown prince with rude words. Having gained strength, he simply wished his guest a safe journey. But he only laughed and said that his interlocutor knew a lot of good words. This behavior was pathetic in his eyes. The red-haired prince said that he was leaving soon, but Her Majesty did not even look at him. Hearing this, the Empress, who was sitting at the table, shuddered. She did not expect that the guest would show unprecedented impudence until the very end. This man also expressed his disappointment that Daphne had refused him the dance yesterday, and he really wanted to meet the Empress then. However, she objected, saying that her skills were not enough to dance with His Highness. But I tried to be polite until the end of the conversation, so as not to ruin anyone's reputation. To this, the guest replied that such a reason did not become a problem during the dance with His Highness the Emperor. Daphne looked at her husband when the conversation turned to dancing with him, but he turned away. Therefore, the lady thought that the Emperor apparently liked the dance after all. It was a relief to realize this. Madame replied that she agreed to the dance because the Emperor led her. Therefore, even she danced with dignity. And I remembered that my husband most likely liked to teach others. However, after these words, Hayes's favorability scale did not increase, but remained the same as before, 20%. Most likely such compliments simply did not work with him. Or he had to teach someone in life. Madame wondered if the Emperor was on good terms with the Crown Prince, and the answer did not take long to arrive. The Emperor said that the ruler of Iran was probably worried about his successor. And since Louis wasn't going to eat, he should have started getting ready. He said in a dreaming voice that he would have something to brag about to his family when he returned to his homeland. However, Hayes did not listen to him and offered to escort him to his room. Daphne looked thoughtfully at her husband, and she asked if he wanted to teach her something. But he didn't understand what was being said, so he asked directly. The lady repeated her question about whether her husband wanted to explain anything to her, and do it the way he taught her to dance. But neither the Emperor nor the butler standing next to him understood the Empress's question. Therefore, to get away from the awkward silence, she simply said that she was probably mistaken. It was time for those present to go, because Prince Louis was soon to leave for his homeland. When Madame turned to the exit, Hayes looked at her with a surprised look. After all, I was trying to understand what the lady was talking about before, and find the answer to what she wanted to learn from him. The Emperor thought that perhaps she wanted him to admit to her that he was constantly thinking about her. And I thought that my wife probably had just such a plan. Or it could be because he addressed her by name. But the guy still couldn't understand what was the matter. Daphne was surprised why her husband stood still, and turning around said that everyone was already waiting for them. So she invited him to go with them, and he agreed. However, he kept wondering what she was doing to him. And why is this girl behaving this way? He would like to know the answer to this question, but he could not yet. When Louis was already leaving, the Emperor and Empress saw him off. This guest continued to smile sweetly and flirt with the maids, but they did not seem to mind such pleasantries. Daphne recalled that they talked about him as a ladies' man. However, this has not yet been said enough. His behavior seemed low to her. The guest again turned his attention to the Empress and said that he was glad to see her goodbye. After all, it was time for him to leave. The girl wished the Crown Prince to get there without incident. After all, she had had enough of these games. She never liked this type of person. The red-haired Crown Prince told Daphne that he was sorry that it was time to say goodbye so quickly. At that moment, he raised his hand to her, expecting reciprocity. But the Emperor intercepted her, showing that his next visit would not be welcome here. In a stern voice, the guy said that it was time for the guest to leave. Louis once again thanked for the magnificent banquet organized in his honor. And after that, he got into the carriage. They again wished them a safe journey, rejoicing that he was finally leaving them. When this annoying guest left, the girl went into the garden. There she decided to take a walk. After all, the air was very clean and pleasant. They could hardly breathe. The maid, worried about her charge, came up to her and said that it was cool outside. So she asked me to go back inside. Daphne thanked Laura for her hard work. Before leaving, the girl bowed to Hayes and said that she would go to her room. Unexpectedly, the guy replied that it was not so late, and after apologizing to Madame, he extended his hand to her. However, after a moment he lowered it. Apparently, at that time, the guy was still embarrassed to show signs of attention to his wife. Therefore, he turned to the head maid and asked her to take care of the Empress. She agreed. Daphne, touched by Laura's concern, obediently followed her. But she turned around for a moment, casting a farewell glance at her husband. Something new flashed in his eyes, usually cold and impenetrable. It was like unusual tenderness and subtle warmth. This fleeting expression made the Empress's heart tremble. She didn't know what it was, a sincere feeling or a play of emotions, but it lit a spark of hope in her. While the ladies walked to the chambers, Daphne asked Laura what else the Emperor said, besides asking him to take care of her. The maid simply repeated his order. However, the lady thought something else was said. She thought she heard her husband's voice. It sounded quieter but more gentle than usual. Madame was absolutely sure that it was his call. At this time, the butler approached the Emperor, and he invited the guy to go into the palace because Her Majesty had already left. But Hayes stood and just looked at him. The ruler's mood was clearly not good. He was so annoyed that he clenched his hand into a fist with all his might. And in his soul he was disappointed with his timidity and indecision. But a little later he invited Moss to have a cup of tea and went with him to the palace. The man realized that the guy now needed his help. Hayes considered his action a weakness. After all, he had almost decided to invite Daphne on a date in the garden, but he could not follow through with it. Therefore, he barely audibly uttered the phrase, "What a shame." The Empress was in her chambers. That evening she had plenty of time to think. The lady tried to understand what to do next and how to win her husband's heart. The girl lay on the bed and tried to come up with a new way to complete her task. She wanted to understand if she could return for this reason. After all, the main obstacles in this deal are that it must conquer the Emperor himself. And this task turned out to be not at all easy. The lady recalled how she had come to Heisa's palace many times in the hope of meeting him, but it seems that the Emperor was always busy. After all, she couldn't even see Moss, so there was nothing to even talk about meeting the Emperor. The servants of the imperial palace, when meeting a girl, always said that His Majesty was absent now, and this happened over and over again. She checked all the places where he could pass, but he wasn't there either. The maids are probably already accustomed to seeing the Empress herself there more often than the Emperor. But this, of course, is a long way to the Emperor, because his palace was huge. Usually everyone greeted Madame when she passed by, and she often had to return empty-handed. While the lady was thinking, someone knocked on her room. This was the main assistant of the castle, Laura. Daphne suggested entering the room, and when this woman came in, she saw the Empress and thought that she was unwell. After all, she was lying sad in bed. But then the assistant shouted at the girl so that she should not lie on the bed like that. For some reason, the maid really liked this and even annoyed her. However, the lady said that she was very tired today. That's why I wanted to rest. This reason did not seem valid to Laura, so she again asked the girl to lie down. After all, if she was tired, she could at least lie on her back. Daphne didn't care which way she lay. She thought about what the emperor said, and he said that he did not try to teach her, and maybe he should have been believed. But then it turned out that he just liked dancing with her. However, this seemed unlikely to the lady. At this thought, Madame jumped out of bed, which frightened her assistant. Come to think of it, she didn't tremble while dancing. This means that at that moment she was no longer afraid of the emperor. It was unclear why she didn't panic this time. After all, if fear became a part of this body, it had to manifest itself unconsciously. The lady wanted to ask the one who gave her the task of conquering the emperor about this, but he was not there again. Daphne realized that she still had not decided on the strategy for her further actions. Madame again lay down on the pillow as she had been lying before, telling the maid that she did not want to get up. After all, she is happy here and now. The maid replied that Her Majesty was a monarch. Therefore, I must remember my dignity every hour. The girl asked Laura if fear could suddenly evaporate, but the woman could not understand why this question was asked. Daphne said that there was someone whom she used to be so afraid of that she could not approach this person. But later, I began to feel completely normal next to him. This fear has disappeared. But suddenly, the lady came to the conclusion that she herself liked that dance. However, it was worth being careful with this, so as not to become attached to the emperor. Laura sat down next to her ward and said that she might have seen another side of this man. Madame thought about these words. The maid went on to explain that the lady may have only ever seen the scary side of the man, but she finally noticed another side, and this other side no longer frightened her so much. Daphne realized that there really was a side of the emperor that didn't frighten her so much. After all, people had many different sides and qualities, and the one who usually frowns and seems strange probably knew how to smile and look happy. The assistant concluded that there are no completely bad or completely good people. The Empress realized that the maid was completely right, and her words were worth thinking more deeply about. She didn't expect such an answer, but she tried to find a way to increase Hayes's sympathy by keeping her distance from him. However, this was not so necessary. All she had to do was concentrate on his good side, and not to think about what she didn't like about him. Suddenly, the girl rushed to hug her assistant and thank her. Laura could not understand what happened to the Empress today. Daphne realized that the Emperor's sympathy for her was obvious. This means that the girl was not indifferent to him. She remembered her husband's words that her invitation to dance was very unexpected, and at that moment he was even preparing for the worst. And I remembered how he hugged her after the dance and said that she danced just wonderfully, although the lady herself didn't think so then. It turned out that the guy was comfortable being around her, as if he was interested in her a little more than just out of a sense of duty or responsibility. Therefore, Madame decided to focus on studying this side of her husband in more detail. Then her fear of the emperor would probably disappear. The girl was determined to do so. She believed that now everything should work out for her. The next morning, there was a meeting of the country's leaders. New laws were discussed there. One of the board members called the law to raise taxes on aristocrats absurd. Other dukes also supported him. After all, taxes for them were already increased last month, and there was no reason to do it again. The country's nobility called such actions outrageous. At the meeting, those present expressed their disagreement and bewilderment in this regard, and they asked the emperor to think carefully again. At this meeting, all 8 members of the governing council and His Majesty Emperor Heiss gathered together. It was clear that all this talk about disagreement was orchestrated by one of the council members. However, who exactly, the emperor did not yet know. He wondered who was capable of making such a move without hesitation. However, he had to agree to take into account the words of those present and reconsider this issue again. At this point, the ruler proposed to end this meeting, and after that he left the meeting room and closed the door behind him. The members of the governing council were left alone with each other. They discussed the reason for this behavior of the monarch. It could be due to age or something else. This man clearly had too much arrogance, but one should not expect anything else from this young man. One of the council members stopped these conversations, demanding respect for His Majesty, and he ordered not to do this even in his absence. This grown man asked others to think carefully before opening their mouths and expressing critical thoughts, and he reminded that the sun does not disappear when it goes beyond the horizon. This man was right. because the emperor stood outside the door and heard everything. The guy decided that it was time for the council to disperse. After all, it would be bad if all its members were noticed gathered together. After that, Hayes headed to the library. In this way, he tried to escape from this unnecessary meeting. Today, he had no time to discuss government issues. He slept very poorly that night. The guy could not sleep, because Lady Daphne appeared every time he closed his eyes. Her image constantly appeared in his dreams, giving him no rest. The library had always been his hiding place, but it seemed that she no longer belonged to him. After all, Madame Caris often appeared there, so it was this time too. Hayes opened his eyes slightly and heard someone calling his name. This girl looked a little gloomy. She thought her fear was returning, but she understood that if she left now, she could avoid a panic attack. At the same time, she didn't want to leave at all. She wanted to follow the maid's advice and see the other side of this man. All that remained was to understand which side was being discussed then. The girl remembered the assistant's words that she had previously perhaps only seen the terrifying side of that man. And now, for sure, she noticed another one, which no longer frightened her so much. The lady tried to understand what this side might be that didn't frighten her so much. But for this, it was necessary to stay. After all, these words of the maid were probably true, and Madame decided that she would try to look only at the good side of the emperor. And if she runs away now, who knows when she will get such a chance again? Hayes was sleeping peacefully at this time in the library. His face was very carefree at that moment, so the lady realized that there was definitely no need to be afraid of him now. But it was still surprising why the emperor slept in the library. This could only mean that something was preventing him from sleeping at night. Looking at him, Daphne took a deep breath and exhaled to calm herself down. And plucking up courage, she came closer to the ruler. The girl quietly called his name again. The guy began to blink and a little later opened his eyes. The lady interrupted his sweet and peaceful sleep. Looking at him, she realized that the ruler had woken up. But now she didn't know what to do next. After all, it looked like the emperor was now somewhere with his thoughts. Daphne sat closer and asked Hayes why he was sleeping here. The guy continued to sit silently at the table. The lady touched the emperor's forehead with her hand. It seemed to her that he did not have a fever, so she suggested calling Laura. But when Madame began to remove her hand, the emperor grabbed her. Such an unexpected gesture scared the girl a little. She asked her husband what he was doing now. However, he asked her not to leave. This was a rather strange act for a guy, and the lady did not know how to react further. After all, there were drastic changes in the emperor's behavior. And he, sitting at the table again and again, asked Daphne not to leave. It was as if he was begging her about it, and he asked to stay with him. In order not to succumb to strong fear again, the lady tried to pull away her hand and his hands. But I couldn't. After that, the emperor hugged her very tightly, pressing her to himself and tenderly calling her by name. The girl's heart was beating so hard at that moment that it seemed like it was about to jump out of her chest, but only after feeling its rhythm. The emperor realized that this was not a dream, and he realized that he was actually hugging his wife. He felt her hand and her wrist, but after that he pushed her away. After all, he was worried about what the lady would think of him, but she only looked at her husband in horror. The emperor and his wife sat down at the table again. Hayes said the girl really scared him. At this moment, the guy's face showed embarrassment and uncertainty about the correctness of his action. The lady thought that the emperor always walked around with a very serious face, like a statue. Therefore, doubts arose that she did not really know this person before. Realizing what had happened, Hayes blushed with embarrassment. It seemed that he even felt ashamed of his action. But the girl said that earlier it was she who said the words that someone scared her. The guy covered his face with his hand, realizing what had recently happened. He did not dare to look the girl in the eyes. So I asked what she was doing here. Madame replied that she wanted to read something. After all, they don't dance in the library. She also began to tell me that she was looking for an interesting book, but could not find it. Besides, she never expected to meet the emperor here either, and she asked again why the guy was sleeping here. After all, he has his own room. And after that, the lady tried to check her husband's sympathy scale. The guy replied that the library was his secret refuge until the empress appeared here. Hayes's sympathy scale currently stood at 21%. The sympathy grew a little, because the last time we met there were only 20. The emperor asked why, of all the possible days, the lady decided to go to the library today. But she asked again if this was a hint for her to leave. But the guy showed that he clearly didn't mean it. The girl was a little perplexed, because she considered these words an accusation against her for coming to this place, and she added that if the emperor did not want to see her, he could say so, instead of muttering incomprehensible words under your breath. Not expecting such assertiveness, the guy got up from the table. His face expressed extreme confusion and anger at himself. He began to wonder why he even said that. It seemed that he had forgotten how to talk to people on everyday topics. The maids waiting for Daphne at the entrance to the library were already starting to get nervous. They began to discuss why the Empress was not afraid of the library, and this could mean that she really saw ghosts. The girl at the entrance said that she needed to find some book in the library, and she had been gone for about 30 minutes, which was quite a long time in the eyes of the assistants. The maids were very afraid of the library and did not want to go there. But suddenly the door of this room began to open, and finally the Empress left there. The assistants asked if she had found the book she was looking for, but the girl had a very displeased expression on her face. Therefore, the maids decided to find out from her why this was so. The lady at that moment wondered why, of all the possible places, the emperor chose the library. Although her life depended on him, this did not give the guy the right to talk to her like that. The girl said wishes for good dreams and expressed the hope that the interlocutor would sleep all day. Deputies couldn't figure out who she was talking to. Daphne did not answer this question, but asked again what would be for dinner today. After all, she really wanted something spicy or sweet. And a little later she asked the maids not to answer this question, because she wanted to guess for herself what the answer would be. The maid asked whom the Empress had recently seen, but she replied that there was no one there. When the lady left, the emperor came out of the office. He asked Daphne to wait for him, but she had already gone out of sight. The Empress went to her room. Sitting on the bed, she closed her eyes and began to think about what had happened. The head maid came into her room, and she asked the lady if everything was fine with her. After all, it was as if there was no face on that one. However, the girl wanted to know how the maids were doing. She understood that they might have been scared. Laura replied that she asked them to wait in the hall, and she said that it would not hurt them to improve discipline. The woman also said that she sent Daphne's dress to Luna, and he said that he might have to redo it from scratch. The lady thanked her for her concern. She also asked the maid not to scold the maids too much. After all, I saw part of my guilt in their behavior. On the evening of the quarrel with Hayes, one incident occurred in the Imperial Palace. This happened just during dinner. It all started when one of the maids serving a dish spilled food on Daphne's dress. Of course, many people were scared then. All the plates smashed with a crash, and the Empress's dress was completely dirty. Laura looked menacingly at the assistants and, calling them worthless, ordered them to immediately leave the dining room. But the girl told her that everything was fine and asked her not to worry too much about the current situation. However, the maid believed that this could not be tolerated. After all, it was lucky that cold dishes were spilled on the dress, but if it was soup or pasta, it could be dangerous. The lady agreed with this. Laura told the maids to wait for her outside. After all, a certain punishment awaited them all for such behavior. The assistant asked if everything was okay with the Empress, but she replied that everything was fine and only her dress was damaged. Previously, she had this oppressive feeling with the incident in the library, but now it has become even stronger. The phrase adding insult to injury and Murphy's Law flashed through her mind. After all, bad things happen to everyone at once. The head maid considered the incident to be her fault because she should have trained her assistants better. And lately the woman has been too distracted. Her job was to keep things under control, but the palace has never been as alive as it is now. Therefore, she believed that she should punish the assistants very harshly for that incident. And I thought of doing this to make it clear that this should not happen again. Daphne made a conclusion for herself and tried to remember that she should never cross Laura's path. It could be dangerous even for her. The maids were waiting for the senior assistant outside the door, trembling with fear. One of the maids even cried. The girls believed that it all happened because of Morton. After all, it was she who spilled food on the Empress that time. In addition, the tray was not heavy at all. The main dishes were served by other assistants, and they thought that she alone was to blame for everything, so she herself should bear responsibility. The maids understood that the upcoming conversation would not have happened at all if it had not been for the spilling of food on the Empress, although it was an accident. After all, the maid didn't do it on purpose. But what's done is done, and the girls should have stopped talking like that. However, they continued to say that Morton was completely out of her mind. After all, It doesn't matter what kind of servants were there. Daphne was still the emperor's companion and head of the palace. Besides, everyone knew that at the banquet she danced with His Highness. Which means she could take a place next to his throne, and after that His Highness could punish the maid for that offense. And then she realized that, for that matter, it was better to leave herself or accept the punishment. The other assistants could not understand what came over Morton. They encouraged her to apologize for the sake of her parents. They asked the maid if she felt sorry for them. Earl and Countess Fisher of North. After all, they worked so hard to maintain the estate, and their daughter gave them nothing but worries. But the girl replied that she didn't care. If she was kicked out, she was ready to leave, because she had nothing more to lose. The maid was surprised why she spoke as if she had no other choice. The girl explained that she could not afford to buy new shoes, and this despite the fact that she was the daughter of a count. But now her parents were no longer alive. The assistant decided that as soon as she got out of here, she would be able to buy herself normal shoes and a dress. And for this she only needed money. And as soon as she sends her salary to her family, she will be done with this miserable life. At that moment, the girl scratched her finger. One of the maids asked whether she did it on purpose or not. It seemed unclear to the maid why Morgan had hurt herself. The girl stood and tore open the initially small wound. She was bleeding. She explained that everything is not so simple, and that she was very tired. That's the whole reason for her behavior. And the blood flowed more and more from the finger. Laura, leaving the Empress's room, told the girls that she hoped they had behaved well while she was gone. She also asked if they could imagine what they had done. After all, it was quite strange for a maid of the imperial palace to dare to spill food on the Empress's dress. After all, they could even remove their heads from their shoulders for this. The head maid said that this was not the fault of one maid, but of everyone who works in this palace, including her herself. Therefore, starting from this day, all maids will undergo additional training, and for the next month their salaries will be cut in half. Morton wondered why this was considered the fault of all the maids. Not long ago, a message came from the Empress's palace for Zuria. Her assistant passed on this note. It said that the clown does not cry. The blonde clearly understood what this could mean. It looked like their pawn had ruined all her plans. Therefore, the girl asked to kill this guilty assistant. After all, the more people knew their secret, the greater the chance that it would be discovered. And since that maid failed the task, then there was no point in keeping her around anymore. The blonde's dark-skinned assistant decided to clarify whether she should have recruited another maid, and her owner began to explain that when this loser dies, a workplace will become vacant and their trained girl will need to be placed there. Kelly understood the essence of her new assignment, but that was not all. Zuria asked if she knew why the blonde took her with her during her arrival, and she asked not to forget that she saved her life. She also asked me not to make any more mistakes. Mose offered His Majesty something to eat. After all, he didn't take anything into his mouth from the meeting with the governing council. However, the emperor explained that he was not hungry now, and he even refused the offered strawberry juice. Therefore, the butler considered that the guy was unwell. In addition, Lord Ethan reported that the emperor continued to complain of chest pains, but he said that he knew himself very well and understood when he was sick and when he wasn't. Hayes's memory flashed back to scenes of him hugging his wife in the library. He really hoped that he didn't dream it, but actually happened. He also remembered her image standing next to him, and I understood that the lady was very charming then. Suddenly, the pensive guy heard the butler scream. He called His Majesty more loudly because before that the ruler had not heard him. Hayes suggested that the assistant get back to business. After all, paperwork won't do itself, and he agreed with this. The guy began to take steps forward, but the butler called out to him again. Mose said that the road chosen by the emperor leads to the palace of the Empress. He replied that he knew about it, but he just wanted to take a shortcut. Then the assistant reminded them that they initially needed to go in the other direction. After that, he coughed slightly. The butler understood the reason why the guy was heading there, so he decided to correct the situation and said that the emperor was right, and they really were in that direction. Laura, being in the Empress's room, asked for forgiveness for yesterday's event. After all, I thought that the girl had been given a lot of trouble, but Daphne asked not to worry about it. She didn't see anything wrong with it. Laura continued to insist that this would not happen again, and she said that all the maids promised to be more careful. Mose suggested that the emperor go through the main hall of the palace, because in his opinion it would be faster. and the maid told Daphne that new flowers had bloomed in the garden and invited her to look at them. It turned out that both the emperor and the empress began to go somewhere at approximately the same time, but only in different places. The lady asked the assistant if she knew where His Majesty was now. The woman said that he was most likely heading to his office now, and if they were lucky, they might meet him. Daphne hadn't seen him since that incident in the library. It was yesterday, but it seemed like a long time had already passed since then, and it was better to talk to him now, while his sympathy was growing. The girl opened the door and began to go out. At this time, her husband was passing along the corridor, but on the other side. However, the sentry called the emperor and Maz and said that he had urgent news, and this news could not wait, because it was very urgent. He reported that one of the maids died in the empress's palace. This girl's name was Morton Fisher. She had been working at the palace for 3 years. Maz asked what the cause of her death was. The sentry explained that judging by the dent in her neck and the condition of her body, she had been hanged. But it is unknown whether this was done of his own free will or not. However, the testimony of the maids and circumstantial evidence supported this version. The reason for the hanging was still unknown. The servant said that they are just now finding out. Recently, the head maid Laura scolded the girl quite harshly. Maz said that he had never heard of a maid with the last name Fisher before, but it was confirmed to him that it was indeed the daughter of Count Fisher. And she must have gotten into the palace after they started watching him. During the previous emperor's reign, only the duke's wives and daughters could enter the empress's palace. But now even representatives of unknown families were allowed here. Maz carefully examined the injured girl's shoes. It seemed strange to him that her shoes were too worn for an empress's maid, and this surprised not only him. It turned out that the daughter of an impoverished count hanged herself because she was scolded. But this reason was quite strange. Few people knew about this, but this was not the first case of suicide by a maid. The butler clarified that the last one was apparently due to a fight at a tea party. And he was right. However, that maid was definitely not the daughter of the poor count. And I didn't walk in worn shoes for 3 years. The butler asked how well this maid worked, and could it be that she was constantly scolded. However, the servant did not agree with this. After all, then she would have been kicked out of the palace a long time ago. And she worked here for 3 whole years and had to get used to the environment. And judging by the fact that she had a separate room with a terrace, she did her job well. Maz clarified regarding the incident that occurred during the Empress's dinner. Then one of the maids dropped the plate while serving the dish to Her Majesty, and she dropped it right on the Empress. The servant also confirmed this and added that then the maids were harshly reprimanded. But in the end, everything was fine with Her Majesty. The fact that they did not call a doctor for her after that incident showed that everything was fine with her. However, the head maid was probably shocked after this. Everyone was surprised why this girl at that moment chose suicide instead of repentance. This conversation was heard by the palace's chief assistant and the Empress. Daphne informed Laura that she would have nothing else to do today, and she invited the woman to rest. She also asked her to tell the other maids to take the day off and not worry about her. The assistant was grateful to the Empress. After this, meeting a sentry in the corridor, Madame said that she had heard that one of her maids had died, and the servant confirmed this. Therefore, the girl asked to tell her everything that this man knew about the current situation, and he explained everything to her in detail. Daphne didn't believe that that maid could have committed suicide just because Laura scolded her, and she suggested continuing the conversation over a cup of tea. The servant agreed and went into the Empress's room. The lady said that she heard that all the maids will have their salaries cut. They will also be forced to undergo additional training, but it remained unclear why this could be done because of a simple oversight. The conclusion could be drawn based on the testimony of other maids, and after examining the crime scene, the servant said that everything pointed to suicide. And Maz has already confirmed this personally. The fact that the butler knew about this surprised the girl. Since the maid died in the Empress's palace, it was necessary to notify the Imperial Palace about it, and this meant that Hayes probably already knew about everything. And this was another obstacle for Daphne. After all, dancing with him, Laura's words that the palace was full of life again, and her husband's embrace in a dream could no longer mean anything. And everything the lady did to get closer to the Emperor was now destroyed. The servant was about to leave, but Madame asked him to wait. After all, a man died, and this bothered her very much. The lady believed that he knew better than anyone how painful death could be. That's why I wanted to resolve this issue first. The girl recalled Laura's words that she would sternly reprimand the offender, But this did not mean that they wanted to kick her out or punish her. And the salary cut was only for 1 month, and not forever. Because of this, it could be concluded that additional training was to blame. Madame asked if the deceased had left a will. The servant replied that it was not found anywhere in the palace, but something else was found. The sentry just wanted to tell the Empress about this. Before her death, for some reason, the girl packed all her belongings and clothes into luggage. This seemed like a very strange thing to do. This is what they usually did before leaving. The servant continued to say that all things were tightly packed, even towels, socks, and the spoon she used. Zuriya's assistant looked at her scar on her hand and reported to the mistress about what had happened. It seemed strange to say that someone who was about to end his life was spending time packing his things, and even spoons. Therefore, it could be concluded that yesterday's event was planned long ago. The blonde asked the servant what about the other maids. Did she communicate closely with any of them? But the answer was given that all the maids and servants in the palace had already been spoken to, and everyone reported that she was not very close to anyone. Apparently, it was difficult to approach her because she could turn out to be quiet. The servant apologized to the Empress and said that it was time for him to return. The maid who had been invited to the scene was soon to arrive. The girl was surprised that no one was close to the deceased, even those who worked side by side with her. And how, in this case, you cannot notice any signs of depression or strange inclinations is unclear. The lady was surprised, realizing that something was wrong here. After all, the events were too spontaneous. And then one of the maids entered the room. Daphne suggested that she continue the conversation in a quieter place. At Zuriya's estate, there was a conversation between a lady and her maid. The girl asked to bring a new girl to her, and Kelly noted that she had just recently found a suitable candidate. This girl's name was Marianne Edmund. She was the 17-year-old daughter of Earl Horton Edmund, and since the Duke died, she was the only one who disposed of the family property. The girl suffered from a fever at an early age and now had hearing problems. This seemed untrustworthy to Zuriya. However, the girl's hearing was enough to be able to speak. The lady asked if she had any other relatives, but the assistant replied that most likely there were none. After all, her mother died during the birth of her younger sister, and the rest of her relatives moved to Aran long ago. Zuriya asked how she could work as a servant of the Empress if she had hearing problems, and the assistant said that she could read lips perfectly. The blonde found it tempting. The maid said that she herself checked the girl about this and she understood everything just as well as those who heard. Moreover, since she is originally the daughter of a duke, there will be no problems with preparing documents. Zuriya offered to bring this girl to the Empress's palace under the pretext of sponsorship. This was actually a pretty good idea. The lady asked the assistant where Marianne was now, and Kelly explained that the girl was waiting for them downstairs. The blonde decided that now she would go down to her herself, so she asked not to call her upstairs. She went out to this girl and upon meeting, unexpectedly hugged her tightly. The Duke's daughter was very surprised at such a seemingly warm welcome, and Zuriya whispered that she would kill her. Since there was no reaction to these words, Madame decided that apparently Marianne really didn't hear, and when she released her from the hug, she said that she was pleased to meet her guest, and she also said her name, Zuriya Sepian. The girl shook the blonde's hand and said that it was mutual. She also called herself Marianne Edmund. The lady asked Kelly to make them tea, and also noticed how she looked at her scar on her arm. And she asked again if the assistant regretted what she had recently done. Daphne decided to inspect the site of this sad event with her assistant, and they went to the maid's room. The palace had a separate building in which workers lived. For example, knights and maids. Entering the room, the girls stopped. The maid said that this room really belonged to Morton. After this, the Empress released her, thanking her. And when she approached the door, she added that it was certainly not easy to lose a colleague with whom you had worked for so long. The maid thanked the girl for her understanding, and she turned to the door again, getting ready to leave the room. The lady continued to say that death is hard to get used to. She had already been through this herself, so I could imagine what it must have been like for her now. The assistant did not have time to leave when the girl called out to her and asked who lived in the next room. The maid answered the Empress's question and left. Daphne asked that maid to come to her too. But the girl burst into tears, afraid to talk to Madame about what happened. One of the maids said that everything was obvious and Her Majesty understood everything. After all, she saw spirits and this should not be forgotten. So the lady must have summoned ghosts to find out what happened. However, another maid asked to stop this conversation and showed where to go to the Empress. She was still in Morton's room. Daphne wondered why this room wasn't sealed. After all, it looked like someone had already cleaned it up. The lady looked at the chair that stood in the middle of the room. She already had an idea, and now she needed to check something out. The chair was placed just opposite the chandelier. The girl began to carefully examine everything. And a little later, I climbed onto this chair to see how high the lamp was from it. Reaching out with her hand, the lady realized that the maid could not reach the lamp on her own. It turned out that the maid could not kill herself. The ceilings in the palace were too high for such a thing to happen. And it's hard to just reach it, let alone tie a rope. The maid who lived in the next room just came into the room. Daphne thought she was about the same height as Morton. The assistant confirmed this and said that they also have the same body type. The Empress asked this maid to stand on a chair. After all, she understood that these girls were both taller than her. This request surprised the maid a little, but she still agreed to fulfill it. After this, the lady asked the girl to stand on tiptoes and try to reach the chandelier. The maid was very frightened by Madame's request, but still she did not refuse. Daphne realized that this girl could barely reach the chandelier decorations, while Morton was a little taller. After that, the maid got down from the chair. The Empress looked with a stern and thoughtful gaze at the place where the maid stood. After all, I thought that she had not taken something into account. The Empress's amazed and angry look frightened her assistant to the point of horror. But the matter was different. At that moment, the voice that gave Daphne the task appeared. And the first thing the girl asked was whether the voice saw what happened. Did he see how Morton died? However, he asked if it was true that someone had died. This event must have been sad, he said. Later he asked if the lady had forgotten about their little deal. Madame should not have given up the thought of returning. But if this was not the case, then it was better to keep an eye on your surroundings. The voice advised not to make enemies for yourself. After all, this definitely won't help the lady win. At this moment, the frightened maid's favorability scale reached 35%. She asked in horror whether the Empress was really seeing something now. Daphne was scared because when the maid entered the room, her sympathy was 40%. However, after this, the figures began to fall sharply. They reached 33, 21%, and eventually went to 0. The lady did not know what to do next with this assistant. At this time, the Emperor was busy with work issues in his office. He asked Mose if the Empress knew that a maid had died in her palace. The butler answered in the affirmative and said that the lady was just now in the victim's room. But fortunately, everything was fine with Daphne. The sentry even said that Her Majesty calmed the grieving maid. For Hayes, the news was a relief. After all, he began to worry about his wife. However, the Empress dismissed all the servants and even skipped breakfast and lunch. It turned out that she had not eaten anything for a whole day. Her Majesty was clearly not in the best mood. The Emperor was upset by this news, since he had already become close to Daphne. The butler also said that Lady Zuria requested an audience with His Majesty and the Empress. But the Emperor was not at all happy about this. Having decided to find out the reason, the guy heard that the blonde probably already knew about the grief that had happened in the Imperial Palace, and it is quite possible that she was worried about this incident. The Emperor asked not to say anything about this to the Empress, and to immediately bring the guest to him. However, she was already in the palace. When they met, the blonde said that she was very worried when she heard the news about what had happened. Then the lady was dressed in a black robe. The Emperor immediately noticed the color of the guests' dresses. She was dressed as if she was actually expressing grief and trying to emphasize her condition. The guy was afraid that this news had escaped outside the castle. It was unclear who told Zuria about the maid's death. The guest asked how the Empress was doing. The girl had already heard that Daphne had comforted the grieving maid, so she thought she was fine. The Emperor was surprised at the blonde's knowledge, since all servants were supposed to keep their mouths shut. Zuria believed that the Empress was worried about that situation, although she did not show it. At that moment, the girl tried to cover her smile with her hand so as not to give herself away. And then she began to tell me that she once had to go to Erin because of her parents. And then she was very sad and worried. And when she returned 10 years later at the call of her older brother, she still felt the loss. It seemed irreparable to her. Therefore, she was sure that Her Majesty was also very worried. And I heard that that maid even served her. At that moment, the girl managed to squeeze out her first tear. Because of this, she began to apologize to Hayes, saying that she should not have ruined his mood with her tears, and that it was strange for her to worry so much that she could cry non-stop. Therefore, I asked her to forgive her for such tactlessness. The guy extended his hand to the girl, which contained a handkerchief. He didn't know whether her tears were sincere or not, but he made this polite gesture simply because of his upbringing. Hayes hoped that this blue scarf would help the girl calm down. The lady looked at the guy and thanked him. However, at first she did not take the handkerchief, but put her head on the guy's chest in the hope that he would console her. But he only asked her to be more tactful, because his servants were looking at them. Madame realized that Hayes did not really consider her a person close to him anymore. Taking a step back, she uttered words of gratitude to His Majesty, and she promised to give him a new scarf next time. After all, I didn't want to return this one to him after I ruined it with my tears. The Emperor said that everything was in order, and I decided to clarify the reason for the guest's arrival. She said that she asked for an audience because she had prepared a consolation gift for Her Majesty. The guy was very surprised that Zuria wanted to give a gift to his wife, but the ruler did not yet know how to react to him. The lady said that she had prepared a new maid to help Daphne, and as she spoke, she held a portrait of Mariana in her hands. She also added that she had to take extreme measures because she had no time left, but it paid off, and Marianne Edmund was the beloved daughter of Duke Edmund. At the moment, the girl lived alone with a couple of servants. Zuria also said that the Empress also lost her parents at an early age, and since Lady Marianne went through something similar, the girls will probably understand each other well. Therefore, this was the perfect candidate for a new maid that she could find. However, Zuria said that she does not manage the servants in the Empress's palace, and although Her Majesty did not show it, she was probably lonely and scared. These words made the Emperor think. He had never thought about his wife in this light before. The girl, with a smile on her face, asked to accept her gift. After a short pause, the Emperor said that he would put in a good word for this maid. After some time, a meeting was held with the Emperor and the governing council. It was discussed that now is the right time to take one step. Hayes was offered to distract everyone with a ball before anyone found out about what had happened. Others supported Duke Goddard's proposal. Those gathered proposed to deal with the rumors about the dead maid before they left the palace walls, but Hayes seemed to disagree. He didn't want to throw a masquerade ball just 3 days after the death of the Empress's maid just to cover his tracks. However, others believed that it was better to cover all traces now, and if Pyant or other kingdoms find out, then nothing good will come of it. Besides, no one killed this girl. Council members recommended being proactive. No one wanted Emperor Aaron to know about this. Then he could take advantage of the moment of weakness and make his move against Pianta. This is a small sacrifice for a big cause. Those gathered were sure that the maid would understand everything, since she served the palace. Hayes realized that they had no sympathy or respect for the dead, although it would be ridiculous to expect any humanity from these people. The current situation was very similar to what it was 2 years ago after the death of the Imperial Knight. You never knew in advance how quickly rumors would spread. After all, the dead girl was not just a servant. She was a maid serving Her Majesty the Empress. The ruler was categorically against this proposal from his subordinates, and even began to shout at them in order to end the conversation. A little later, he asked Duke Clement if he really thought that the masquerade ball could hide the death of the maid. He replied that all his subjects would come to see him. Therefore, all attention will be on the nobles and the emperor, and they will only talk about this when it's all over. Having thought everything over again, the emperor decided to agree to the proposal of the council members, and he said that he really hoped that their predictions were correct. After this, he was irritated and left the meeting room. Moz met him in the corridor and asked what happened. He replied that the council members asked to organize a masquerade and as soon as possible. Butler believed that it was too early to organize such events. But the emperor replied that the sooner everyone forgets about what happened, the better it would be, and including for Daphne herself. Therefore, I was already ready to inform the Empress's palace about the future holiday. The guy decided that it would be better for him to tell the girl everything on his own. Moss agreed with him and asked Hayes for forgiveness. Daphne was walking in the garden at that moment, and wondering why the favor scale of the maid with whom she had last spoken had dropped to 0. Being immersed in her thoughts, the girl did not even hear that someone was calling her. She thought about how painful it was to be pushed away like that. The voice calling the Empress became increasingly louder, and the lady saw a man standing right in front of her. This made her temporarily forget about those thoughts. After all, the Emperor himself approached Her Majesty. He asked what happened to the girl, but the lady replied that she was fine. She wanted to know what brought Hayes to her. He replied that in a few days there would be a masquerade ball at the castle. Daphne really didn't like this idea. It was hard not to read the sadness and regret on the Empress's face at what she had to hear. At first, the Empress even thought that she was mistaken in thinking that the Emperor knew about the death of the maid. She found it strange that he had not yet been informed about this. But Hayes said the ball was invented because one of the maids died. This explanation caused bewilderment in the girl. It seemed to her incomprehensible why there was a masquerade ball after that. After all, the maid in the palace died. And that was just yesterday. The Emperor realized that his wife did not like his idea. Therefore, it may have to be discussed again at the council. The lady continued to say that this girl was just a maid, but she spent a lot of time with her. This maid was the daughter of a nobleman who served the empire. The Emperor said that he was informed that his wife was not particularly close to the deceased, and Daphne agreed with him. But if this was true, her assistant was still dead, and this was worth taking into account when making further decisions. However, the guy said that there were things that you shouldn't focus on. He wanted to reassure his wife, but she replied that Hayes was not trying not to dwell on it, but was simply going to forget everything, and the lady couldn't accept it. The girl began to say in anger that the deceased's name was Morton Fisher, and it was a servant in the palace, whom she would not have known about if she had not died. But now the lady knew about her. After all, even if they were not close to her and did not particularly talk, and Daphne knew nothing about her life, then this maid was still no longer there. She committed suicide, and she upset everyone with her actions. However, now it turned out that the lady could not express her sadness over what had happened, and she couldn't understand how anyone could just forget about her death. After all, just 2 days ago she decided to take a closer look at the positive qualities of her husband. This news greatly amazed the Emperor. He didn't expect such frankness. The lady continued to tell the Emperor that there was no death that was not worth mourning, and I was sure that he sometimes passed by this girl, and she asked how he was doing, and she looked after him as he left, and at night she probably couldn't sleep, thinking about what a wonderful emperor she served. And now this same ruler wanted to erase her existence as if she were a simple mistake. With tears in her eyes, Daphne asked Hayes if he knew what it was like to die. She assured that it was like the approaching end of the world. But you will still stand and deny everything. The lady said that when she heard the news, her heart sank as if a needle had been stuck into it. It was a death that no one knew about, and the girl was forgotten by everyone who knew her before. This is how Morton's life ended, and if the lady had not been the Empress, Hayes would have forgotten about her too. Madame could understand that he needed to keep a cool head. After all, his job was to rationally weigh the pros and cons of any situation. But even if this was the case, she still wanted to do everything to live. Now the Empress could not even look at Heiss. After these words, Madame turned around and began to leave. The Emperor called her because he wanted to explain what she was doing wrong. After all, there was not a single time when he was not worried about the death of a person. Suddenly, after these words, Hayes also began to cry. He remembered the death of his parents and those who died in the palace, and his 4 past brides. Despite yesterday, all decisions were made quickly. The masquerade was to take place in 4 days. Despite Hayes's conversation with Daphne, he was still approved and sealed with the imperial seal. It seemed that His Majesty was in a hurry to make an official statement immediately after informing his wife about it. However, the lady really did not want this event to take place. She was sad from the realization of what was happening in the palace. From a logical point of view, she understood everything. It was a hierarchical society, and almost nothing depended on her opinion. Madame recalled Hayes's words that the maid committed suicide and he was sorry. However, he could not express his sadness. The lady began to worry that if she could win the heart of Hayes, then what would happen to her in this world? During these thoughts, the girl heard an incomprehensible noise. Someone was throwing stones into the room where she was, but it is not clear how these people knew which room Madame was in. And when Daphne went out to see who it was, she saw Hayes. He stood below and waved to her. Madame wondered what he was doing here. But the guy didn't answer but simply pointed upward. The girl thought it was a sign to look at the sky, and she raised her head. There were very bright stars in the sky. Beautiful lights spread throughout the sky, creating an incredible picture. What she saw took Madame's breath away. A little later, she looked down again to tell her husband that she couldn't hear him. However, he was no longer there. At that moment, he was standing with her on the same balcony. The girl was surprised how it was possible to get here, but he came up to her and, hugging her, said, "I'm sorry." Daphne didn't understand why he was apologizing. So Hayes explained. Earlier the girl said that there is no death that is not worth mourning, and he completely agreed with her. However, as an emperor, he could not show his weakness. After all, as soon as he gives free rein to his feelings, the council and the temple will immediately take the initiative into their own hands. And this has already happened with the past emperor and empress. Daphne was surprised by this story. She had no idea that her husband remembered everyone. I remembered my parents who were no longer there. I also remembered Celine Mongracia, Grantis Avalanche, Alice Robin, and Rilke Mua. He remembered all the empresses expelled by the temple. At this moment, the lady looked at Hayes and saw his sympathy scale at 30%. The guy continued to explain that if the lady thought about his indifference to those deaths, then he assured that this was not the case at all. The emperor was as afraid of death as she was. He was just pretending so he wouldn't get killed. Therefore, he asked not to be offended by him. The ruler said that he and Daphne were now in the same boat. He tried to survive just like her. After these words, the lady realized that she really still didn't know her husband very well. She seemed ashamed of the words she had said earlier, and now she finally understood why that brunette's affection scale continued to grow, and she understood why he constantly recalled the saying that those who wear a crown must be able to withstand its weight. The lady turned to Hayes and hugged him, this time on my own. After all, despite how it looked from the outside, the guy was simply trying to cope with the current situation. Madame said that she would try to forgive him, although it would not be easy. But he replied that this was enough for him. Pulling the girl even closer to him, he gently began to stroke her hair, and he asked her to remember one thing if she ever left the palace. The lady wondered what she should always remember. Hayes pointed his finger at the sky and asked if the girl was now seeing a meteor shower in the sky. It was worth remembering well, because he would always lead the lady to a safe place. The girl said that she would try to do so. After some time, a tailor came to Daphne. He said that he created a dress that would be so catchy that it would attract attention, and at the same time as modest as possible. Since the lady has cool light and winter tones, she should have worn bright and bold colors so that the clothes did not contrast. So he used sapphire-colored fabric to represent the ocean. This fabric could highlight the elegance and grace of a girl. Madame understood that Laura and Mose were busy right now, and this man was incredibly boring to her. Lung asked Her Majesty to walk around a little. The girl held this blue dress with white flower inserts to herself and walked around the room. The tailor held his head in surprise and said that he thought so. It turns out that the bright blue color emphasized the lady's equipment. In addition, he understood the peculiarity of the selected precious stones sewn into the waist. If they were a little taller, they would draw attention away from her face. But luckily, he found the perfect place for them. The lady understood that this conversation would drag on for a long time. She took the dress and walked with it to the mirror. She found this outfit very attractive. This robe perfectly emphasized the femininity and dignity of the one who wore it. This is the dress the lady will have to wear to the ball. Preparations began a day after their conversation with Hayes. While Madame was practicing dancing, she remembered something from her past. It came to mind how she apologized to the emperor for not warning about the lack of her dancing skills. I also remembered how Hayes barely smiled then, and the emperor's phrase that since the lady invited him to dance completely suddenly, he was preparing for the worst. Madame understood that it was not so important whether she could dance or not, and what was important was her reflection in his crystal clear green and blue eyes. And when she thought about it, she remembered the good side of the guy. Madame also remembered the ruler's phrase that the girl committed suicide and he was sorry, but he could not show his grief. I also remembered his cold expression on his face when he said this. When Lun finished, he suggested calling Daphne's servants, and opening the door, I wanted to invite them. However, the emperor entered the room. He was dressed in a formal black suit with a blue ribbon. The lady was very surprised to see her husband. It seemed incredible that he himself came to her. Madame asked about the purpose of his coming. After all, he didn't need to worry anymore about yesterday. The guy looked at the girl, feeling unprecedented peace at that time, and taking a few steps towards her, extended his hand to her and said that he wanted to tell her something. After all, even at a masquerade, the emperor and empress had to wear a distinctive sign. In his hand was a very beautiful necklace with a large sapphire in the middle. The guy said that it was a gift just in case and it would be better if she had it. Daphne did not expect to receive such a gift. After all, it was probably very expensive. Hayes helped place the necklace around the lady's neck, And after that, he said that it suits the girl very well. Then the emperor headed towards the exit of the room, and just before the door, he turned around and said that Madame looked amazing today. The lady realized that this was Hayes's way of apologizing. The subtle expression of sincerity on his face made her realize this. However, the girl tried to find out why he had no choice but to become a heartless ruler. And why did it seem to her that they were getting closer every time they seemed to be moving away? It's time to start the Imperial Masquerade Ball. All the guests have already gathered for this event. Everyone was invited to the masquerade, regardless of their status and position in society. To achieve this, a price limit was set on the outfits that were allowed to be worn. Nobles spoke like commoners, and commoners spoke like nobles. The guests, dressed in the most interesting and colorful costumes, eagerly awaited the appearance of Her Majesty. However, this time there was no doubt that the Emperor would come with the Empress. And finally the doors to the hall opened, and those whom the guests were waiting for the most came in. Lady Daphne and Hayes impressed the guests at first glance with their outfits. After all, they looked very chic. Right at the entrance, the guy turned to the girl and said that it would be better if they held hands. And after that, he offered the lady his hand. But for some reason, he believed that she would refuse, because he thought that Madame was disappointed in him. So after a moment, he took his hand back. Maz, who watched this picture, was in despair. He didn't know why Hayes was acting so strangely around the girl. The Emperor invited the lady to go inside, but without waiting for her, he went on his own. And a little later, I heard laughter behind me and a question about what it was. The girl told the guy that if he was going to be timid, then let him do it to the end. This made him turn around. Madame pretended to start crying. People understood that the Emperor must not be used to showing his weakness in public. After all, he probably had to restrain his anger and resentment when someone offended him. The lady asked Hayes to come to her. After all, I wanted them to go to the hall together. And she added that she was like that before too. Looking at the Emperor again, Daphne asked if he would take her hand. And after that, she extended her hand to him. Such courage was quite unexpected for the ruler. He looked at his wife and realized that she seemed brave now, and Madame tried to understand him, and understand why he didn't approach her even after that. Therefore, she once again invited him to take her hand. She understood that since he decided to open up to her, there was no point in judging him anymore. The girl once again invited the guy to take her hand and asked him to help her understand him. Hayes asked if the lady was sure of what she was saying. People began to look at the Empress's behavior with bewilderment. They did not expect her to behave this way. Madame asked why he asked her permission. After all, she herself invited him to take his hand. And then, finally, the guy approached her and made the gesture that he originally wanted. The couple gently held hands and looked at each other. The Emperor thanked the girl for being more courageous than him, and she answered him with mutual gratitude. The servant approached Her Majesty and brought glasses of champagne. He also asked to announce the start of the ball as soon as she was ready. The girl thanked him with a smile. The Emperor, addressing the guests, apologized for keeping everyone waiting. The start of the masquerade was announced. Hayes realized that love does not come from a book or a plan. It is born from sincerity. The hall was filled with pleasant music, delighting the guests. The musician diligently fingered the keys, and the violinist the strings, trying to please the guests. Those present enjoyed beautiful melodies and pleasant communication with each other at this masquerade. Daphne realized that this was the perfect place to fall in love. After some time, Hayes left to talk to the ministers, and the lady watched the rest of the guests out of boredom. But she thought it was fun. The girl heard someone ask her if she was bored now. Turning around, she saw a lady in a yellow dress. This Madame greeted the Empress politely, showing her joy at their first meeting with her. But she replied that she just looked at her out of curiosity. But everything fell into place when she realized that this was the girl's first ball. The guest explained that she had not yet made her first appearance. Daphne began to wonder in surprise who this woman could be. The stranger continued to explain that she did not go out because of her long illness. People around continued to discuss delicious food and beautiful music. The Empress said that she was sure that if she were the only one, it would be quite offensive. This girl's likability scale was 57%. Therefore, Madame thought that the woman simply lacked tact. Besides, this is her first masquerade. The lady understood that in front of her was a very positive person. The guest added that to tell the truth, all she did at home was take bridal courses. Her family was told that if she had time to attend social events, it would be better spent on courses. The woman also added that during this masquerade she did not have to be sad, and she asked Her Majesty not to worry. Listening to all these stories, Daphne made a short conclusion for herself that the lady was simply not sad at this event. And this guest was right. Today she should forget about what happened and start enjoying herself. After all, she deserved a day off. The ladies at the festival discussed various rumors and events. One of them began to tell how her friend spoke out about what she had done. She called her servant and ordered him to buy wine. All this talk seemed tiresome to Daphne. She literally wanted to cover her ears so as not to hear them. It seemed as boring as the conversation with Lung when he almost talked the lady to death. Then he discussed which shades suited the girl and which did not, and what fabrics look better. Madame was far from such conversations. Servants began bringing glasses of champagne on large trays. Such treats delighted all the guests. The lady who was talking to Daphne recently also decided to take one of the glasses. And when an assistant approached the girls, they treated themselves to this drink. The Empress also took a glass for herself. However, in order to enjoy the drink, I decided to find myself a quieter place. After all, she was already starting to get tired of these loud and stupid conversations. The door to the balcony was open, so the girl decided to go there. And she was glad that the intrusive interlocutor did not follow her. However, Ethan was already standing there wearing a mask. Seeing the lady, he asked who was chasing her. As always, this man appeared unexpectedly and frightened the Empress. The girl screamed in fright again. She was so scared that she dropped her glass. But the blonde was able to catch him. The lady explained that she was tired of how everyone present pretended to know her. During the masquerade in the Imperial Palace, people discussed all sorts of topics, and it seemed that everyone could find someone to talk to at this event. And Hayes stood alone and wondered if he should have asked Daphne to dance, or whether it would be better to meet her after the masquerade. The guy didn't know yet. Suddenly someone came up to him and asked if he would think about cutting taxes, but the Emperor at that time was thinking about something completely different. Noticing this, the man's partner said that this was not the place to talk about business, and he asked to excuse his comrade. The ruler replied that it was better to enjoy the evening now instead of bothering him. After this, the offending council members hurried to leave, and Hayes began to wonder where Daphne might be now. After all, he hadn't seen her for a long time. The guy thought that she was unlikely to talk to the ladies now, because she didn't know anyone here. And approaching one woman, I heard her notice in surprise that Her Highness had left the conversation with her. The Emperor was surprised at what common theme these two girls could find. Therefore, I asked her if it was true what she had just spoken about the Empress. And the guest confirmed this. She also said that Her Majesty said that she would go for champagne, and then disappeared. The phrase that Daphne could disappear scared the guy. The woman continued to say that she had seen her a little earlier, but now, unfortunately, she could not find her. The Emperor promised to look for her. However, he himself was worried that something could happen to his wife. Looking at the terrace, Hayes thought that the lady must have been there. So I decided to come up and take a look for myself. At this time, Daphne and Ethan were having a nice conversation on the terrace. The blonde asked what brought the Empress here, and she began to explain that this was a very long story. But in short, she just went out to get some fresh air. The guy thought it was unusual behavior to go out to a secluded place to breathe during such a ball. Therefore, I thought that the girl was special. The lady asked what the interlocutor meant, and he replied that great music was playing now and the dance floor was free for two. Hayes walked to the balcony and opened the curtains, but he never saw Daphne there. There was another couple standing there who decided to retire. The Emperor decided that no one would dare touch his wife, since she was wearing the mark of the Empress. But before that, it was still worth finding. Daphne was standing on the terrace at that moment, and trying to avoid such a close location with Ethan. She reminded herself that he was just playing with her. But the guy's disposition scale had already reached 45%. The lady didn't yet understand whether this was a sign of interest or affection. The guy said that he didn't seem to knock the lady out, and he also asked if she sometimes sat in his thoughts. After all, since he had to fulfill the role of her tactician, it was better for him to leave the jokes aside. Pushing the lady back into the hall, the guy said that she should take advantage of her opportunity to get to know Hayes better. He was standing at that moment behind the curtain of that same terrace. Pushing the girl out, the blonde said that they would see each other again. And after that, he pushed her towards the hall. The lady reprimanded him for such actions. But when she took a step towards the hall and pulled back the curtain, she saw Hayes standing behind her. This was quite unexpected. because she had not yet had time to collect her thoughts. It was also unexpected for the brunette to see his wife walking towards him so quickly. Because Ethan pushed her, she found herself right in the arms of the Emperor. The scent of flowers mixed with the smell of the sea hung in the air. At first they were silent for a long time, enjoying such closeness. My heart was pounding wildly in my chest. My breathing became ragged. A tremor ran through the girl's palm. But Daphne didn't resist. Their gazes met and a spark flashed between them, ignited by long-restrained passion. Hayes couldn't hold back any longer. Their lips touched each other. It was a gentle, almost weightless kiss, full of trepidation and desire. The world around them seemed to dissolve. Only the two of them remained. They seemed to drown in each other, forgetting about everything in the world. At that moment they were happier than ever before. The sound of the masquerade music was disturbed by an incomprehensible noise. The servants who were at the ball looked at each other, perplexed, trying to understand what it could be. One of the maids approached the terrace door cautiously. After that, the door opened a little. The guests at the ball began to ask each other in bewilderment what everyone was doing. But no one could answer this question. A little later, they began to understand that everyone was just looking at something. But for what exactly, it was still unclear. The guests had the feeling that someone had been caught being shameless, and those present, out of awkwardness, did not know how to behave. Laura decided to go to the terrace and open the curtain to see what was happening there. She didn't understand where decency had gone in this palace. After all, what was happening seemed unthinkable to her. But opening the curtain, she saw the Emperor and Empress sitting on the floor. This was quite unexpected, and the woman asked if everything was okay and if they were safe. There was bewilderment in the eyes. Laura didn't expect Daphne to be capable of what she thought. The Emperor and Empress sat awkwardly on the floor and did not know how to look their guests in the eyes. The maid shouted at the girl, saying that she had already asked her not to sit like that before. After all, this could be dangerous to her health. And Maz, approaching Hayes, at first couldn't even find the right words to find out what happened. But a little later I decided to ask what happened here. Laura offered the girl help to get Her Majesty up. She also suggested that we forget about everything that just happened. The woman was worried that the lady might have been injured during the fall. Therefore, I tried to take her out of the hall with careful, slow steps. Those present did not know what had happened, so their conversations were dominated by only guesses about it. Someone thought that they understood the whole situation correctly, and there was not even a doubt about it. These two were definitely together. And while on the terrace behind the curtain they kissed. Out of embarrassment, neither the guy nor the girl could even say a word. And so the first day of the masquerade ended. After this event, Maz was in the Emperor's room and asked if he wanted to tell him something. But the guy didn't even seem to hear him. His thoughts were occupied with something else. The butler asked the guy if he was sick. The brunette's reaction could indicate that he injured his head when he fell. Or he fell because he hurt his head. The Emperor had been very restless for the last couple of days. Therefore, the man realized that something had definitely happened. However, he had no idea what it was. After all, the brunette became taciturn and behaved very strangely. This had never happened to him before. Sitting in the room, the guy recalled those events when their lips touched. It was so unexpected and so pleasant for him. The guy sat near the window and couldn't think about anything else except this. Before his eyes stood the image of the Empress, with whom he, it seemed, was really beginning to fall in love. Laura was also in her mistress's room and worried about her, asked if she had heard her. But the girl did not react to these words. No attempts to bring her to her senses worked. She just sat on the bed and looked at one point. Laura asked if Madame remembered who she was and what her name was. But there was no answer after that either. The lady whispered the phrase, "We touched but did not agree." At that moment there was a slightly noticeable smile on her face, which she still did not try to hide. The assistant still didn't understand what was being said. A little later, the lady's expression changed. It already expressed horror and bewilderment. The girl couldn't understand how they could actually touch each other. After this thought, the lady began to panic, and she got out of bed and started running. She couldn't understand how this could even happen to her. This behavior greatly frightened the senior assistant of the Imperial Palace. The woman realized that she couldn't go on like this, and it was better to call the royal doctor. And she called him to deal with the symptoms. This man was very experienced, and many considered him a professional. However, even for him it was surprising that both the Emperor and the Empress had strange symptoms at the same time. His Majesty has not eaten anything since yesterday, and Her Majesty not only did not eat, but also did not sleep. Their assistants were very worried about them. But the doctor insisted that both were completely healthy, and these symptoms could not be the cause of the disease. Moss told Laura that Hayes is in terrible shape right now. The woman repeated over and over again that the girl did not sleep, unlike the guy. But the butler continued to explain that the emperor did not sleep a wink all night, although it seemed physically impossible. The royal physician tried to reassure his assistants and explain to them that this could not be the cause of the illness, and his opinion will not change. After all, the young people were completely healthy. The only thing that was not healthy was the fear for their masters among their assistants. After this, the doctor asked to be released and not to worry about this situation anymore. One of the Empress's maids noticed that before the masquerade, Her Majesty wore red lipstick, and after the ball she no longer had lipstick. And the imperial servant said that the ruler tore the curtains from the balcony and walked around wrapped in them. These revelations from the servant surprised Laura, Mose, and the doctor. Zaria was at home at that time. She said that she heard that something happened during the banquet, but she couldn't understand what exactly, and she ordered her assistant to bribe one of those present at the banquet and find out everything in detail. This was not difficult to do, since commoners were also invited. However, Callie has already done this. Everyone present said that they knew nothing and remembered nothing. The same thing happened with the servants. This seemed strange to the blonde. After all, she understood that something definitely happened at the banquet. It was incredible that everyone present seemed to have forgotten about it. The lady wanted to know the reason for this. Zuria's sick brother was lying on her bed at home. The girl looked after him. After some time, the guy opened his eyes. Madame asked what happened to him and what was bothering him. Next, the blonde asked Kelly again if something really happened in the imperial palace yesterday. But the assistant again answered in the affirmative, and the lady asked her to prepare for her visit to the palace. After all, she wanted to see everything in person. Zuria did not understand why Hayes became so attached to this Daphne. She thought it was very stupid, and yet Madame firmly decided that she must get to the imperial palace, albeit during a masquerade, and she asked Callie to prepare a black dress for her. The assistant obediently went to carry out the new instructions. Hayes and Daphne were walking in the imperial garden. At first, they were embarrassed to look into each other's eyes and could not utter a word. But later, we started talking. Watching this, their assistants were speechless with confusion. A little later, the lady asked the ruler why they were acting so strangely and not saying a word. The guy replied that he did not know the reason for this, but it was clear that something was probably bothering them. And who else but them should have known how serious these two could be? The girl and the guy decided to sit down in the garden. They both wanted to discuss what happened yesterday and how to feel about it. Daphne decided to take the initiative in the conversation, and Hayes didn't mind. The lady said that what happened yesterday was just an accident, and even if they can't forget about it, they can at least not dwell on it. After all, it will be better for both. The guy was surprised why the lady considered their physical contact to mean nothing. His sympathy scale at this moment already reached 33%. The brunette looked at the girl in surprise, and he said that he completely agreed with her. It really was an accident. However, he didn't want to forget about it at all. The lady could not understand why this was so. Hayes asked her if she really wanted to forget about what happened yesterday, and the girl admitted that she really couldn't stop thinking about it. However, she was simply embarrassed by what had happened. The guy began to calm her down, saying that she was right, and they will remember this every time their eyes meet, or when they look in the mirror. But this can happen even in their dreams. That's why they won't be able to stop thinking about it or trying to forget what happened last night. The lady took the guy's hand and he reciprocated. His favorability scale had already reached 35%. The girl was happy that progress was being made in their relationship. Unlike the first day of the masquerade, on the second day, Laura said that they did not need to wear distinctive signs that emphasized the status of rulers. It was a little dark at the masquerade that day. Therefore, the lady decided to dress like a simple noblewoman. However, she guessed that Laura probably wanted to force the girl to dance with someone, but suddenly she again heard the phrase behind her. "This time you won't run away." This voice was already familiar to her. Daphne had heard it many times before, and looking up she saw Ethan again. It seemed strange to the girl why he could not appear like a normal person, but he replied that it was simply not his style. It was surprising why the guy liked to tease people, and for the most part he agreed with it. This behavior was not very pleasant for the Empress, and she didn't hesitate to say it to Ethan straight to his face. However, he said that he was already accustomed to being an object of envy and lust. But such words irritated the girl very much. The blonde added that it was thanks to him that the lady kissed Hayes yesterday. Only in Madame's eyes it was funny. The guy said that he hadn't laughed as much as he had with Daphne in a long time. However, she replied that she did not expect the guy to help her like that. Although the fact that she became physically closer to Hayes at that moment could not be denied. So Ethan complimented himself by calling himself an excellent tactician. But the lady did not expect him to help her with such things. And the guy believed that it was for her own good. The emperor was also in the guest room. Suddenly he heard someone calling him. The guest could now recognize this man from afar. And it was serious. That's why she came instead of her brother. The girl didn't like that Hayes didn't look at her, even when she was talking to him. After all, at that moment he was looking at another girl. Therefore Zarya asked her not to disappoint. And she believed that the ruler should choose her, not Daphne. She begged the guy to listen to her, and not to her rival. At that moment tears were streaming down the lady's face, which even the black mask could not hide. Zarya once again asked to listen to her and put her hand on Haisu's shoulder. And then the guy finally turned and noticed the guest. Her appearance was somewhat of a surprise, and he said that he would definitely listen to Madame only if she had a very urgent matter with him. Ethan continued his conversation with Daphne at that moment. The Emperor was watching them. He could not understand when his friend managed to become such friends with the Empress. Zarya said that she had already repeated several times that she had really important business with the Emperor. After all, her brother was in critical condition, and they didn't have the opportunity to throw money away, but he was still the head of the house. The guy did not know that Juto Sepien was in critical condition, and the lady explained that because of this situation, she would have to take on the responsibilities of head of the house for now. Lately, troubles had been waiting for her. At first, her father had problems, and now her brother was also unwell. Saying this, the girl showed great sorrow, and she did it, it seems, very sincerely. The Emperor felt a little sorry for his old friend. He looked at the girl and began to think how he could console her. The guy came up to her and said that it was probably difficult to talk about it like that. And he put his hand on her shoulder. And then he explained that he was distracted for a minute and did not hear what she said before. The lady laid her head on the Emperor's shoulder and began to cry. Hayes realized that he had forgotten about Zarya's father, Mikhail Sepien. No man has ever lost as much as he has. And this man's last bet was his daughter. But he lost that too. Therefore I had to give it to the Duke of Iran. That's how Madame got there. The lady asked the Emperor to give her the right to be the head of the house, at least until her brother feels better. The guy looked at the girl with regret and promised to arrange everything as soon as possible. After that, he tried to calm her down and hugged Zarya. Daphne had just finished talking to Ethan and was heading to the Emperor. The girl saw a picture of her husband hugging another woman. This made it a little awkward. The lady decided not to disturb them and went into the garden. Now she felt unwell. Laura suggested that she call the imperial doctor, but Madame said that she would feel better after the walk. However, it was cold outside, so the woman asked the Empress not to linger, and she promised to return soon. This time the banquet ended without incident. Everything was quite decent and even interesting. But after some time in the garden, Zarya approached the girl and greeted her. Daphne said that she thought that all their guests had already gone to the guest palace. But the blonde replied that she just went out to get some fresh air. The Empress noticed that the guest palace was located quite far from this garden. Therefore, it was a surprise to meet a guest here, but she got out of it, saying that she needed to think a little and put her thoughts in order. Daphne realized that Zarya was clearly not telling something, but she decided to change the topic and asked who came with her. The girl replied that it was her maid Kelly. Madame politely said that she was pleased to meet you, but it seemed strange why Zarya was still acting friendly. However, her scale of affection was still at 0% even after such a time of acquaintance and such seemingly warm smiles. She realized that the guest hated her, and she asked why she did not return to the palace despite such a late hour. The blonde began to say that she had a lot of good memories here associated with Hayes, and asked permission to look around. The lady asked what these memories were. She no longer had any doubt that Zarya had bad intentions. She replied that when they were little, they played here all the time. However, she corrected herself by saying that she should speak to His Majesty, and Daphne realized that the bad intentions were directed towards her. Therefore, she reminded the interlocutor that she really should mention Hayes when calling His Majesty. After all, they may have been friends in childhood, but those days are long gone, And since that emperor, if a girl said that in public, she could get into serious trouble. The blonde apologized for her behavior, but Daphne didn't accept it. She simply asked to be more careful in future, and she said that the guest's behavior worries her. After all, since she was not very familiar with Pianta etiquette due to the fact that she had been away for so long, then she should not have wandered around the imperial palace. After all, the girl's behavior showed that she could inadvertently wander into the imperial bedroom, but the lady did not dare to say the last phrase out loud. But she added that Zuria did not leave His Majesty's side all evening. And because of this, the Empress found herself in a difficult situation. Daphne asked the girl to rest properly and leave tomorrow morning. This was perhaps the first person with whom Madame felt so uncomfortable communicating. The maids talked in the corridor and remembered their past employee Morton. One of them said that she saw with her own eyes how Her Majesty opened the windows and pronounced the maid's name. But the other one asked her if she was sure that she understood everything correctly. However, after Her Majesty called Anna into the room, the other maid saw her leave, almost fainting, and the assistant's eyes were bulging. She could barely walk, but Her Highness just stood there and watched. The girls asked each other if the rumors were true. And was it true that Her Highness could see spirits? One of the maids said that there were actually rumors regarding this. But if you tell anyone about this, then only to that person who can really keep it a secret. This maid suggested that Her Majesty might be behind Morton's death. The girls continued to discuss rumors that the Empress might have done this to hide the secrets of the Karas house. For example, the fact that she is a witch and does not want to be caught. While discussing this, the maids did not notice how a member of the temple began to pass near them. He heard that Her Majesty was called a witch, and that the girls believed that Morton had crossed Daphne's path. Before this, he was just thinking about how they could get rid of the Empress who pleased the Emperor. However, this occasion will be just perfect. After all, the Empress behind the death of the maid and the Emperor's affection were not in the plans of the governing council. The imperial couple was in the garden at that moment. The lady said that apparently they could already drink tea together. However, she couldn't understand what Hayes was thinking when he hugged Zuria in front of her. On the second day of the masquerade, he did not take his eyes off her. Madame understood that she was confused, but it was still incomprehensible how a guy could do this in front of her. The Emperor asked his wife if she liked the ball, and he noticed that he and Ethan seemed to be quite close, but the girl did not agree with this. She asked him what he meant, and later she asked how it was about the guy himself. After all, he was also close to someone that day. The brunette thought that the girl was following him. This surprised him very much. After all, having such a high status, he was not used to someone asking for an account of his actions. But the lady said that she just looked at him and saw everything by chance. The guy didn't understand why she did this, and he even became a little embarrassed. It seems that for the first time he felt embarrassed about his actions regarding communication with the opposite sex. The girl explained that she looked at the guy as soon as she turned around. This made him start making excuses, and he said that Zuria was just a childhood friend for him. Daphne was surprised why he was telling her this, but the brunette believed that his wife already knew who this guest was for him. He also added that the lady herself said that she would try to see his good quality, and she promised to remember only them. So he told her everything. Sitting closer to the girl, the guy took her hand. He wanted the lady to understand him correctly, and so that there are no misunderstandings between them. Daphne wondered if Hayes understood that Zuria was madly in love with him. However, she asked how she should have answered that question. The Emperor explained that Zuria's elder brother had serious health problems, and he could not close his eyes to her tears. After all, Zuria was the last legitimate heir of the Sepian house. She returned after being sold to Aaron. The girl understood that she had no need to worry, because it didn't matter to her where Hayes's heart led. Therefore, she promised not to doubt her husband's words if he himself believes that he is right. After all she had to do was win his heart and get her life back. Closer to lunch, Maz brought Mariana to the palace. Taking the maid into the Empress's room, he asked how Her Majesty was doing and introduced the girl. The arrival of a new maid was very unexpected for Daphne. But Maz said there have been a lot of unfortunate events recently, and His Majesty was worried about the lady and prepared Marianne as a gift. The Empress took this as an explanation for the words that the Emperor did not want there to be any misunderstandings between them. She thought that he had this particular gift in mind. Therefore, she told Marianne that she was pleased to meet her, and she introduced herself as the Empress. She also said her name, Daphne Karas. The girl extended her hand to her new assistant, but for some reason she was very worried. Even the proposed tea party did not calm her down. The Empress decided to find out what brought the lady here, and she began to say that she came to the palace on the recommendation of a sponsor. After all, even though she was from a noble family, they have no means of livelihood. Therefore, an anonymous sponsor helps her. The Empress remembered how she read a book in which the heroine was also helped by an anonymous sponsor, and said the title of this novel. Marianne asked what this name was. But Daphne did not answer this. She simply added that her sponsor must have been a very good person, since no matter what he helps her. And the girl confirmed this. However, she felt that it was better for her not to drink tea. This maid remembered her assignment to remember everything the Empress said. Remember her every gesture, every phrase and habit. After all, Kelly repeatedly reminded how much money she spends on her, and she told in detail what would happen to her if something didn't go according to plan. The girl couldn't help but be scared. A little later, Daphne suggested ending this conversation because it was already late, and Marianne agreed with her. The Empress suggested that they see each other next time, and having wished all the best, the assistant left the ladies' chambers. Then Laura came into the room. She reported that there was still time before the next meal, so Daphne could enjoy her tea in the garden, and she agreed, because she had been sitting inside the room for too long. She just needed fresh air right now. Madame asked where the Emperor was at the moment. It turned out that he was in a meeting with the Council and the Supreme Temple. The girl understood that it was the Supreme Temple and the Council that put her here. But Laura didn't understand what her ward was saying now. When the Empress and her assistant left the room, they heard a familiar voice that wanted to know what the lady had done. It was Dicello's voice. He decided to ask Daphne if she had any idea what she had done. However, Laura asked first to show respect to Her Majesty. This man disagreed. After all, he believed that his sister would soon be expelled from the imperial palace. The chief assistant replied that this was a very tactless phrase, and asked the guest to choose expressions. However, Daphne told the woman that everything was fine and asked her to back off. The maid did not immediately agree to carry out this order, but the Empress insisted that she carry out this order. Dicello said that the High Temple contacted him and told him that his sister was doing something disgusting. The girl could not understand what he was talking about, because she did not see in her words and actions anything that could harm the empire, or call its reputation into question. The man continued to explain that he had been told that the girl was to blame for the death of the maid in the palace, and also that she sees ghosts and threatens other maids. During the next meeting, the Emperor was already informed about this. The girl was accused of seeing ghosts and using magic. However, the Emperor knew nothing about this. A representative of the temple said that rumors were spreading among the maids that Her Majesty killed the maid because of a simple mistake. She also often visited the haunted library, and the fact that Daphne scared the crap out of someone in the dead maid's room. The man also said that they had already talked to several maids and they confirmed these rumors. Hayes asked if they were sure of the cause of death of that maid. After all, it seemed unthinkable to him. The servant said that they had already contacted Karis's house and demanded the truth. They also warned that if they sent the girl to the post of Empress, hiding this fact, then serious consequences awaited them. Dicello started yelling at Daphne, calling her useless. The guy also believed that his sister was simply taking revenge on him. After all, in this way she could destroy Karis's house. These words greatly offended the girl. But trying not to show her offense, the lady laughed loudly. Dicello asked why she was laughing. He thought she was out of her mind. His eyes betrayed contempt, and in words he spoke insultingly about the Empress, calling her a smug wench. However, Daphne stopped him. Interrupting her brother, she said that no one had given him the right to forget about formalities, but these words only began to irritate the man more. The lady thought he had at least some common sense left in him. In the end, he did everything for his own benefit, and that's why he sold her here and became the head of the house. There was not a drop of fear in the girl's voice. The brother did not expect such courage, because Daphne had always been timid before. Therefore, he asked her to watch her language. However, the lady noted that he still didn't keep an eye on his own, and she said that she always felt sorry for Dicello. After all his life he was afraid of being abandoned. So his only chance to become head of the house was to sell his half-sister as a sacrifice. However, his younger sister did not die as he wanted. And then their wise leader tried to accuse the girl of witchcraft. Dicello's indignation grew. He ground his teeth in anger and wanted her to shut up. After all, the guy hoped that the girl would be thrown into the swamp. The man said that the Supreme Temple had already contacted him, so the expulsion of the lady was only a matter of time, and they could kick his sister out of the castle today. If she was sent to the northern moors, then he was personally ready to make sure that all her belongings went with her. And after that, he would have kicked out her beloved maids, and it's unlikely that anyone will hire them if they find out that they were kicked out of Karis's house. These girls could have lost their jobs because of her. Then they will fall into a bottomless pit of their own despair, and they will commit suicide to follow in her footsteps. Desello said he couldn't wait to see it. He also said that he had heard about the last exile of the Empress, and that she became food for swamp animals. Apparently, they disappeared without a trace. The man regretted that he would not be able to observe this with his own eyes. The meeting of the emperor with the governing council and the temple continued. They told the brunette that they had already contacted Karis's house, and if her relatives knew that she was a witch, then they would certainly bear responsibility for it. One of the council members asked the emperor what he was going to do after he found out about everything. But the guy asked if they were proposing to expel the empress just because they suspected her of witchcraft. After all, they did the same with the others who used magic. They fed them to the swamp beasts for the benefit of the high temple. But it was hardly God's will to kill people simply for suspicion. The temple representative began to get angry at these words, realizing that he had been seen through. The guy replied that it shouldn't be like that. After all, it was the Supreme Council itself that elected the Empress from the House of Karis, and now they wanted to say that neither the temple nor the council was to blame for this. However, this was not fair. Hayes was confident that House Karis had offered a handsome bribe to select their relative as Empress. Besides, they were no comparison to House Green, given their wealth. Council members denied everything, but neither the Emperor nor the Empress initially had a choice. Everything went exactly as the temple and the council had planned. The guy had no words. He knew that they loved to expel empresses at the slightest provocation. However, this time even the reason was invented. The brunette said that he had no intention of expelling his wife. Moreover, he wanted to give her more power. The temple representative asked what he meant. After that, the guy called Maz. He obediently came. Hayes reported that from this moment on, Empress Daphne Karis holds the post of Minister of Justice in their country. Everyone present was very surprised at this unexpected turn of events. They did not expect Hayes to stand up for his wife. He also hereby conferred upon her the powers of the Empress, and he obliged everyone to prepare the ceremony for the appointment of the lady to the new post, and do it in the shortest possible time. Daphne's conversation with her brother was still ongoing. Madame said that he can say whatever he wants, because trash like him doesn't scare her anymore. The more he attacked her, the more he proved how much stronger she was than him. And if Desello continued to behave this way, people might think that he was simply afraid of Daphne. These words angered the man. He began to insult his sister with increasingly offensive words. A little later, Maz approached them. Bowing to the girl, he handed her the letter. The lady asked what it was, and the man explained that this was a new order from His Majesty. Madame opened the scroll and began to read it. Hearing that this was an order from the Emperor, the Duke thought that it was time for his sister to leave the palace. In his heart he rejoiced at this decision, but his joy did not last long. After all, Maz explained that from now on Her Majesty holds the position of Minister of Justice. Hearing this, Desello almost fell. He never expected to hear this. But the butler added that now the girl occupies the imperial palace as a true empress, and he expressed his congratulations to her. Daphne did not expect this turn of events and her new assignment. She remembered the famous saying that whoever wants to wear a crown must bear its weight. The lady's face expressed pleasant surprise at such changes. The girl took a few steps away from her brother and turned to him and asked if he had fun. After all, now it was all over for him. It was he, not Madame, who turned out to be worthless trash. The lady asked him what he had just said about the Empress, and also about her maids, and to whom those insulting words were addressed. After all, he was the only worthless person in this situation, and the Empress ordered him to kneel if he did not want to be beheaded for insulting the imperial family. At the meeting, members of the governing body and the temple began to discuss this whole situation. They didn't expect things to turn out this way, but the decision was made. The men discussed with each other what all this could mean. And will Her Majesty really be granted all the rights of an empress? They began to ask if anyone knew about this before, and they were surprised that even those who were close to His Majesty had no idea about his plans. After all, if someone knew about this, they could have prepared in advance. But now it was too late. The men assumed that in any case what happened was for the best. One of those present did not even hide his joy. He considered this news good because finally the emperor had a real empress at his side. The other council members were surprised by these words. After all, anyone could have said them, but not that one. However, we should not forget what kind of person he was. His name was Duke Clement. He was a politician when the emperor was still very young. In addition, he was one of the top members of the council, and he always knew what was happening to the emperor. But still he accepted this decision. On the same day, Daphne was consecrated as empress. She and Hayes came to this event together. The girl was dressed in a formal white outfit in the same style as Hayes's clothes, and behind them stood Assistant Mose and Assistant Laura. When the imperial couple walked through the hall, those present bowed to them. Even those who were not happy about this ceremony had to do this. The emperor began his dedication speech by saying that if those present were gathered here, then they had read his letter. The guy admitted that he had heard that strange rumors were circulating around the empress. However, he hoped that no one present believed them. After all, in their country everyone knew that practitioners of magic were recognized as traitors to the country and expelled. And the fact that such rumors began to spread regarding the empress was his own fault. But it was new for the lady that the country treated magicians this way. The guy continued to say that none of this would have happened if he had not treated the empress like a scarecrow. However, now was the time to give her the welcome she truly deserved. The lady realized that all that time her husband had been the target of someone's evil intentions. It was the same as during her life as Rahan. This made the girl think. Lost in her thoughts, she lowered her eyes downwards, and later she only noticed how the guy called out to her. The lady turned to him, and as Emperor of the Pyant Empire he officially appointed Daphne Caris as Minister of Justice, and he sealed his order by putting the crown on Madame. Thus he showed that he trusted the imperial palace in the hands of the empress. Those present showed respect for their empress and congratulated her majesty. That evening, Dicello, being at his estate, was very angry. The man was so overwhelmed by feelings that he broke one of the most expensive vases in the palace. He couldn't forget how his sister humiliated him that day, and the way she asked if Dicello was having fun, and how she reminded him that it was all over for him now and called him worthless trash, and how she reminded that the empress should not say offensive words and ordered not to offend her maids. He remembered all this and considered it an unprecedented insult addressed to him. He remembered how his sister asked him to kneel so as not to be beheaded for insulting the imperial family. And after that she said that he, being on his knees, finally took his well-deserved place. The name Daphne Caris was something of a curse to him. The maid turned to him, asking where he was going to go now, and she asked the owner to calm down. He grabbed the last portrait of Daphne that remained in their house. Olivia was worried that Daphne might be very upset when she found out about this. But Dicello began to say that this girl must have been one of his sister's maids, and tried to remember her name, Olivia. This girl looked at her owner with fear in her eyes. The man then asked if she knew what Daphne made him do today. But the maid, of course, did not know about this. The man said that Olivia probably forgot who her real owner was, and who hired her when she was a worthless orphan. It was he who considered himself the master of the maid, and not his sister. And calling Daphne an arrogant snake, he expressed the hope that she would soon be sacrificed. These words scared Olivia to death. She asked him what he was talking about, and why her owner will have to be sacrificed. The assistant couldn't believe her ears. She thought it must have been some kind of mistake, and she didn't understand how His Majesty's bride could be sacrificed. The girl repeated that this simply cannot happen. And Dicello gave the servants an order to get rid of all things belonging to Daphne Caris. And if someone disobeys this command, he will end up just like his sister. However, Daphne herself was fine at that moment. Laura was happy for the girl because she couldn't believe that she had waited for this moment. Tears appeared in the woman's eyes from joy. Lately, she didn't even think that she would live to see such a day. But Madame asked her to calm down. The assistant could not contain her emotions. After all, His Majesty officially recognized her ward as his empress. Joyfully, the woman asked if she was now dreaming. It was like a dream, but it looked real. Laura asked to look at the majestic table now standing in the Empress's office. And that's not to mention the majestic bookshelves. This was what the woman had dreamed about for so long. However, there was something else that needed to be taken care of. Daphne asked what exactly it was. The maid decided to find out from the Empress what she was going to do with the head of the house, Karis. The lady asked if she meant Dicello himself. Madame remembered how he promised to kick out her maids. And he said that after this, it's unlikely that anyone will hire them after learning that they were kicked out of Karis's house itself. Laura said that that man had the audacity to insult the Empress while looking her straight in the eye. This was unthinkable for a woman and required mandatory punishment for the perpetrator. Even though he was a member of the girl's family, this could not be tolerated under any circumstances. This man insulted the imperial family. Daphne said she would definitely think about it. She was actually bothered by what Dicello was saying, because when he talked about her maid, he definitely meant Olivia. At that time, this girl was already sick with fever. She was lying on the bed, and the estate servants were standing around her. A doctor was called for the girl. However, he either did not understand something, or was too worried about what was about to happen. Olivia's younger brother was at that moment near her bed. It seemed incredible to him that Dicello would kick his sister out. Therefore, I decided to write a letter addressed to the Empress herself. Daphne was worried that if her brother kicked out her maid, it would be because of her. Afterwards, Laura asked the girl again when she finished reading the thick red book. The lady looked at the assistant and said that it would be soon. Olivia's younger brother was supposed to deliver his letter to the Empress, but I didn't know how this could be done. Reflecting on the current situation, the boy looked out the window. He wanted to tell Lady Daphne everything, but without being caught. If he makes a scandal at the palace gates, then he will be sent to prison. However, he should have delivered the letter for the lady by any means. The Empress was the only one who could help Olivia. The boy went out into the street and walked towards the imperial palace. He waited for the carriage to leave. Realizing that this was his only chance, he ran up to this carriage and lay down, not allowing the horses to pass. A man got out of this carriage and began scolding and asking what was happening to the boy and whether he had gone crazy. He wanted to know what it all meant. Suddenly, the boy asked to be sent to prison, and he asked very loudly, "But send him to an imperial prison." However, two people got out of the carriage and picked up the boy and told him to go home. These people have never heard of anyone voluntarily asking to go to prison. The butler Mos asked the young man why he wanted it that way. The child replied that he wanted to ask for a favor. The man was very surprised by this turn of events. The boy gave him a letter and asked him to send it to Lady Daphne. However, Mos said that Madame is not a fairy, and she doesn't make wishes come true. Noma replied that he was misunderstood. After all, he was from Karis's house. Olivia's brother really wanted to save his sister, and came to report the atrocities of Dicello Karis. Having understood everything, Mos immediately went to the Empress and told about what they asked her on the street. The butler handed her the letter, and the lady, taking it in her hands, realized that the author of the letter was a servant of the house of Karis. He gave this letter to Mos when he left the palace. This letter was addressed to Lady Daphne, and its author was Noma. The girl immediately realized that it was Olivia's younger brother. She was pleased to receive news from her beloved maid, but soon the expression on Madame's face changed sharply. Laura asked what was written in this note. She also realized that the contents of the letter did not please the lady at all. The Empress was very angry when she learned that due to the atrocities of Duke Karis, Olivia had developed a fever. The maid's brother expressed concerns about her health and life in a letter. The boy begged the lady to save his sister. Daphne was angry that her brother dared to touch Olivia. In the estate of the Karis house, all the servants were next to the maid. One of them decided to clarify what happened to the portrait. However, there was no need to worry about it, because the painting was hidden in a safe place. Noma had just returned home and upon entering immediately asked how his sister was. The assistants asked the boy where he had been. The doctor reported that the girl's fever had not subsided, and this was not surprising because they could not even treat her wounds properly. The boy began to cry and ask the other servants what they should do. He was very worried that his sister could die. However, the doctor said that this should not have been said. Because the maid was screaming in pain, the owner became even more angry with her. And then he forced her to clean the garden all night. At that moment, the servants heard that someone had come to them. Deputies thought the men were there to arrest Olivia. Only then did the boy admit that he asked Lady Daphne for help. The servant of the house approached the doctor and said that they had little time. People arrived and demanded that the sick maid be taken out immediately. Those present were surprised, because they did not know how Duke Karis would react to this. They did not yet know whether he knew about it or not. However, orders were given to hand over the girl as soon as possible. Olivia stood up and asked the chef to go and prepare dinner, and she herself wanted to get up to go out to these people. After all, she believed that if she was under the arrest of the Imperial Palace, then so be it. The maid did not know whether Lady Daphne would help her or refuse, but she asked her brother to listen to her carefully. He needed to protect Daphne's portrait at all costs. This is the only record of the girl's existence in this world, and the boy agreed with this. The maid wanted to tell her brother what was in this portrait, but she was not allowed to do so. The man who entered said that she was now a prisoner of the Imperial Palace and should not speak without their permission. The girl looked into his eyes with regret. She didn't know what to expect in the future now. The man asked if this girl was Olivia, Her Majesty's former maid. The lady confirmed this. Then he said that Madame did not look important and asked her to follow him. At the exit from the estate there was already a carriage, which was waiting for the man and Olivia to get into it so that they could go to the Imperial prison. Daphne waited all evening for the arrival of her beloved maid, and when she saw the carriage outside the window, she was very happy. Olivia was carried onto the bed. Daphne ordered the Imperial doctor to cure her. She asked how she was feeling. The maid had a fever, and some of her wounds refused to heal. The girl's legs were in terrible condition from the beatings. The Empress looked with pity at her former assistant. The doctor didn't know who did this to his assistant, but it looked more like an assassination attempt than a punishment. He also advised to take her away as soon as possible. Even though it was a royal prison, there were no basic sanitation standards, and there was very little air. Laura felt sorry for this girl. The Empress held a letter from Olivia's brother in front of her and continued to read it. It said that the head of the house, Karis, beat Olivia with a whip because she tried to protect the portrait. The boy expressed fears that in this condition his sister might die. Therefore, he asked the lady to make every effort to save her. However, it was impossible to simply take the maid from the Duke's estate with him. This is written in the country's legal code. The Empress reread it several times, so she knew it for sure. She had no choice but to follow the law of the land. Laura asked what Daphne meant. The girl replied that she was going to deprive DeCello of his status as the head of the Karis house. The lady was full of determination and understood that she could not retreat. Although it would have been a long journey, Madame had a personal grudge against her brother. She also asked not to tell anyone about what happened until she raised the topic herself. The maid promised to do so. A little later, the girl, being in her office, again studied the legal code. The assistant came to her and asked Madame if she really wasn't hungry. Daphne replied that she had no time to eat, because she had to read, and the more the better. Madame promised to call Laura when she wanted to eat, but for now the woman could rest. After that, the assistant left the office and the girl was left alone. She continued to study the code with unprecedented diligence in order to know how she could take revenge on her brother. And since the Pyant Empire already adhered to the caste system, it did not see any special obstacles. But since the Empire has not had any dealings with this family before, it will have to do everything itself. However, this would take some time, and the best option would be to find people who will take her side. Although the lady was an empress, she was not allowed to do everything. The girl was worried about whether members of the church and the senior council would join her. After all, not so long ago they wanted to sacrifice the empress. This question, if you think about it that way, could have been a significant obstacle for her. The lady whispered to herself that she could do anything, and it is not Daphne who can do this, but Rahane. Madame sat in her office and studied the code until midnight. That day the moon was shining very brightly outside the window. It was a full moon then. Suddenly the girl heard strange sounds and tried to understand what it could be. At first the lady assumed it was Laura, so she called her quietly. However, there was no response. Therefore, Daphne asked again who came to her. And getting up from the table, the girl realized that these sounds were coming from the balcony. Madame was afraid that these might be the hired killers that Hayes had once mentioned. She walked to the balcony and opened the curtains. Suddenly the Emperor appeared there. The lady was a little scared. After all, he was the last person she could have expected to see. The guy said that the maid reported to him about the lady's refusal to have dinner. The girl confirmed that she had no appetite. The brunette began to worry whether his wife was feeling well, and approaching her, he began to stroke her cheek. Daphne repeated that she had no appetite at all and asked how he got here. But the brunette only replied that Madame herself knew the answer to her question. There were guards in the corridor. Therefore, the guy had to take something with him. And he extended the hand holding it to Madame. The girl asked what her husband was giving her. He explained that it was a gift for the Empress and asked her to wear it. Madame was surprised by such a gift because she did not know what Hayes had planned. But he continued, saying that today was the last day of the festival. Although not official, merchants from Iran sold many wonderful things, and this will be Daphne's first appearance as Empress. However, the girl had slightly different plans for this night. The Emperor explained that the gift was necessary, so that she could easily mix with the crowd of people. At this moment, the scale of his disposition had already reached 40%. The guy stood and smiled at Daphne. He wanted to know if she liked the clothes he had chosen. Madame began to think that 40% is almost half, and this invitation was more like a date, and the Emperor behaved as if they were an ordinary couple. The lady put on the black clothes she had given her. Hai said that he wants Daphne to come with him now, and he extended his hand to her. However, Madame was a little confused after hearing this. The girl stood as if stunned, unable to believe her ears. After all, the Emperor himself invited her on a date. She had never been in a situation like this before. The guy repeated his request to quickly take his hand. She was pleased by his attention. Hayes was handsome, smart, and charming. But on the other hand, the lady could not help feeling confused. And I didn't know how to respond to this husband's proposal. The Empress went through all possible options and their consequences in her mind. She was afraid to become attached to this person, because they were with him for no more than a year.